The Grit Beneath the Glitter. Tales from the Real Las Vegas. Edited by Hal K. Rothman N. 1. Hal Rothman and Mike Davis. Introduction. The Many Faces of Las Vegas. The Neon Oasis. No city in American history has ever changed its clothes as frequently or as rapidly as Las Vegas. No place has grown so fast in so many ways without allegiance to any of the forms of identity its past fostered. Nowhere has each incarnation of existence been more eating, more transitory, less based in anything but the human imagination. Reinvention has been the essence of the place, but what can you expect from a town with no compelling natural reason to be where it is? Malleability is the watchword of Las Vegas, a supple response to the changing cultural, intellectual, economic, and social trends of the nation and the world. In the beginning, there were the RST people of the Mojave Desert, the Paiute, and the miraculous, life-saving springs that the Spanish called Las Vegas, the Meadows. In the mid-19th century, Manifest Destiny made this natural oasis a pivot of competition between Brigham Young's nation of Deseret and Gold Rush California. At the beginning of the next century, the Union Pacific Railroad built a town to repair trains en route between Salt Lake City and Los Angeles. When the railroad closed its shop to punish the city for its support of the National Railroad Strike of 1922, Las Vegas was left to die in the desert, to sink back into the sands from which it had sprung. California's thirst for water and the federal dollars it brought saved the hamlet from withering into another Nevada ghost town. In the late 1920s, Boulder Dam construction stimulated a new boom, and gamblers and bookmakers expelled from Tijuana and Los Angeles in the late 1930s planted the seeds of the modern casino resort. World War II brought defense industries, a huge airbase, myriad GI paychecks, and a new highway to LA, a lifeline to the outside world. The Cold War added the nuclear test site and the mushroom cloud that was once the city's eerie off-chill emblem. Cowboys and mobsters, bankers, and corrupt trade unionists watered this post-war garden and harvested its sweet, and sometimes bitter, fruit during the so-called golden age of the 1950s and 1960s. The reclusive Howard Hughes, never seen by the Nevada public, transformed Las Vegas again in the 1960s, which ended with a series of dramatic buyouts and consolidations. Hotel chains, headed by Hilton, followed, preparing the way for the corporate revolution that took shape during the 1980s. As family or mob-owned casinos were transformed into giant gaming corporations and merged with hotel chains and entertainment monopolies, the pace of change dramatically accelerated. 2 generations of resort development were compressed into a single decade. Typical strip locations metamorphosed from overgrown motels into gambling theme parks with Disneyland-like rides, upscale shopping, and world-class spectacles and illusions. People even began to bring their kids. The 1997 opening of Showcase on the Strip signaled yet another new dawn for the fastest-growing metropolis in North America. Topped by an enormous Coca-Cola bottle out of a Warhol reverie, the Showcase is an entertainment superplex, with United Artists Theatres, SKG Gameworks, the All-Star Cafe, and Surge Rock, a faux climbing rock named after Coke's latest sibling. The brainchild of 2 young entrepreneurs, Barry Fieldman and Robert Unger, Showcase is a perfect melding of entertainment and shopping, a new concept already oft-repeated, targeted like a cruise missile at the under-30 market. With the most potent symbol of global capitalism, the Coca-Cola bottle, now crowning the Strip, Las Vegas can claim its rightful place among the great growth engines of the postmodern economy. Since 1998, the Strip can also boast of offering the public not only Mike Tyson and Wayne Newton but Picasso and Renoir. The upscale counterweight to the youthful populism of Showcase is Mirage Resort's newly opened Bellagio, where $285 million of impressionist and modern art graces the property, making it a strange hybrid of the old-fashioned Slot Palace and the Louvre. Steve Wynn, then Mirage's chairman and 3. Impresario Deluxe, sold his personal stock to pay for the art for his project. The 3,000-room Bellagio, built around a 9-acre man-made lake, is one of the new billion-dollar resorts that have followed in the wake of the MGM Grand, 1993, and New York, New York, 1997. But just as the dreadnought was inevitably followed by the super dreadnought in the naval arms races of the early 20th century, the current generation of super casinos will soon be matched by hyper resorts like the $2.5 billion, 3,000 room Venetian complete with canals and gondoliers that opened in 1999. The price of poker has risen in Las Vegas. The ante is now so high that only the largest sources of world capital can play in the big-time building bonanza that the town has become. No longer an overgrown gambling palace, a carpet joint in gambling parlance, Las Vegas has become one of the premier resort cities in the world. Even Mecca can't boast as many visitors each year, and while both cities promote forms of prayer, their aims are very different. The transition from the Ma to Coca-Cola and Picasso is, of course, a modern corporate fairy tale. The old Las Vegas was the epitome of socially sanctioned deviance, a vast liberty port for the Eisenhower-era middle classes, a place where people could cast off their sins as they did in the deserts of the Bible. In an age when Americans reveled in their industrial might and anti-communist righteousness, the mob oasis in the desert was a pleasure most parents did not tell their kids about. It was the place where the money in the cookie jar went, a secret shared by mom and dad, or by dad and his buddies. The antipode of Nine Tave existence, it was emphatically not a place to build churches, offices, and factories. This was true as late as the 1980s, when Citicorp located a service center in Las Vegas. The Manhattan financial giant was so certain that its credit clients would hesitate to mail payments to a Las Vegas address, so that's what the bank is doing with our money, that it invented a Titious town, the Lakes, Nevada, to receive payments and reassure customers. With the opening of Showcase and the Bellagio, the transition to a strip offering something to everyone, from millionaire high rollers to small children, is complete. Las Vegas has merged its shady past, since The Godfather, a subject of romantic nostalgia, into a mainstream present, a gaming and entertainment theme park for the world, according to one account. The second most popular tourist destination on the planet, the new Las Vegas can stimulate, titillate, and be safe, clean, and fun all at the same time. Las Vegas has followed the path from gambling 4. to gaming to tourism to entertainment with a success that causes other places to salivate and slavishly imitate the once shunned Sin City. Wall Street and the international financial markets have applauded the remake. Since 1990, the annual visitor turnover has increased from 21 million to more than 30 million, and blue-chip financial markets now routinely LOL the role once played by the mob-controlled Teamsters pension fund. At the same time, jealous and scally-starved cities around the nation now see Las Vegas's alchemy of sunshine, gambling, and entertainment as a magic recipe for economic revitalization. Las Vegas has developed a peculiar cachet. It is the success story, the ugly duckling who becomes a swan that others covet and try to emulate. In a richly ironic reversal of fortunes, as Hal Rothman demonstrates in Colony, Capital, and Casino, and Bill Thompson affirms in Nevada Goes Global, the pariah has become the paradigm, the colony, the colonizer. The progression to corporate sources of capital for development has made the town a driving force in America's transition to a service economy. The gaming leviathan can, of course, continue to grow at breakneck speed only if it can colonize the future as well as the present. A new generation of tourists have begun to follow their own celebrities and pop idols to the hipper parts of the post-polyester strip. About a mile east of the strip, the Hard Rock Hotel, where the entrance sports Stevie Ray Vaughan's adage "If the house is rockin', don't bother knockin', c'min in," opened up this niche. Planet Hollywood, which yet may become the flagship of the new order, wanted a hotel to give Generation Xers a chance to rub shoulders with owners Bruce Willis, Demi Moore, and Arnold Schwarzenegger, while dancing to Third Eye Blind, Matchbox 20, and the Cherry Poppin' Daddies. Most industry pundits agree that the future of Las Vegas will ultimately depend on its ability to integrate gaming with virtual reality and other interactive entertainment technologies. Las Vegas, in other words, has become a vast laboratory, where giant corporations, themselves changing amalgams of capital from different sectors, are experimenting with every possible combination of entertainment, gaming, mass media, and leisure. Architecturally, the Las Vegas Strip has become a Mobius strip where casinos merge into malls, into amusement parks, into sports venues, into residential subdivisions, into casinos again. Its fundamental malleability, so essential to its transformation from the peripheral to the paradigmatic, has become an envied trait. As Steve Wynn, the CEO of Mirage Industries, told Time Mega 5. Zine, Las Vegas represents all the things people in every city in America like. Here they can get it in one gulp. In a big gulp culture, Las Vegas has become latest in American dream capitals. The factory town. Popular culture often visualizes cities from a single, monotonous viewpoint, the Hollywood Hills in the case of Los Angeles, or the Upper East Side in the case of Manhattan. Las Vegas, of course, is always the Strip at night, VE miles long and 8 blocks wide, with only darkness and desert at the margin. The residential city, the life world of the miracle workers who create the spectacle, is invisible. This perfectly suits the reigning rhetoric that constitutes the literary and cinematic Las Vegas. The bulk of outsider reportage on the city falls into two general genres, the male gambling adventure and the middle American freak show. The RST, immortalized by Hunter Thompson's drug-overdosed bestseller of the 1970s, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, is a gonzo odyssey through temptation, peril, addiction, and a terminal hangover, in which women feature only as bimbo props. Las Vegas in this mode is the ultimate white guy place, a timeless refuge from feminism, where women are still just commodities and loving every minute of it. As Francisco Menendez argues, movies made in and about Las Vegas, from Lewis Milestone's Ocean's 11, 1960, which brought us the Rat Pack, to the postmodern alcoholic fantasy of John O'Brien and Mike Figgis's Leaving Las Vegas, 1995, replay this same overarching theme, set to cater to the social emotions of the moment. The other preoccupation of Vegas writing is with the bizarre extremism of the average middle Americans who blunder their way, like herds of dazed, overfed cattle, through the eshpots of the Strip. Mom and Dad from Sioux Falls, she's in her new wig, he smokes a cigar, have never been stranger, or more normal, casino zombies in the words of one writer. Las Vegas has become the favorite setting for hip anthropologists to mock the distended appetites of the majority. In the process, they tell us more about their own faux elitism than they do about the people they are observing. But Vegas is another world when you enter the gaming palaces from an employee's entrance in a back parking lot. And we can safely bet that no Rolling Stone correspondent or postmodernist philosopher has ever done this. Or when you leave the Strip to explore the everyday American neighborhoods, rich, poor, and in between, that now make 6. Up a desert metropolis of 1.2 million people. In the daylight, the neon phantasmagoria of the city dissolves into hard-working lives of ordinary dignity and extraordinary aspiration. Here are the alternative narratives and biographies that give the lie to the overtorqued prose that refuses to see the grit beneath the glitter. Autobiographical essays here by Brian Frenner, Shannon McMacken, and Bill Thompson reframe Las Vegas as home. They invert the typical literary tourist view of the city. The phantasmagoric landscape becomes a resounding ordinariness, against which remarkable lives are etched in even greater contrast. Las Vegas has become a template for post-industrial, entertainment-driven urbanism at a level and a rate far beyond that of other communities. Simultaneously, it has become the economic life raft for several post-war generations of workers displaced from their traditional jobs and homes by technological change and globalization. Nowhere else in the United States can an unskilled worker earn middle-class wages and have them mean so much. Nowhere else can blue-collar work catapult the next generation into skilled professions with the consistency it does in Las Vegas. The city is many Americans' last-ditch stand, F. Scott Fitzgerald's elusive second act, the place where, for a variety of reasons, they go to perform an increasingly elusive trick, reaching the brass ring of the American dream. In the RST generation came the refugees from declining copper camps like Butte and dying factory towns like Lowell, as well as a surprising migration of working-class Mormons from rural Nevada and Utah. They were followed in later decades by waitresses from New Jersey truck stops, unemployed miners from southern Arizona and Sonora, factory workers from East Oakland, deindustrialized steel workers from Youngstown, African American farm tenants from Mississippi, and most recently, vast numbers of reverse Okies, the grandchildren of an earlier generation of refugees who had a California dream gone sour during the 1991-95 recession that downsized Southern California's defense industry. Las Vegas also functioned as a magnet for everyone who worked in illegal gaming around the country. After the opening of the Flamingo in 1946-47, virtually every hotel and casino manager on the Strip was connected. Whole coteries, from mob bosses to hat-check girls, arrived from Chicago, Minneapolis, Youngstown, Northern Kentucky, and other major illegal gambling centers. They monopolized the best jobs and created a close-knit town with its own codes and moralities. The Hoods, as the daughter of one referred to her father and his associates. 7. Were as thrilled by the glamour of Las Vegas, as were the tourists they needed to complete their fantasy community. Las Vegas was heaven, the place where the living they made was legal. They led the best jobs, hiring other outsiders even for positions as dealers, and created a town that turned on various markers of self-identification that only other members of the club recognized. In the halcyon early mob era, even maids and busboys were on a first-name basis with pit bosses and casino managers. Old workers recall the family-like intimacy of the immediate post-war generation of casinos. Although some of the darker aspects of that world still remain, Harvard MBAs, not mob family consiglieres, now call the shots. The scale has radically changed. 12 giant, industrialized resorts each employ 6,000 to 8,000 workers. While most cities' economies have been restructured into smaller units of production, contemporary Las Vegas has tended toward gigantism and comprehensive integration reminiscent of the Henry Ford era. Dominated by a handful of companies that employ almost 25% of the local workforce and wield enormous power in local life, today's Las Vegas recapitulates Detroit or Pittsburgh of the 1960s. At the base of Las Vegas's post-industrial job pyramid is the labor of women. The two largest job categories in southern Nevada's economy are servers/waitresses, 15,000, and room cleaners/maids, 10,000. In addition to carrying tons of food and drink, as well as walking hundreds of miles, in any normal work year, a waitress must maintain the hospitality attitude, smiles and reassurance that keeps the public at the slots and gaming tables. For decades, Las Vegas waitresses, and their sisters in other casino occupations, including showgirls, have fought to eliminate sexual harassment as a management-tolerated part of their job description. But as Amy Williams shows, the prosperity that unskilled workers enjoy in Las Vegas comes at a price. Maids' work demonstrates that post-industrial labor can be every bit as grueling and dangerous as work in a steel mill or shipyard. According to the Department of Labor, housekeeping is the fourth most hazardous occupation in the economy, with a phenomenal rate of back injury and high levels of exposure to toxic chemicals. Formerly, black immigrants from the South provided the core of the housekeeping labor pool. Now Latinos from Mexico and Central America are the fastest growing element in it. There is extraordinary historical significance in the fact that the current president of the powerful Las Vegas Culinary Workers Union is an 8. African-American maid, Hattie Canty, who came to Las Vegas from the rural South and raised 10 children while working 30 years RST at non-union and then later at unionized hotels. The culinary workers, who were nearly destroyed during the original corporate phase in the 1970s, successfully reconstituted their position during the 1980s and emerged in the 1990s as a significant political and social force, as well as the primary advocates of social justice in Nevada. Only the Nevada Resort Association exerts its will in politics as comprehensively as the Culinary Union. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, when the economic and political unions of trade unions collapsed, the culinary workers began to rebuild and extend their power within the burgeoning casino economy. It took a decade of strikes, demonstrations, and mass arrests, but Las Vegas is now the last Detroit, the most dynamic union town in the country. With 50,000 resort employees under contract and ever-increasing opinions on local and state politics, the culinary workers have become the core of a broad union community coalition to defend high wages and equal employment opportunity. Courtney Alexander explains how this culture of solidarity at the workplace has reshaped Las Vegas. The essence of the Las Vegas dream, in other words, is not the mythic windfall at the blackjack table, but rather the dignity of life that high wages and a union contract make possible. It is a simple fact that here and in very few other places in the United States a waitress or a maid can afford to own her home, send her kids to dance classes or Little League, and look forward to quality medical care and a comfortable retirement. The big unionized resorts on the Strip, now including Mandalay Resort Group, MGM Mirage, Park Place, and the Frontier after the union triumphed in the longest labor strike in American history, are surprising islands of middle-class prosperity in the otherwise low-wage national service economy. Despite its once tawdry image, Las Vegas was the place where the 20th century ended. As New York once deemed the commercial economy of America and Chicago used its big shoulders to become the city that epitomized industrialization, Las Vegas has become a vision of the future. It offers the most highly developed version of low-skilled service economy in the nation and possibly the world. Its labor is largely unskilled, but the distribution of its employment follows a highly desirable inverted pyramid. Thousands upon thousands of solid-paying jobs. 9. Offer a place for the unskilled to succeed, an opportunity to sacrifice yourself to the future, to end a way to propel your kids up the socio-economic ladder as did generations of immigrant and blue-collar parents. Unlike Silicon Valley, which creates few low-skilled jobs in comparison to better-paying skilled ones, Las Vegas puts the excised, the economically disenfranchised, and the left behind back to work in jobs with an economic future. For many tossed on the scrap heap of economic history, the very words Las Vegas signify prosperity and an oddly postmodern combination of hope, money, glitz, and action. It has become a repository for the aspirations of the many, displaced from industrial work, seeking reinvention and embracing a changing American culture as a salve for their woes. In Las Vegas, people seem to believe, the prosperity spawned by tourism and gaming can make them whole, financially and spiritually. Las Vegas now melds fun, work, and wealth, showing a path toward the brightest vistas of the post-industrial world. It is the RST city of the 20th century. In this sense, Las Vegas is unique. It uses the mechanisms of an industrial culture of which it was never part to recreate the lost prosperity of the post-war era, the great economic aberration that stretched from 1945 until 1974. Daily, Las Vegas becomes more like the rest of the nation in where the money comes from, in who makes the decisions, and in the demography, education levels, and other socio-cultural traits of the community, but it retains a certain inviolability. Las Vegas has a template for the future that many seek to imitate, but for most, from Atlantic City to the Native American casinos across the land, the results are not the same. Dropping the Las Vegas template on other communities doesn't produce the same results. Regional identity, history, and socio-cultural structure muddy the picture. Is Las Vegas a paradigm or an oddity, unique or a model? The city of the future, the new American nightmare? Las Vegas also has its burgeoning economic and environmental contradictions. Building the RST arid metropolis, the only major North American city not adjacent to some significant natural source of water, Los Angeles has its river, as does Phoenix, has required radical innovations in the nature and form of urbanization. Simply put, the rules that have governed urban growth elsewhere in the nation do not apply in Las Vegas. The current boom has deed all naysayers, yet there is a 10. Perceptible unease in upper circles. Las Vegas is like a huge jumbo jet in which neither the pilot nor the crew, much less the passengers, have any idea of where it is ultimately headed or how high and far it can fly. This translates into something entirely new, discerning, addressing, and solving the problems of a post-industrial, postmodern city requires more than the mechanisms chosen by other, more traditional places. The result is a kind of confusion. The traditions of Nevada and the needs of Las Vegas's future stand in stark contrast to each other. While the developers, builders, and real estate people who benefit from growth reap the rewards, larger numbers of Las Vegans, new and old, sit in traffic jams and breathe dust particulate from the torn-up desert. In the most severe and evident dimension of this phenomenon, Las Vegas is engaged in an ongoing conflict with the Environmental Protection Agency. The city cannot conform to national air pollution standards. As long as construction in the desert continues, dust particulate matter will keep the city from compliance. A growing number of blue-collar Las Vegans, both longtime residents of minority communities and new immigrants of all backgrounds, scrape for a living on the low-rent fringes of the Strip. Newcomers and some locals, those least successful at ending suitable jobs in the past, compete for employment at the edges of the entertainment industry. In many cases, newcomers, possessing skills more suited to the current market, displace already marginalized locals. Southern Nevada advertises ambitious plans for economic diversification, but for the foreseeable future incoming labor will compete with residents in a struggle for a toehold on the economic ladder. For every VE newcomers who arrive in Las Vegas, 3 natives and neonatives leave. For some, the hope of prosperity in the Las Vegas economy is the biggest roulette wheel of all. The most poignant symbol of this Darwinian economy has been the increasingly visible poverty and homelessness in the shadow of the hyperbolic stratosphere in an area once called the Naked City, after the showgirls who once sunbathed there in the buff in the afternoons. Here the forces of economic marginalization and urban redevelopment have united in a sinister compact to displace some of the Strip's poorest residents. There, as Amy Williams chronicles, life is truly a struggle, especially for the young. Although African Americans in Las Vegas today hold many distinguished political and union posts, they still face obstacles that mirror those elsewhere in the country. The black middle class has its old neighborhood, West Side, for opportunities in the multiracial white 11 burbs, leaving the inner city to fend for itself. This accentuates the gap between the well-off and upwardly mobile and the less skilled, creating 2 African American Las Vegases, one visibly prosperous and another increasingly alienated and despondent. For those who arrive with skills and resources, Las Vegas is not the panacea it once was, a place with better opportunities than those offered by the places they came from. Worse, the multiple shift life of Las Vegas affects families, as does the transience of the community. In Las Vegas, the community structure so essential elsewhere is more fluid and less stable. Even institutions such as churches are oddly weaker here, less the glue that holds the community together than groups struggling for the support of the community. African American newcomers envy the core black community of West Side less attractive than the larger city. Those who can afford to do so move to the suburbs, leaving a distraught inner city. The tensions that aired up there in the 3 weekends of Rodney King riots in West Side in 1992, which Mike Davis chronicles, had less to do with events in Los Angeles than with Clark County's own dismal heritage of discrimination, its typically high rate of joblessness among black youth, and the excruciating relations between the community and Metro Police. Although middle-class African Americans, including newcomers from California, are ending a place in Las Vegas's booming suburbs, working-class residents of West Side worry about the erosion of their marginal foothold in the gaming industry as many of the larger casinos turn to Latino immigrants as a new supply of cheap labor. Children with Spanish surnames, meanwhile, are an emergent majority in Las Vegas public schools. Latinos, who made up 13% of the school population in 1991-92, had increased to 23%, almost 45,000 students, in 1997-98. In 1999-2000, fully 1/3 of students in grades K-5 had Spanish surnames. The Latino immigration over the past decade is one of the major currents reshaping Las Vegas life, yet Latinos have virtually no political representation in local government. Like black Las Vegans, they complain of overcrowded schools, poor social services, bottom-end casino jobs, and police brutality. The situation of Latinos in the largely non-union building industry illustrates the larger problem of the low-wage trap. The incredible construction boom of the past decade has ballooned the labor force to nearly 60,000, a significant number with Spanish surnames, but wages remain depressed. A crew of 4 Mexicans, as Latinos of every nationality are called by their employers, will frequently split $500 for 2.5 days of grueling work sheetrocking a new house in a trendy suburb. 12. These working conditions offer little hope of eventual prosperity, of stability, of ownership of a home like the ones these workers built. They are left out of the last Detroit, this last bastion of remarkable prosperity for the unskilled made possible by unionization, the artificially low cost of living, and the elixir of life in Las Vegas, the tip. Outside of the realm of well-compensated labor, many Latinos receive poor pay and only the most basic benefits, leaving them transient. Post-industrial Las Vegas is also Darwinian in surprising ways. As in great industrial cities of the 19th century, growth proceeds with insufficient attention to its consequences. The result has been a lack of adequate services, recreational facilities, public space, and other amenities that residents of major cities take for granted. As Eugene Moring, the most distinguished historian of Las Vegas, observes, the state's tax structure has failed to keep pace with its growth. As a result, virtually every public institution, from libraries and parks to schools and welfare, is grossly underfunded in relation to present demand. Despite its huge gaming turnover, Nevada remains one of the most scally regressive states in the Union, depending upon sales taxes to generate a disproportionate share of revenue, to which, in turn, investments in infrastructure essential to the resort industry have RST claim. As a result, schools and playing fields are overcrowded, while huge, publicly subsidized construction projects pour billions into private coffers. The impetus for much of this development increasing is from private developers. Las Vegas may become the RST city where public space is privately funded. Unfortunately, as Robert Parker reveals in his study of social inequality in southern Nevada, there is little relief in sight. From the standpoint of the overburdened public sector, the boom is no longer self-financing. Each new resident now costs more than the tax revenue he or she generates for local government. The obvious remedy in a place with a libertarian ideology and oriented to a regressive tax schedule is to make the gaming industry shoulder a larger share of the costs, but this is like shouting at a mountain. The needs of Las Vegas and Clark County are overshadowed by the ever-increasing political clout of the industry. The competition for scarce public resources will only grow worser in the foreseeable future. In addition to the astonishingly fast-paced growth of its suburbs, Clark County must deal with the special needs of the most rapidly increasing demographic stratum, the 22% of the population who identify themselves as retired. Literally walled off from the rest of the community in their retirement havens in Summerlin and Green Valley, retirees have become a potent voting bloc, which among 13 other things has opposed issuing bonds to relieve school overcrowding. Their potent opposition in 1994 to a major school bond issue awoke the grafted middle class, a one-issue-at-a-time constituency focused on schools and traffic, and nearly split the town along generational lines. A second bond issue, which passed with more than 60% of the vote, and which senior coalitions avidly supported, helped close the rift between these grandparents and other people's grandchildren, but deep suspicions remain. Growth has also brought other problems. As the dreams of some of the many who see Las Vegas as salvation are dashed, crime has become more commonplace. In the mob era, as Debbie Reynolds once remarked, the only people who got killed were the ones who deserved it, but today's Las Vegas has crime like any other city with one major exception. The Strip and resort corridors are among the most effectively policed urban areas in the world. Crime is typically committed by locals on locals. In Inside Gene, Constance Devereux looks at one consequence of dashed dreams, the doubling of Nevada's prison population over the past 15 years. 30 miles southwest of Las Vegas, the town of Gene consists almost entirely of 2 giant casinos in imitation riverboat style, a welcome center for tourists, and a grim-looking state prison basking in the reeked neon glow. Las Vegas has also begun to recapitulate the 7 deadly sins of Los Angeles, which is not terribly surprising considering that 1/3 of its new residents hail from there. Las Vegas's water problems, as John Christensen chronicles, are reminiscent of those of Southern California at the turn of the 20th century. Looming large is the issue of where the water to sustain continued growth will come from. If Las Vegas can corral its own Owens Valley, the parallels between it and its Southern California counterpart will be even more pronounced. Some of Las Vegas's problems resemble those of great cities of the past, others are specific to the post-industrial, postmodern landscape. All require the application of social, political, economic, environmental, and cultural capital for their solution. The resolution of these problems will determine whether Las Vegas fools its promise as a prototype for the urban 21st century. A place of its own. Las Vegas has long been a carpetbagger's dream, a place where self-proclaimed hip intellectuals and grandstanding writers can project their 14. own neuroses, their fears and needs. But the city these outside observers see is a reflection of themselves. It is not the locals' town, not where Las Vegans live. To these writers, Las Vegas is little more than a canvas on which to paint their fantasies. Their renditions sound forced and stale to locals. No wonder that when asked by a group of visiting journalists what the biggest problem Las Vegas faced was, Hal Rothman responded: "People who come from other places who don't know shit about the town and want to write about it." He should be forgiven the hostility. Carpetbaggers outsiders have always transposed their mythology onto Las Vegas, and the town has always been mutable. It has been what they needed it to be: colony, pariah city, place to cast off sins, den of iniquity, locus of opportunity, but never what it was to the people of the place. The journalist's trick of the quick visit is foolish in Las Vegas. Writers from Time to the National Geographic, from the New Republic to George, have failed to see more than the very tip of the complexity of the place. Outsiders have often mistaken malleability for gullibility, or lack of sophistication for guile or venality. They have seen the spectacle, but never ventured far beneath. They miss the mask that locals put on to offer outsiders what they want, regarding it instead through their noir naïf sensibilities, as Norman Klein puts it. They see evil because they're predisposed to see evil, not because it's necessarily there. They don't know how to see anything else. Las Vegans are quite practiced at giving people what they want without divulging the soul of their place. Unlike other tourist towns, Las Vegas has no illusions about itself. It is what it is, and despite the mask of glamour and glitz, it offers no illusions. In Las Vegas, it is always about money, and in late capitalist postmodern America, there's nothing unusual about that except the frankness in acknowledging it. This is a locals collection. Most of the authors live and work in Las Vegas, were raised here, chose here, or found an opportunity here. None live on the Strip. A few may gamble or otherwise take advantage of the amenities of life in the Neon City, but most live lives that are quite ordinary, little different in texture from the ones they might live in San Francisco or Seattle, New York, or Atlanta. They live in what has been the fastest growing city in the nation for the past decade, amid its traffic and dust, with its limits and possibilities. That alone makes this collection unique. No one has ever before stopped to ask the people of Las Vegas what they think of their place. Part I: Image and Reality. 17. Norman M. Klein. Scripting Las Vegas. Noir naïf, Junking Up, and the New Strip. J. UST Beyond New York. New York, the visitor to Las Vegas enters a zone of unknowing. The sidewalk gets as gritty and nondescript as the industrial edge of Puebla, Mexico. These gritty patches are important clues. In Puebla, factories and body shops encircle the Baroque city center, grim reminders of a colonial tradition still in force. Wealth is shipped away, leaving zones of unknowing next to the glamorous 18th century Zocalo and Belle Époque department stores. Vegas is also part of a colonial tradition, the American West, where mining companies and now gaming corporations ship prots out of state, leaving rough patches just beyond the glamour. Indeed, the grander the illusion, the more dysfunction it hides. Otherwise, why try so hard? As part of my eccentric research into mass culture, I have been walking through, and clicking or sitting through, every special effects environment I can nd, from action ride movies, to video games, to the Ringstrasse in Vienna and the Zocalo in Puebla. In each of these, I have spotted zones of unknowing like the rubble along the Las Vegas Strip. The grit in these lost patches is easier to read than the niched product only meters away. The seam indicates where the process is uneven. Despite all the enchantment, this economy is continually in drift. On the surface, back at New York, there is order, the themed space, the sparkling gimmicks. But beneath that order is a neurotic struggle to industrialize desire. After all, what is a gambler's impulse? It is a fractionalized turn of the head, so brief, but so 18. Essential that it can be maddening to locate, more a game of chance than gambling itself. With a slot machine, at least the house knows the odds. But to guess which casino will receive the impulse, that problem is subtle enough to be unsettling. Of course, these seams do not remain for long. Often, the second time I visit a zone of unknowing, perhaps 6 months later, it has been cleaned up. If not, then I assume that the management must be in trouble. I suspect that the zone between New York and Caesar's Palace will be shiny soon enough. But for a few months, it will be a useful reminder that while the Strip has lively pedestrian and sidewalk life, it still has vast contradictions to overcome. From the earliest history of the Strip, when it was merely the road out of town, casino planning ignored sidewalks. For decades, cabs brought guests from one casino to another to keep the spell going. At the same time, city control of the streets was unwelcome. Recently, Hal Rothman tried to bring a TV crew for a segment on Treasure Island. He set up at the sidewalk overlooking the casino, then was told that he had to leave, it was private property. Finally, he was shuttled to the public sidewalk below, a narrow strip of concrete utterly out of sight of Treasure Island. It is inaccurate to call this policy pedestrian-friendly. Do the casinos really want people drifting down streets through a collage of years about escort clubs and hotel strippers? They would prefer gamblers to walk along scripted, glassed-in corridors where you can feel the cybernetic hum of slot machines. In time, a monorail will keep pedestrians on track to gamble. More overhead pedways will be added, because no one lingers on those, you rush across, away from the traffic below. Pedways might as well be rope bridges over a canyon. Indeed, when the pedestrian plan is niched, Vegas will be less a walkable city than a kind of iron lung you can walk through, keep spending, or the oxygen may stop. So, for a few months perhaps, some desert rebel reminds us that Las Vegas was a railroad crosswalk not that long ago, in fact, as late as 1930. The hotels between the rebel momentarily appear a bit more uncertain, as if the dry heat might reclaim them. That uncertainty will be noticed by casino planners, probably already has been. So we should avoid talking about the eye candy for a few pages. Simply concentrate on the contradictions within the design space of the Strip. These zones of unknowing certainly reveal a contradiction endemic to the casino business. But we must put aside the excitement about architainment. That titillation plays into the illusion. Still, the new hotels 19 are vital clues. Let us review the basics of architainment. RST of all, eye candy on the facades has replaced neon. There is more narrative architecture on the Strip, an allegorical nod to pedestrian cities. The architectural historian Alan Hess calls it a radioactive Manhattan. Very systematically, the earlier logo-like iconography of the Stardust, the Dunes, and the Aladdin has been imploded. Today, their 1960s neon modernism is practically gone, along with the seedy lounge acts, icy showgirls, and gangsters behind the scenes. To counter the expansion of gaming across the United States over the past 20 years, corporate Las Vegas is now marketed as a resort destination. And like themed retail outlets everywhere, Las Vegas resorts have to look both international and baronial, linking tourism, retail sales, and cinema on a scale never possible before. The new casino hotels also elaborate on older designs for casinos, especially the trope I call the unishable object. For example, in 1993, I visited Luxor soon after it opened, and my son took a photo of me in front of the Sphinx. When I leaned back, part of the wall fell off in my hand. It was as light as meringue. Beneath the stucco shell and the chicken wire of the RST pyramid built in 2,600 years, the wall was made of styrofoam. Later that week, I was told that Luxor had a shelf life of perhaps 20 years, and that it would have to change drastically before it actually began to age. When I returned to see the wall in 1998, it was gone, of course, replaced by more eye candy. Never quite niching a casino leaves patches like these zones of unknowing, but why is this financially advantageous? In Reno, I interviewed an architect working on the El Dorado, a simulation of the mining industry panning slot machines. The eye candy there is gargantuan, with huge mining machines in the center and even an oversized replica of Bernini's Triton fountain in a corner. By contrast, near the restaurants at the El Dorado, I found a curious dichotomy, even for casino architecture. A very expensive Victorian cherrywood saloon/tea room was positioned directly alongside one of the most primitive murals I have ever seen. The architect told me that this is a common practice, called junking up, leaving patches suggesting that the casino is not quite niched. The management wants guests to assume that the odds are not niched either. Management studies the El Dorado in blocks of 20 to 30 feet to see how the O of traffic generates prots. In other words, the unishable object serves several purposes at once. It inspires gambling, and also the need to return months later to see what has been added. But most of all, it is the only way to any tune prots inside a casino. 20. The new strip dates from 1993, when Luxor, Treasure Island, and the refurbished MGM Grand followed the new Caesars Forum, the most expensive shopping mall per square foot in the world. Leases inside these new hotels are vastly higher than in the older Las Vegas. Guest rates have soared, to hundreds of dollars a night, testing how high they can go. To promote this VE-star image, the hotel is split off more from the casino, particularly at the Bellagio. Unless you are in the Mirage/Bellagio slot club, hotels must have wiggle room somewhere in the price, so as not to lose their lower-end clientele entirely. Catering to the lower end, in zones of unknowing, there are still nests of squat, late 1950s trailer park tourist block houses, embarrassing reminders of the indispensable discount Las Vegas. Vegas is continually double marketing from trailer parks, overnight gamblers visiting by Greyhound from just across the border, to high rollers, now at the Monte Carlo, soon to be shifted over to Bellagio. This contradiction never seems to go away, it just gets recalibrated. Or it gets aestheticized inside a hotel like New York, New York. From a nondescript side door, we wind our way into a simulation of the Lower East Side, Immigrant America's space, now featuring Il Fornaio pasta. That's essentially all the ethnicity we need. On the left, the fake stalls along Brooklyn's mythical Delancey Street are gaming tables. Despite what seems obvious, we must not allow ourselves to turn into noir naifs while researching casinos. Doing so obscures more than it reveals. I tend to be a terrible noir naif when I visit Vegas. For example, as a classic case of naive research, I decided to look wrong at the San Remo to see if I could force a clue about how surveillance operated, to pass the time while a friend went to the bathroom. It seemed easy enough to stand out there. That weekend was dominated by hordes of Japanese and Puerto Rican tourists. I tried to stare oddly at the craps table. The lady pit boss, who looked as if she had just overhauled a truck, eyed me strangely. I kept standing out, thinking she would cue the security people. Later, I was told that she was simply trying to guess when I would get to the tables. She didn't think I was counting anything, she could see through me instantly. My fantasies outran my good sense. That can happen so easily. I often warn students, evil never wears a black hat. It comps you a room, offers you a $6.95 buffet. It is homespun, very ergonomic, easy listening, user-friendly. It is in the business of never showing its dark side, of giving you a good 9 cents on every dime. But in Vegas, do I know how to take my own advice? Indeed, a long-range strategy is required. No amount of simply *21 ing will accomplish much. Critics need to get shrewder to decipher the policies behind the eye candy. That does not mean practicing noir navit, it means ending more precise critical tools. Some of these tools may date back centuries, others will be very recent. They help propel us beyond the self-evident, beyond news updates that Las Vegas has grown more pedestrian-friendly. I doubt that any sapient biped within 100 miles of the Strip has failed to notice that. Even the booster literature offers walking tours of the Strip. We need to end layers beneath the boosterism paradoxical codes built into the design itself. Let me review a few tools that tee the evidence left by architectural and economic planning, a somewhat anecdotal introductory list that, it may be hoped, will spark much more. As my RST tool, I always begin with the same phrase. In lectures, other essays, the casino is a scripted space with illusionistic effects, where the audience is a central character and the narrative is about power. In the case of casinos, power suggests the house's edge and a ubiquitous franchise entertainment economy, the electronic baroque of the gaming industry. The audience makes up stories while held in the cybernetic embrace of gambling. This embrace resembles the thrill of video games or theme park rides, but it is more intense, more existential, more about money and fate. At the heart of the electronic baroque, however, is the design script itself. A visitor writes about getting lost in the Caesar's Palace Casino every time he goes. But it is fun getting lost, a challenge. Also, you always end your way out eventually. Wish me luck for the next extreme adventure at Caesar's I attempt to take. This is what I call happy imprisonment, or a labyrinth effect. You have infinite choice, but seemingly no way out. Happy imprisonment is a rare pleasure in casinos, and in narrative architecture generally, in megamalls, even in video games, and on the internet. Casino spaces are scripted particularly as ergonomic labyrinths. Entrances and exits remain askew. Lighting and ceiling heights vary from one specialty aisle to another. The atmosphere is immersive, englobing. Domes or parabolic ceilings feed into arcaded channels or glass-barreled vaults. Finding your way back from the bathroom can be difficult. Cacophony is avoided, as well as oral specificity. The entire place hums blissfully. You cannot hear where it was. You never leave, but always arrive. It is easy listening, user-friendly imprisonment. 22. Slots, the metropolitan suburb in miniature. Lately, I have been learning a bit about slot machines, how they tee into the script at casinos. Slot machines earn upwards of 70% of all gaming prots. They cost about $10,000, last up to 10 years, and are generally recalibrated every 2 or 3 years. They are the golden goose, particularly now that they are computerized. Apparently, the chips inside calculate within thousandths, or, I am told, even millionths, of a second. Thus, the wheels, reels, turning around are merely for show. Players generally do not trust a screen that looks too much like a computer. The odds seem worse. Slots that look too much like a video game seem too controlled. However, the new slots will be earthly digital inside, including a vast feedback, statistical control package for casino owners that takes away the need for as many paid human hands to count and miscount. Also, the software will not significantly boost the price of a slot machine. And, Nally, with 20,000 more rooms on track to open by 2002, and market shares dividing even more, the owners will need more edge. The power of software companies will grow. People speak of killer software in an era of slower growth. The script in the machines will include more reward action games like those on CD-ROMs today, a trend pioneered by Odyssey slots in the early 1990s. These include game-within-a-game bonus features, carefully hidden, a labyrinth reward, what I call sim cheating, and pick a game, multi-game, choices up to 12 choices, from Keno to poker to various slot games, all on a single machine, like a remote control programmer for gamblers. And, Nally, the backgrounds behind the slot reels will become far more elaborate. Odyssey specializes in cyber staging for backgrounds, Arabian Riches, bonus vacation maps, Bananarama animated monkey hosts, Fort Knox is an adventure game, The Three Wishes magic lantern under a glittery sky reminiscent of Disney's Pinocchio, The Riddle of the Sphinx, lit like an Indiana Jones mystery, Phantom Belle, a live-action Southern Belle deals, then smirks and hides her cards just above her cleavage, Buccaneer Gold, an atmospheric pirate deck modeled on the woodsy imagery of mist, a glowing yellow palm reading for Lady of Fortune, a magic wand coming to life in Top Hat. Slot machines are clearly the future for gaming. At casinos like the MGM Grand, they dominate. They resemble kinetoscopes that remind us of the golden 1930s at MGM, beneath the massive movie screen. By contrast, at the Monte Carlo, slots are much more hidden. There, the 23 gaming tables dominate, framed by rectangular molding on the ceiling, recalling Monaco and the high rollers that the Monte Carlo has tried to lure. Of course, here, too, myths precede facts. High rollers generally have their own private spaces, with restricted entrances, not on casino oars. Tables on the main oar at the Monte Carlo merely suggest James Bond in a tuxedo at Baccarat. At New York, gaming tables suggest an imaginary proletariat, craps on the Lower East Side in 1915, with the velvet tables submerged under canopies. Apparently, however, the appeal of craps is diminishing. As of 1950, perhaps, or 1955, when the Strip really took off, craps was very much perceived as a sidewalk sport. The war added to its romance. Many GIs identified craps with months stuck on a ship. The Sergeant Bilko or Damon Runyon mystique came to mind. Craps suggested the 19th century mining town west as well, that was essential to the Vegas Vic promotional campaign of the late 1940s into the 1950s. Today, very few men remember playing craps in a submarine or at the motor pool. Increasingly, the anonymity of the slot machine is more soothing for men and women alike. The bodiless cybernetic dealer, poker as private, not communal. In short, while Vegas may be more pedestrian-friendly, the slot machine yet again raises the question of where is everyone walking to, not through neighborhoods, not inside a world of mixed use. They make their way through narratized retail shopping as tourists. This is utterly different from the patterns of the industrial city or the Baroque city that are being idealized. I won't say worse, only different. I leave moral judgments for others. Of course, my urban nostalgia probably shows through anyway. But my taste for thin crust pizza and chewy bagels is irrelevant. Instead, let me repeat the key issue: the new Vegas Strip enhances the interior narrative, not the communal process. That is not particularly evil, simply a new version of what Baudelaire meant by mixing your solitude in crowds of people. It is less like walking through New York in 1930, more like gambling on a movie set. It is part of what I call the metropolitan suburb, where streets are privatized and urban interiors operate like cable TV with a food court. We make too much of the myth that thousands of people watching the volcano at the Mirage constitute an urban experience. Why in that sentence do we leave the term urban undined? Certainly, we do not mean urban in the sense of Parisians in a Daumier lithograph watching the saltimbanques perform. Do we really imagine any return at all of the warm evening we see in Whistler's famous painting of the reworks? 24. In Venice? That world is utterly gone, has no roots in Vegas, no matter how glamorous the condensed New York, Bellagio, Paris, Monaco, and Venice become. The city circa 1900 involved much more bricolage, more traces of mixed use. It was a world that dressed differently for every meal, from the workers at dawn to the carriage trade at lunch, to the cafe crowds later on. In Vegas, we only end bricolage by mistake, where the script misses a street, in zones of unknowing, or in the mix-off classes on foot. The slot machine is a symbol of the globalized electronic economy. It stands for cybernetic controls across many markets at once. New computerized digital tracking services perform like a cyborg for the house, tracking players, slots, tables, revenue sources, demographics, doing the taxes, providing up-to-the-minute win reporting, player photos, electronic signature identification, messages for players on screens in their hotel rooms. For the trackers on the casino floor, there are portable handheld tracking devices, for their bosses, multiple casino access. This is indeed a software chimera, the tail of a serpent attached to the head of a lion. It combines business graphics with the internet, cinematic memory, remote control systems, and banking franchise capitalism at your fingertips. Increasingly, digital slots will operate without coins in cashless casinos, like ATM gambling machines that simply debit your MasterCard. Even many Native American casinos, from Cherokee, North Carolina, to Deadwood, South Dakota, are wired for such digital tracking services. Immersion. We wait for the sea battle at Buccaneer Island in front of Treasure Island, for the pirates to sink the British frigate one more time. The entire site has been designed around a scenario, like a 19th-century panorama of the Battle of Waterloo. A Portuguese island in the Caribbean is taken over by the Spanish, then falls to pirates. That way, explains the designer Charles White, we could rationalize a lot of Middle Eastern attitude and Moroccan Indians. And this, looking at the bottom line, would please Arab high rollers. Beyond each hidden script, there is a bottom line, with yet another script, the image of Muslim gaming in Vegas. These backstory movie scripts help designers LL in atmospheric details. Pieces of imaginary shipwrecks turn into pirate lairs. The stern of a pirate wreck clings to a hillside. Bellagio has a similar cinematic backstory, about Asian Italian. 25. Immigrant, the son of chefs who settled in Las Vegas earlier in the century. It gradually builds a fantasy version of his place of birth. He even starts collecting Impressionist art. The Hotel Bellagio is imagined as 80 years old, it simulates the prehistory of a Las Vegas that never was. This scenario requires panoramas on a lavish scale including $300 million in trophy art and expensive wood paneling, as if one had been given a special pass to a private club. It needs immersive effects, not unlike the lighting and spectacle from Disney Imagineering or Industrial Light and Magic. Immersion is a term commonly used in the digital industry to refer to any ambient design that is audience-centered. It places the guest inside the themed fantasy, which may include dressing up the streets as well, which are then monitored often by casino companies. To be immersed in the lights and props of a Las Vegas casino feels more like LM production and less like the movie premiere. In the original Flamingo Hotel, 1946, Bugsy Siegel recreated the spirit of a Hollywood nightclub. Today at the MGM Grand, at Caesar's Palace, and particularly at all of Steve Wynn's hotels, the guest is transported directly into movie set design. Through devices in scale and overhead gimmickry, the foreground tends to expand outward, to absorb the guest like a friendly dragon. Visually, this expanded foreground is a rather complicated shift in the way scripted spaces operate, away from the dioramic, viewer set outside the frame, and increasingly toward the panoramic, wraparound effect. To englobe the space, ceilings may be interrupted like LM cuts by parabolic shapes, curved hanging objects, animatronic trickery, shadow boxes of pirate treasure, overhanging faux shrubbery. At the same time, there is casino business as usual. Gaming tables, slot machines, sports gaming, and the hotel and food area have to be designed for maximum profit, yet match the overall theme. There is an ongoing debate as to how theme and gambling should be merged or isolated for proletarian and upscale clients respectively. For example, does the main room need to feature the blackjack tables or diminish them? The movie set and the prop motive must be married in some way. As I mentioned earlier, there are quick edits every 20 feet or so. Mini sets sharpen each area to maximize props. By mini sets, I mean the XED point breaks in the decor indoors, as well as in the eye candy outdoors. To enhance these mini sets, the design often relies on Z-point perspectives, moments to stop, ashes of trompe-l'oeil, copies in. 26. Unusual materials, video walls, display cases near the ceiling. Fixed point illusion is a Renaissance visual pleasure, very antique magic. It provides boundaries where needed, yet makes the guest feel like an insider, in the know. For an instant, trompe-l'oeil movie tricks seem to reveal secrets. This might be the inience of Universal Tours, but more the spirit of George Lucas and Steven Spielberg. Of course, casino architects also draw on Baroque and Renaissance trompe-l'oeil. For example, John Gird's designs for Bellagio, even for the Fremont experience, refer to 16th-century Italian illusionistic architecture. But the overall strategy is consistent across the architainment on the strip. The imagery must be abbreviated, foreshortened in some way, but look extremely three-dimensional, deep focus. Often, the effects are modeled on Disney Imagineering, particularly the Pirates of the Caribbean, designed by Mark Davis in 1964, the point of origin for theme park immersive spaces in Orlando as well. To sum up, immersion relies on compositing, but in a sculptural architectural way, blue screen and digital trickery, one layer upon the other, but also trompe-l'oeil sculpture reminiscent of 18th-century German Baroque churches. Condensed cities. Through immersive devices, replicas of cities can be shrunk to the scale of 100 acres or less. Bally's Paris is less than 20 acres, it's across the street from Lake Como, down the block from Venice, near Rome and New York. Obviously, these are condensed spaces, but not simply because the Chrysler Building is foreshortened against the Empire State Building. They are condensed in Freudian terms, mutual narratives that distract by overlapping the same space, like the topology of a dream. These overlays can leave zones of unknowing of a different sort than rubble on streets, sutures in the architainment, within the mini-sets themselves. Does the guest sense which buildings are missing in New York, New York? Not really. More likely, the guest feels point of view, like the chiaroscuro in cinema, a dark accent that adds contour and suggests a controlled world for your visual pleasure. Indeed, movie sets are for our civilization the quintessential condensed spaces, a recorded memory cut short because the camera must keep moving. The LM Titanic is essentially all the streets of a city that movies generally show, a theatricalized backdrop 3 streets long, and short streets at that. Logically enough, a Titanic hotel has been discussed for a site just off the Vegas Strip. 27. Consider the broader implications of a condensed city. Tourism converts neighborhoods into a blackness off-screen, not seen, only the cinematic long shot where the murderer slinks away into the night. It condenses space into camera time. A world becomes a tour by automobile. This is particularly essential for the pedestrian strip. Vegas monumentalizes that time/space paradox off driving, even when you walk through it. Also, consider the cybernetic controls implied by condensed cities. Architainment selects what of the whole we see and chooses instantaneously, no time for resistance, like a search engine delivering on the web or a movie camera panning a city before the action starts. And yet beneath the false skyline of New York, New York, for example, like the antlers of a great moose, there is a single head, the casino, or the hotel, one building that supports the rest. The visitor probably NDS the interior soothing, a world under control. The sum of all of these, indoors/outdoors, becomes a computer-like menu, abbreviated, accessible, and air-conditioned wherever possible. You make your choice, a happy prisoner. What do condensed cities reveal about franchise capitalism in the electronic Baroque era? They mix elements from practically all the businesses that share in this Baroque: tourism, cinema, and the XED perspectives provided by the automobile. New York, New York is a composite of how it might feel inside a car on the Staten Island ferry as the skyline pulls in, or perhaps on a Sunday drive in Manhattan. We walk through what the view through a windshield would show us. Of course, it is nearly impossible to say for certain what the guest actually sees in his or her mind's eye. The Strip has been a road out of town to the airport for generations. That was its originary moment. All human settlements, no matter how genteel they get, refer back to such points of origin. What do condensed cities say about the context of urban life today? They monumentalize the death of cities as we have known them, much the way Disneyland's Main Street in 1955 reminded guests that small towns were dying. It is homage to what is gone. Oddly poignant, it can be charming, very hip and politically correct, like the jungle shop for extinct animals inside the MGM Grand, with its animatronic replacements for animals that will soon be irreplaceable. The city becomes a petting zoo, a backdrop for photographs, or a botanical gardens for a landscape of rare plants. It is a cheerful funeral, if possible out of scale, foreshortened to add grandeur. The Eiffel Tower is so close to the street. 28. It seems to bump you off the curb, as does the Empire State/Chrysler Building. The vertigo of the skyscraper is enhanced, even if the buildings are half-scale. Wherever possible, the condensed space in Vegas is not miniaturized. Somehow, through forced perspective, it still has to suggest scale. Vegas cities are part of an epic resort, not a Japanese contemplative garden, although Japanese theme parks certainly rival those in the United States. The Eiffel Tower looms directly against the street, as does the Statue of Liberty. The 9-acre Lake Como, like the pirate village along Treasure Island, is foreshortened to look even bigger. The Coke bottle that dominates the Coca-Cola Sim Museum hugs the street as well, drink soda pop condensed from around the world. I am reminded of the theatrical machines that relied on foreshortening in 17th century Europe, of the vast tradition of forced perspective and optical tricks that peaked in the Baroque era. Steve Wynn, the Archduke of Vegas Baroque, has called the architect John Jerd, Treasure Island, the Fremont Experience, Bellagio, a Bernini for our time. Jerd himself likes to compare himself to Borromini, a rival Bernini distrusted. Both Wynn and Jerd are profoundly aware of the late feudal nature of this world of megamalls and hypertrophic casinos. Instead of the industrial nation-state represented by Manhattan in 1920, we have retail, franchise capitalism, where entertainment and investment merge in real estate, urban planning, global ad campaigns, global licensing. It very much resembles the mercantilism of the 17th century, whether that of the Counter-Reformation in Italy or Central Europe, or of Colbert on behalf of Louis XIV. Condensed cities are baronial palaces with stylized moats and drawbridges, the public approach is only with permission. There is a profound sense in all the Vegas promotion I see that these condensed cities are the palace jewels. They are Versailles for the multitude, but let us never imagine that palaces are democratic sites. I do not care deeply whether the old cities return, much as I love them. I am more concerned that we may lose our urban political heritage. As a culture, we are being asked to dispose of our RST and Second Amendment rights for a good cup of latte and a chance to walk past architainment. To repeat, for emphasis, these are ducal domains, cities for public ritual, but not for democratic ways, to use Louis Sullivan's expression. These ergonomically restricted spaces, like being trapped in traffic but with a great CD sound system, will grow more comfortably restricted as the decades wear on. Ours is a much more class-driven call. 29. Tour. Steadily, institutions like genteel casinos are emerging to give us rituals to celebrate the new restrictions. Do not be fooled by the mix-off classes and races who walk along the strip. Crowds are not by definition a symbol of democracy. Crowds of that sort used to honor the birthday of the Baron as well. We must not confuse happy imprisonment with political freedom, remote controls with democratic controls. To shop and gamble freely is now the bulwark of the Republic. It is also not the bubonic plague no noir oversimplifications. What results is not the worst of all possible worlds, surely, but neither is it simply a new fashion. Architainment is a ducal fantasy on behalf of cinematic tourism. And cinematic tourism symbolizes the revival of a feudal economy, sponsored by franchise licensing and digitalized gambling. No one will die of it, but no one will be liberated by it either. Monuments are not crimes. They merely announce who is in charge of our public memory. 30. Francisco Menendez. Las Vegas of the Mind. Shooting movies in and about Nevada. Now covers a Chicago sidewalk. At the curb stands the All-American gas station, a front for organized crime. Several sedans, circa 1975, drive past as a large Lincoln cuts through the fresh snow at the station's entrance and parks next to one of the gas pumps. The Lincoln's door opens and out comes a huge man with salt and pepper hair wearing a winter coat. He looks around to check if he is being watched and enters the gas station, carrying a heavy briefcase. The man is Frank Marino, part of Nicky Santoro's crew. Money schemed from the Tangiers Casino in Las Vegas is in his briefcase. The Tangiers has secret ties to a Midwestern crime syndicate, and a payoff in dollars about to be delivered to the aging Remo Gaggai, head of the Chicago mob. "Cut," says a sharp voice. "Cut, and back to one," orders another voice. The sharp voice belongs to the New York filmmaker Martin Scorsese, who now paces beside the Academy Award-winning cinematographer Robert Richardson. Next to them, a 65mm LM camera focuses on the wintry scene. Through the camera's lens, the skyline of hotels and casinos reveals that the gas station is really located at the edge of downtown Las Vegas, not Chicago. On the street the dated picture cars return to their RST positions. The Scorsese veteran Frank Vincent, who plays the role of Frank Marino, backs the Lincoln out through the snow-covered entrance. 2:31. LM crew members sporting backpacks with hoses hurry to restore the mantle of white by spraying it with a foamy substance that, on screen, will look like fresh snow. For this shot, a large format LM camera is being used so that a matte of the Chicago skyline can be added to the scene months from now in post-production. This process shot will last no longer than 4 seconds of screen time, but shooting it here will save the crew the trouble of leaving its home base, Las Vegas, where most of the LM takes place. The movie is Casino, a $50 million Universal Pictures production. By Christmas 1995, audiences all over the country had seen Casino, the story of organized crime's decline in Las Vegas in the late 1970s and early 1980s, written by Nicholas Pileggi and Martin Scorsese. By the end of 1995, Las Vegas had also been featured prominently in Joe Esterhaus and Paul Verhoeven's Showgirls and John O'Brien and Mike Figgis's Leaving Las Vegas. Not everyone would see these LMS at the theater, but the advertising machine and the media blitz behind Hollywood LMS today made it nearly impossible not to know of them. Television spots, print ads, and cable specials make the public aware of LMS plots and show images from their climactic moments. The public has second, third, and fourth opportunities to catch LMS on pay-per-view, cable, or at the local video store. Images used to promote LMS not only rekindle memories of what the LM was about but reaffirm popular notions about Las Vegas and Nevada. Not only are more LMS shot on location in Nevada each year, but the Silver State is featured more and more as a locale in LM scenarios. A movie set in Nevada has come to have specific meaning in the mythology of LM storytelling. Early in LM history, footage shot in the state was used in adventure serials, westerns, and prehistoric sagas, but in the past few decades, LM narratives have integrated Nevada itself into their plots, thus constructing a pop culture conception of the state. This impression is LLED with images, icons, and new stories that wreaked our need to include Nevada in our shifting pop culture mythology. Today, Las Vegas is rendered in narrative LM as a moral testing ground, a special world in which a movie character's deity, integrity, and family are challenged by power, gambling, sex, and greed in a variable landscape of neon, desert, or science gone wrong. To appreciate how Las Vegas is currently depicted in LM, one must look at the state's early filmmaking history, the creation of the state motion picture division, and the reinvention of Las Vegas's own image. These provide 32. The proper context from which to appreciate the changing cultural conception of Nevada, and how LM stories set in the Silver State have evolved over the years. At the turn of the century, Nevada was nearing the end of a two-decade depression framed by the decline of the Comstock lode and the Tonopah mineral discoveries in 1900. At this time, boxing was a controversial sport. Participants and promoters risked felony convictions in other states. However, because of its poor school situation, Nevada welcomed prizing its RST attempt to attract tourism. The RST event recorded on LM in Nevada was a boxing match between James J. Corbett and Bob Fitzsimmons in 1897. That year, Nevada lawmakers answered Governor Reinhold Sadler's request for additional revenue measures by passing a bill that licensed prizes. The GHT aroused national outrage because Nevada law had legalized boxing. It was the beginning of a negative image the rest of the country would construct about Nevada, an image fed by later legislation emphasizing easy divorce and gambling, and another that would enhance Nevada's portrayal in motion pictures. The Corbett-Fitzsimmons GHT occurred 6 years after Thomas Alva Edison and William K. L. Dixon patented the kinetoscope, the original movie machine, in 1891. The next recorded entry in the state's filmography was another boxing match in Reno on July 4, 1910. 13 years after Corbett-Fitzsimmons, Nevada scandalized the nation once again, this time by mixing races in the ring. The former heavyweight champion Jim Jeffries was brought out of retirement to GHT the RST black heavyweight title holder, Jack Johnson. The hostile crowds were reported to be downright dangerous, not only because Jack Johnson was black, but because he was living openly at his training camp with his white wife. The result of the match was that Johnson pummeled the aging Jeffries and took him out in the 15th round of a scheduled 45-round GHT. Johnson's impressive performance apparently appeased the crowd. The box office record of 15,670 tickets sold would not be surpassed until years later. The preservation of this spectacle on LM allowed Americans across the nation to witness the event. Interested spectators no longer had to use their imaginations to connect pictures to written reports, instead, they had a chance to experience the GHT with their own eyes. That side of Nevada became real through the medium of LM. The RST attempt to shoot a narrative LM in Nevada dramatized the event that pulled the state out of its 20-year depression. In 1913. 33. Yale Feature Films shot a four-reeler entitled The Tonopah Stampede for Gold. In his manuscript Cinema in the Silver State, the Nevada LM researcher Gary Duval suggests that, since only pre-release items are available on this LM, and since there is no record of a screening, the LM may never have been released. What makes this movie about men trying to stake their claims during the Nevada Gold Rush notable is that it featured, as themselves, acting Governor Tasker L. Oddie and Jim Butler, the man who discovered the Mizpah and Butler mines. Back in the teens, it was not surprising to see untrained actors starring in silent LMS. Such was the case with Helen Holmes, the daughter of a railroad executive, who was lucky enough to meet Mack Sennett's Keystone Comedies star Mabel Norman, who promised her, "I can get you work in the movies if you have enough money to get some good clothes." Holmes joined the ranks of those brave LM serial heroines in peril. In 1915, she came to Nevada to shoot episodes of The Hazards of Helen, the longest-running serial of all time. There were 119 episodes of The Hazards of Helen, of which episodes number 20 through number 23 were shot in Nevada. In this case, the state was a generic backdrop rather than a specific locale. Each installment revolved around a train, a villain, and Helen, who always proved resourceful in even the most dangerous situations. The company worked quickly, shooting an episode a week, and chartering a train that would transport them every morning to the vicinity of Bard and Sloan, where the surroundings were deemed sufficiently wild and romantic to suit. Helen Holmes returned to Nevada the next year with her director, CO star, and dance, John P. McGowan, to shoot another episode, The Girl and the Game. The company hired some locals, and this time a portion of the episode featured Reno. One scene, staged atop the Majestic Theater, included a pan of most of the existing town. Northern Nevada was featured several times in early silent movies. In 1919, Robert Z. Leonard shot The Scarlet Shadow and What Am I Bid? In the Lake Tahoe area. Both melodramas starred his then-wife, the silent LM star Mae Murray. In 1921, Nevada residents Captain H. M. Joss and the producer John Carrico made the Western Black Steve of the Sierras, billed as the RST All Nevada Picture Creation. Even then, Nevadans were determined to show the LM industry that the state had all the resources necessary to make movies. 10 In 1922, Paramount Pictures shot The Covered Wagon, 1923, later to be labeled the RST Epic Western, and one of several big-budget silent pictures that featured Nevada's desert. Its director, James Cruz, Man. 34. From the Hazards of Helen, 1915. Aged a cast of 3,000, including 1,000 Native Americans brought in from Wyoming and New Mexico. 2 years later, John Ford shot his own large-scale western in Nevada, The Iron Horse, 1924, which tells the story of young lovers who endure the obstacles of the coupling of the Union Pacific and the Central Pacific Railroads. It was shot at Dodge Siding and Pyramid Lake, Nevada, and became Ford's RST success. 11 Nevada's untamed landscape continued to attract LM productions. In 1926, Samuel Goldwyn sent the director Henry King to Nevada to scout for the perfect desert location in which to stage a supercolossal picture. The Winning of Barbara Worth, starring Ronald Colman and Vilma Banky, was Gary Cooper's debut picture, a melodramatic romance set against a vast desert irrigation scheme. The production company established the town of Barbara Worth, Nevada, in the Black Rock Desert as a publicity stunt. After a tight 8-week shooting schedule, the company of 3,000 people left, turning the site into an instant ghost town. 12 In southern Nevada, Hal Roach wrote and produced Black Cyclone, 1925, a love story where horses play the major parts and humans are the supporting characters. He set up a unit on the home ranch in the Mopa Valley. The Valley of Fire also served as a location for several LMS, among them the 1939 Caveman Saga 1 million BC. Victor Mature, and Carol Landis, and included some uncredited directing by D.W. Griffith. 13 During the 1920s and 1930s, Nevada was used mostly as a backdrop of arid landscapes. The major exceptions were pictures that were shot in and about Reno, a city that developed a distinct reputation with the American public. In 1920, the silent screen star Mary Pickford traveled to Reno and waited for 6 months to get a divorce so she could marry Douglas Fairbanks. The high visibility of her stay paved the road for fashionable celebrity divorces, and Reno would eventually become known as the divorce capital of the world. 14 Legalized prostitution and rumors that it had become a major center for laundering stolen cash helped cement Reno's image as Sin City. It represented what the country continued to see as Nevada's immorality. Movies set in Reno promised a sultry melodrama to audiences outside the state. 15 The relegalization of gambling in Nevada in 1931 further perpetuated and cemented the state's bad name. While Nevada offered legal prostitution, divorce, and gambling, Hollywood self-censored the material it put on the screen. Back in 1915, the U.S. Supreme Court had found that 36. Motion pictures were not to be granted the free speech protection guaranteed to newspapers and other media. This decision, along with several Hollywood scandals in the early 1920s, prompted LM producers to create a self-regulatory organization called the Motion Picture Producers and Distributors of America in an attempt to forestall external regulation. 16. In 1930, a document was drafted known as the Production Code, which attempted to explain the general moral principles by which producers should be guided as well as to spell out specific directives regarding the depiction of crimes against the law, sex, dances, religion, vulgarity, repellent subjects, and other potentially objectionable material. With religious groups threatening to boycott offending movies, filmmakers respected the code. It remained in effect until the 1950s. 17 films made in or about Nevada in the 1930s, 1940s, and early 1950s must therefore be seen in the context of the Production Code. Pictures with Vegas in the title began to proliferate in the 1940s when the Hoover Dam's construction caused sudden growth in Las Vegas. Some LMS were shot on location, while others used stock footage of casino exteriors and were shot back in California. One of these was Las Vegas Nights, 1941, a musical remembered, not because of its plot, but because it introduced Frank Sinatra to the silver screen. The Sin City mantle began to pass from Reno to Las Vegas during this period. In 1952, Howard Hughes produced The Las Vegas Story, starring Jane Russell and Victor Mature, a Casablanca-like tale of a woman ending her old love in a land of greed and being forced to decide whether or not to stay with her husband. The twist is that, unlike Paul Henriot's character in Casablanca, the husband is not a leader of the anti-Nazi underground but an embezzler and perhaps a murderer. 18. The Las Vegas Story was LMED on location at the Flamingo, and Hughes, who ran RKO at the time, was quoted as saying that the location represented all that is glamorous and exciting about Las Vegas. The movie also starred Hughes's protege, Jane Russell, whose shapely figure had caused censorship problems during the release of Hughes's earlier western The Outlaw, 1943. Despite these enticing elements, and a much publicized ad campaign, the public stayed away and critics savaged the picture. 19. However, The Las Vegas Story is best remembered for the controversy during its production. The LMS screenwriter, Paul Jarrico, had refused to testify for the House Un-American Activities Committee on 37. The grounds of self-incrimination. This led to Jarrico's immediate dismissal by Hughes. The Writers Guild arbitrated and RKO decided that Jarrico's name should remain on the credits, despite 2 additional writers having been brought onto the project. Hughes overrode the arbitration and spoke out against communist unions in Hollywood and Red sympathizers and dupes in the LM industry. 20. The concerns of the Cold War affected Nevada in other ways. By 1952, most nuclear testing occurred less than 100 miles away from Las Vegas at the Nevada test site. This spawned several Grade B science fiction LMS that used Nevada as a radioactive backdrop, among them The Atomic Kid, 1954, The Amazing Colossal Man, 1957, and The Beast of Yucca Flat, 1960. While Hollywood was engaged with Senator Joseph McCarthy's witch hunts in the early 1950s, movies lost their edge. The pervasive fear that the House Un-American Activities Committee had engendered made studios produce movies that would placate the production code-offs. Hollywood also lost audience share to the new medium of television. In 1948, when Howard Hughes had gained control of RKO, about 360 million people went to the movies every week. By 1952, weekly attendance at the movies had dropped dramatically to 200 million. 21. In response, filmmakers tried to woo audiences back into theaters. One approach was to make LMS that could, once more, boast shooting in actual locales. As sound and camera equipment became more portable, LM units could once again venture outside the studio gates. Hollywood LM producers were, however, met with a cumbersome permit process and a web of additional fees when they tried to shoot on location in California. Since Joss and Carrico's Black Steve of the Sierras, 1921, there has been an active interest in trying to lure filmmaking to Nevada. In fact, filmmakers had used the state as a generic location as many times as they had scripted Nevada as a specific locale. The University of Nevada, Reno, and the scenic vistas around Lake Tahoe served as picturesque backdrops, just as the Nevada desert had served adventure serials, westerns, and 1 million B.C. In the early 1960s, the LM industry remained in a slump, but Nevada made a comeback as a specific location with pictures set in Las Vegas. Frank Sinatra and his Rat Pack played World War II veterans attempting to rob Vegas resorts on New Year's Eve in Ocean's 11, 1960. Viva Las Vegas, 1964, would be remembered as the ultimate Elvis picture, fusing elements of the Kings. 38. From Viva Las Vegas, 1964. Past movies with the glitzy background of Las Vegas. Both Sinatra and Elvis would become inextricably linked with the town that described itself to the outside as the entertainment capital of the world. Las Vegas was moving beyond its image as Sin City and was beginning to establish its mythical stature on screen. In the 1960s, however, Robert Sklar observes in his book Movie Made America, the children of the post-war baby boom, the infants who kept their parents home from the movies in the late 1940s, began to come of age. They themselves had grown up in the television era and had logged tens of thousands of hours before the small screen. Oriented to the visual media as no previous generation had been, they experienced a steady diet of entertainment equivalent to the B-movies of the 1930s. 22 The baby boomers were ready to be recruited into the ranks of LM. 39. Fans. Hollywood countered this challenge by reaching back to its genre traditions to please this new audience. By the mid-1960s, those who worried about the movie's ability to corrupt were outnumbered by those curious enough to attend. Hollywood discovered that controversy would sell as many, if not more, tickets. The production code had become outdated and was replaced by a ratings system. Culturally, LMS rose once more as they had in the 1930s, this time playing to an audience that had been trained by television. Hollywood began to shift its focus toward the successively younger generations that were buying movie tickets. By end of the 1960s, Hollywood was courting a new generation who would be mentored by, come of age with, and sometimes allow their lives to be deemed by movies. 23. The common experience of television, and now LM, created a popular culture that allowed audiences to share collective notions of stories, characters, and locales. Vegas was displayed prominently in the James Bond series when Sean Connery made his return in Diamonds Are Forever, 1971. In this picture, the Las Vegas Valley is replete with casinos, mobsters, nuclear warheads, and Willard White, a movie version of Howard Hughes, played by the singer and sausage magnate Jimmy Dean. Recalling Hughes's mysterious hermit-like existence in his top-floor suite at the Desert Inn, White is sequestered in his own hotel, the White House. It was Howard Hughes himself who approved the script and gave the producers full access to the city. Las Vegas was no longer just a backdrop, its history was used and repackaged, however ridiculously, by this box office success. The fictional geography of Las Vegas began with Ocean's 11's detailed description of the VE Las Vegas casinos targeted for the heist, the Sahara, the Sands, the Flamingo, the Riviera, and the Desert Inn. It continued in a sanitized tour with Elvis and Anne Margaret in Viva Las Vegas, which takes place during the Las Vegas Grand Prix and not only features strip hotels but uses Hoover Dam and the campus of Nevada Southern University, now the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Diamonds Are Forever completes the tour, featuring the International, now the Las Vegas Hilton, as the White House as well as other Las Vegas landmarks. Las Vegas locations became an integral part of the fabric of each of these movies. No longer just backdrops, the locations, real or fictionalized, are required in order for these stories to take place. While Las Vegas was redrawn by these pictures, Nevada's links with organized crime were about to be presented to a worldwide audience in a believable context. The Godfather won the 1972 Oscar for Best Pic. 40. Tour. 2 years later, its sequel won another Oscar for Best Picture. These were the RST Academy Award-winning LMS to portray Nevada in an openly disreputable light. The Godfather, based on the novel by Mario Puzo, tells the story of the fictional Corleone family and their organized crime empire. Frito, the black sheep of the Corleone family, is sent to Vegas to work at the fictional Tropicana Hotel Casino, run by the flamboyant Mo Green. Later, Michael Corleone, played by Al Pacino, NDS out that his brother Frito has been shamed publicly, leading to Green's gangland-style execution at the end of the LM. 24. The Godfather 2 goes further by placing the Corleone family retreat at Lake Tahoe, Nevada, and including several scenes featuring a local senator, played by G.D. Spradlin, who is intent on extorting money from the Corleone family if they persist on developing new casino interests in Nevada. Michael, the new Godfather, deals with the senator's threats by framing the politician for the murder of a young prostitute at a local whorehouse run by Frito. By this time, Michael has assumed a guise of respectability, but he is not beyond using force to protect the interests of his family. 25. Earlier generic portrayals of mobsters and hoodlums are transformed in these LMS into a nexus of organized crime, casinos, and the Nevada state government. The critical and popular success of The Godfather and its sequel impressed on audiences worldwide the picture of a Nevada run by the mob and corrupt state officials. These two LMS played to these real and popular conceptions of Nevada's ties to organized crime, and where the veracity of events ended and the shin became irrelevant. Unlike Ocean's 11, Viva Las Vegas, and Diamonds Are Forever, which respectively integrate Las Vegas into the caper picture, the musical, and the action movie, the Godfather pictures play along the lines of a historical epic. The caliber of the script, the direction, the design, the cinematography, and the acting, combined with the award-winning recognition of both LMS by the critics and the LM community, elevated these LMS in stature, turning popular perception into accepted fact. The fantastical image of Las Vegas and the real rendering of Nevada were two images that connected in years to come. Either Nevada was a benign oasis LLED with neon promising luck, glamour, and adventure, or it was a sleazy place populated by criminals, gamblers, and prostitutes, with little hope and plenty of broken dreams. In the next 20 years, both images prevailed. At RST, the negative image was 41. A cause of great concern to the state, and, specifically, to the resort community. During the 1970s, Nevada remained determined to entice filmmakers in a concerted effort to diversify its financial base. The state's goal was to try to make movie and television production the third industry behind gaming and tourism. Although the growth of movie production in Nevada is intertwined with the owning of Las Vegas as resort community, that history was not without its own growing pains. Efforts to attract movie production to the state on a regular basis remained unsuccessful, and interested locals demanded a state agency that would court Hollywood. For years, other states' LM commissions had bent over backward to get movie producers to locate their productions there. They lured LM companies by providing what was not available in California: easy access to sites and permits, discount lodging and office facilities, and the attractiveness of a right-to-work state. Yet, in 1978, Nevada remained the only Western state without a LM commission. This meant that LM and television productions were at the mercy of hotels and service providers, and on their own when it came to scouting locations or securing permits. 26 In his book Adventures in the Screen Trade, the screenwriter William Goldman recounts his experiences when he wanted to use the MGM Grand, now Bally's, as a location for shooting a remake of Grand Hotel in 1977. Norman Jewison was to direct, and it was to be a big-budget musical. At the time, no LM had ever been shot at the MGM Grand and no filmmaker had seen its size or interiors, making it virgin territory. 27. Deals were made, the picture was a go project, but then, as Goldman describes it, a Metro executive, literally, woke up from a sound sleep and realized that Jewison got no cut on his pictures, and what if he decided to ridicule the Grand? As Goldman counters, neither Jewison nor I ever dreamed of ridiculing the Grand. We wanted to make this wonderful bubble, an entertainment, very pure and very simple, with the best musical talents we could nd. An expose of the dark side of Vegas's underbelly was not what he had in mind. Nor did we want to mock the ladies in curlers or the men in leisure suits. And we weren't after a tract that preached the evils of gambling. 28 But Jewison had no cut in his contract, which meant that the Metro executives could not risk the possible disgrace of their establish. 42. Meant. Final cut is one of the most coveted items in a director's contract, so Jewison was not going to give up his right. The Metro executives gave in with one major exception: Jewison and Goldman could do whatever they wanted with everything outside the hotel, but anything shot inside would be controlled by Metro. This concession meant little to the filmmakers, because 99% of the story takes place inside the hotel, but the point the executives were making was clear: what the public saw would be controlled. Both Jewison and Goldman left the project, but 4 years later they were contacted again by Metro to consider it. This time Goldman hesitantly went to Las Vegas to explore location possibilities. As he was touring one of the gigantic suites, a hotel employee said to him, "His is the one Mr. Ashby used." 29 In just 4 years, the people who had denied Goldman and Jewison free access had allowed Hal Ashby to LM look in to Get Out, 1982, the story of 2 New York losers who escaped to Las Vegas. It had yet to be released, but Goldman managed to get hold of the script. The story hinged on the pair impersonating a friend of one of the hotel executives over the phone, thereby fooling the hotel staff and getting everything for free at the MGM Grand. Lookin' to Get Out had been approved by the MGM executive staff after being refused by Caesars Palace across the street and had used all the locations that Grand Hotel had intended to use. Moreover, it exploited the dark image of Vegas that Goldman and Jewison had had no interest in exploring. This included a scene where one of the male leads waits outside in the corridors so his buddy, inside, can get a blowjob from a whore. The inconsistencies that Goldman discovered at the MGM during the pre-production of Grand Hotel were not the only type of roadblock filmmakers faced while shooting in Las Vegas in the late 1970s and early 1980s. The TV series Vegas followed the exploits of Detective Dan Tana, who operated out of the Desert Inn. The show's producers shot all over town, but found it difficult to operate because service providers charged the production ludicrous prices. Bob Hirsch, formerly director of the Nevada Motion Picture Division, regretfully recalled the series being billed $300 for a bag of ice. In 1982, Nevada's newly elected Governor Richard Bryan made good on his campaign promises to establish the Motion Picture Division of the Commission on Economic Development. This office would entice LM, television, and commercial productions to come to Nevada and 43. From the Electric Horseman, 1979. Provide them with a formal liaison to monitor abuses either by providers or by the productions themselves. 30. There has always been a delicate balance between the art and business of making movies. ALM is considered successful by a studio if it is accepted at the box office or if it garners the requisite amount of prestige, thus making the write-off more attractive. The problem that studios have with A Pictures is that their cost is now typically from $20 to $60 million, and there is no guarantee that ALM will be either a popular or a critical success. Studio executives therefore hedge their bets by relying on several factors in producing a motion picture: a director's or star's track record, story elements similar to those of past successes, or high production values that may stimulate audience curiosity. 31. A state's motion picture division faces similar challenges when determining whether ALM will bin at the territory. Of course, if ALM 44 spends a lot of money in the state, it obviously meets the requirement of bolstering the economy. Yet determining which movies to favor when the production slate is full can be as tricky as deciding whether a movie should be put into production. A concern to any state motion picture division is that the state might be misrepresented or shown in a negative light. The more immediate reason that box office numbers and critical reception of Nevada-themed LMS are important to state officials is because LMS that gain widespread attention present their images of the Silver State to the broadest audiences. In effect, the powerful medium of LM could reinforce or combat the desired perception. 32. In the past, the armed forces and government agencies such as the FBI have refused to cooperate with LM companies because of negative portrayals of their organizations. Indeed, the Las Vegas resort community had been reluctant to align itself with the portrayal of organized crime in the hotel/gaming industry. In 1984, John Chiaro, then president of the Tropicana, spoke out in the press against the NBC TV movie entitled The Las Vegas Strip War because it mentioned organized crime in a story about hotels on the Las Vegas Strip. Surprisingly, the context was not a negative one. In the LM, a casino owner down on his luck refuses money from potential investors when he hears out that they may be mobsters. 33. Nevada representatives yearned for the state to be portrayed as a magical place devoid of crime, addicted gamblers, and immorality, as in the movie Starman, 1985, the story of an innocent alien in human form who uses his extraterrestrial powers to win at a slot machine so that he can escape in a new car. This vision of Las Vegas was not far from the one Goldman was trying to achieve in Grand Hotel, and it was the kind of LM that the Film Commission was interested in bringing to Nevada. In 1987, the TV producer/director Michael Mann was given support to shoot Crime Story on location in Las Vegas as long as it showed organized crime as a thing of the past. The show focused on Nevada mobsters circa 1950. Frank Sain, the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority chief, was said to have no public image concerns as long as Crime Story never moved its episodes into the 1980s. 34 In 1988, Barry Levinson's Rain Man won several Academy Awards, including Best Picture. Charlie Babbitt, a self-centered young hotshot, played by Tom Cruise, is forced to travel with his grown autistic brother Raymond, played by Dustin Hoffman. When Charlie realizes that Raymond is a whiz at math, he takes him to Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas to 45. Count cards in blackjack. The characters win big, allowing Charlie to get out of his financial jam. Again, this was the kind of benign rendering of Nevada on LM that the Nevada Motion Picture Division wanted to foster. Finally, here was a critically acclaimed, heartfelt story that stayed away from the seamy side of Nevada. As seen through the eyes of the autistic Raymond in Rain Man, Las Vegas is impressive, lavish, and conquerable. This was not a gambling picture per se, but it perpetuated the image of Las Vegas as a magical place. A screenwriting competition was instituted by the Nevada Motion Picture Division in 1990 to encourage the writing of LMS about Nevada or that could take advantage of Nevada locations. In 1992, in an effort to ensure that only an accurate, positive image of Nevada was depicted, the Nevada Motion Picture Division attempted to push through a bill in the state legislature requiring approval of the script of any motion picture to be shot in the state. It was voted down for fear it would be seen as censorship and drive away filmmakers. 35 In 1994, downtown Las Vegas stood in for hell in the miniseries The Stand, adapted from a Stephen King novel, in which survivors of a deadly virus make pilgrimages to two Messiah-likers, a mystical old woman in Utah and a forbidding, devil-like character who now rules Las Vegas. The message is clear: Las Vegas symbolizes all that is wrong with humanity. By 1995, Nevada gave up its self-imposed 3-decade limit on assisting productions portraying historical mob involvement in Las Vegas when Martin Scorsese wanted to LM Casino there. The LM is set in the late 1970s and early 1980s and depicts the events that led to Tony Spilatro's death, and Frank Rosenthal's inclusion in the infamous Casino Black Book. Despite the fact that the LM did not enter Las Vegas, its big budget made it an attractive project for Nevada. Moreover, the Nevada Motion Picture Division knew that Casino would help demonstrate to the rest of the filmmaking community that a big-budget production with A-list talent could be shot entirely in-state. The Casino production team remained in Las Vegas for 7 months shooting Nicholas Pileggi and Martin Scorsese's 140-page screenplay. Most big-budget LMS set in Nevada use the state for exterior locations and casino interiors, and then retreat to Los Angeles or New York sound stages to niche the rest of the production. Casino was an exception. In it, not only do Las Vegas and its surroundings provide the requisite Las Vegas interior and exterior shots, but Nevada locations stand in for 46. From Casino, 1995. Chicago, Kansas City, Beverly Hills, Palm Springs, a tropical retreat in Costa Rica, and even a Cornwall in Indiana. The LMS budget was large, and Scorsese's track record with this kind of material allowed him to dictate the specifics of the production. In fact, shooting on location extended the schedule by several weeks. More income for Nevada, but not good news to studio accountants. In Casino's case, concern about whether it was an accurate portrayal of real-life events was eclipsed by the money and exposure the project would give the state. However, to audiences who have seen the LM, the decline of the Las Vegas mob is no longer an abstraction, but a specific set of images and events that will be inextricably linked to their recollection of Nevada history. Furthermore, the LMS views on gambling, Nevada's premier indus. 47. Try, are as cynical and outspoken as those of Ace Rothstein, the LMS main character, who tells the audience in voice-over narration, "At the time, Vegas was a place where 30 million suckers you in every year on their own nickel and left behind $1 billion." Ironically, that same year, the Nevada Motion Picture Division would not be able to provide Mike Figgis with hotel locations for his low-budget LM leaving Las Vegas. In a 1996 interview, Bob Hirsch made it clear that the main reason was the LM's bleak portrayal of its characters, its sometimes brutal plot, and its negative view of Las Vegas. No hotel wanted to be associated with that kind of script. 36 Ironically, Showgirls, a LM that was released unrated because of its sexual content, was shooting in Las Vegas at the same time. The main character is also a hooker, and the LM depicts both drug abuse and a corrupt staff at the Stardust Hotel. Figgis went public to protest what he called the censorship of his script. The Nevada Motion Picture Division insisted that no hotel casino wanted to be linked with his material. In the end, Figgis shot in Laughlin and LMED what he needed guerrilla style on the Las Vegas Strip. Despite its low budget and low-profile director, Leaving Las Vegas received many more nominations and awards than Casino, and Showgirls is now remembered as one of the worst LMs ever shot in Nevada. 37 But Nevada's image on LM has managed to evolve. The negative aspects of Nevada have been fused to stories seeking to depict the state as mysterious and alluring. Nevada's mythic place in LM narrative evolved slowly. In terms of storytelling on LM, it is important to note that screenwriters continue to draw on ancient myths and folktales. The elevation of LM into a pop cultural experience in the late 1960s allows these mythical landscapes to be widely shared. Screen stories continue to evolve by borrowing from old tales to create new myths that mirror the culture's preconceptions. In LM stories, the journey of the protagonist from an ordinary world into a special world to confront his or her fears has endured as the most popular structure for a feature-length narrative. These stories have evolved from the mythical deeds of the more traditional archetypal hero into the darker adventures of an innocent main character in a fairy story. 38 In this mythology, Nevada is a special world in which ordinary people are tested. A 1980s version of this myth was attempted on a large scale by the same director who had been responsible for linking Nevada to organized crime on screen. In September 1980, the director of the 48 Godfather LMS, Francis Ford Coppola, invited 350 guests to Rutherford Vineyards in California to announce that something incredibly great was about to happen. That something was his next LM, One from the Heart, a fantasy love story set in Las Vegas, which attempts to combine and reinvent several classic LM genres. Unfortunately, after Apocalypse Now, Coppola had grown weary of location making, so the LM would not be shot in Nevada. He was also determined to use new technologies and a process he called the electronic storyboard to shoot the LM. This required studio control, so Coppola's newly purchased and freshly baptized Zoetrope Studios rebuilt Las Vegas in Northern California. 39 Michael Goodwin and Naomi Wise reconstruct that time in their book On the Edge, The Life and Times of Francis Coppola. The real Las Vegas wasn't as good as the Las Vegas of the mind. Coppola wanted magical images that would go right past reality to achieve some kind of super reality, something like a live-action version of a Disney animated LM. If he shot in the real Las Vegas, it would be just another relationship movie. Dean Tavoularis, the production designer, could build him a Las Vegas infinitely shinier, brighter, and more artistic than the one in Nevada. 40. On February 4, 1981, Coppola held a press conference at his studio, 3 days into shooting One from the Heart. There he recalled how as a young man he had lost $1,000 in Las Vegas in an attempt to raise money for a LM. He then explained why the movie was set in Vegas. It's a perfect place to set a love story. One minute the city says, "Come, come and get me," and the next, it looks like Burbank and you're drunk and broke. 41 But Coppola did not have to travel to Nevada to lose money on One from the Heart. The expensive sets, the new technology, and the mixing of genres created a movie that was visually incredible, but resulted in a story that could not live up to its images. The tale of a Las Vegas couple, Hank and Franny, who stray from each other one 4th of July, only to return to each other's embrace the next day, failed to capture the imaginations of audiences and critics. 42 Coppola had indeed taken Las Vegas and reinvented it in his own back lot. Little did he know that Las Vegas was about to begin redefining itself in a way that would surpass his vision. The magical images, the super reality, and the live-action version of an animated LM would all come to pass. Vegas would, indeed, become shinier, brighter, and more aesthetically designed in the years to come. 49. In the mythology of screen stories, a new myth set in Nevada had been born, but Coppola failed to make it work. The biggest difference between Coppola's Lovers in One from the Heart and the couples that would be tested in the City of Sin in years to come was that Coppola's pair are Las Vegas residents. Las Vegas's seductive and destructive powers, which Coppola seeks to depict, only work for those who come to Vegas from the outside, not for those who live there and work within its system. The next 15 years would see the development of the new myth in which a young couple are tested by Las Vegas. In order for this myth to work, at least one of them has to travel voluntarily to the Neon City, so that they cannot be dismissed as victims of Nevada, but are understood to be active participants in a bind that they have created for themselves. Once they have survived this testing, their relationship deepens and their lives change. This pattern plays out in Lost in America, Honeymoon in Vegas, Indecent Proposal, Leaving Las Vegas, and Vegas Vacation. Albert Brooks's comedy Lost in America, 1985, helped begin to codify this new screen myth. In this story, yuppie spouses David and Linda Howard, played by Brooks and Julie Haggerty, decide to drop out of society and hit the road in their own materialistic version of Easy Rider. They cash out their assets, buy a Winnebago, and leave Los Angeles to live their dream life. The RST stop on their tour is Las Vegas, where they plan to renew their vows at a wedding chapel before traveling on into the American wilderness. On arrival at the Desert Inn in Las Vegas, David decides that they can wait to renew their vows until the next morning. Their RST experience in Nevada does not bode well. The desk clerk cannot provide them with a bridal suite, and David's continued attempt at bribing him only results in securing a junior bridal suite, a small room with 2 teeny heart-shaped beds. That night, David wakes up to discover that Linda has left the room. He NDS her in the casino at the roulette table where she has been gambling the entire night. The news is worse than he fears. In the past few hours, she has managed to lose their entire nest egg, making it impossible for them to live out their fantasy. David asks to talk privately to the casino manager, played by Gary Marshall. Upstairs in an office in the Desert Inn, David attempts to use his talents as an LA advertising executive to persuade the casino manager to return their nest egg to them. "My wife and I have dropped out of society," David explains. 50. The casino manager twists his head uncomfortably, failing to understand what David is getting at. "We really just were gonna roam across the country and ND ourselves, just like they did in Easy Rider." "Easy what?" "Easy Rider, the LM. "Oh, I didn't see that LM. Great movie. You gotta see it, it's historic." David and Linda belong to a generation that has been mentored and inspired by LMS. They are too young to have taken part in the 1960s counterculture but have experienced it by watching the granddaddy of all road movies. Although their plan bears little resemblance to Easy Rider in reality, they crave Captain America and Wyatt's quest for freedom, the freedom to do your own thing. The casino manager empathizes with David and Linda, and immediately reassures David that his rooms and his meals are now comped. But David continues, determined to explain to the manager how he and Linda are special, and how the whole situation can be turned to everyone's advantage. "As the boldest experiment in advertising history, you give us our money back," David pitches. "I beg your pardon," the casino manager interrupts. "Give us our money back. Think of the publicity." David explains. "The Hilton Hotel has these billboards all over Los Angeles where the winners of these slot machine jackpots, their faces are all over LA, and I know that works. I've seen people at corners look up and say, maybe I'll go to the Hilton." "Well, you give us our money back." "I don't even know now, 'cause I'm just coming off the top of my head, but a visual where if we had a billboard and the Desert Inn handed us our nest egg back." This gives the Desert Inn really. David is at a loss for a second, then suddenly he blurts out, "Vegas is not associated with feeling. Those people on those signs, they won, the casino manager explains. You lost. That's exactly the campaign, David counters. After reviewing his and Linda's situation, the Desert Inn gives them their money back. The casino manager explains that if they did that, everyone would want their money back. David explains that he and his wife are different, they made a mistake, and the Desert Inn has the power to correct it. David continues, I end the campaign, you make a clear distinction. 51. Between the bold, who would be my wife and I, and then all the other schmucks who come here to see Wayne Newton. I like Wayne Newton, the casino manager says. I said Wayne Newton. David asks, realizing he has made a mistake. What were you talking about? I heard you say schmucks see Wayne Newton. I like him. That makes me a schmuck. And so the scene continues, with the casino manager struggling to explain to David why his proposed The Desert Inn has heart ad campaign won't work, and David trying to pitch Las Vegas, a Christmas place to be. The casino manager tells him that people know what to expect when they come to Vegas, people come here, to gamble. They want to go to a hunting lodge, they go to Wisconsin. They want to rest, they go to New Orleans. They want to gamble, they come to Vegas. That's why it's called gambling, Las Vegas, gambling. 43. Funny as the scene may be in the context of 1985, a decade later, Las Vegas evidently read that casino manager and hired David to do its publicity. David's incongruous pitch Las Vegas, a Christmas place to be is not far from the ad campaigns of the 1990s, oriented to bringing the entire family to Las Vegas. David and Linda began the archetypal girls that would form the new screen myth, the tale of the young couple arriving in Nevada to be tested in Sin City. On screen, Nevada is henceforth no longer reserved for adventurers, burnouts, and compulsive gamblers, it also lures innocents, who fall prey to the vices it has to offer. The appeal of this story is that the couple manage to overcome the obstacles they face and in their own way discover how important they really are to each other. Lost in America ends by warning its viewers in its end credits, to those few that have the courage to drop out and end themselves, may God be with you and take you through Utah, avoiding Nevada completely. However, LMS have continued to depict Nevada as a magnet to screen innocence. Las Vegas functions as the mysterious forest once did in fairy tales. It is an unknown and frightening environment, but one that the central characters will eventually overcome. Honeymoon in Vegas, 1992, for instance, is a comedy in which a young couple, played by Nicolas Cage and Sarah Jessica Parker, travel to Las Vegas to get married. After arriving in Nevada, their relationship shifts dramatically when he loses her in a high-stakes card game at Bally's to a professional gambler, played by James Caan. The LM goes to great lengths to connect itself with Elvis's Viva Las Vegas, including having Cage jump out of an airplane dressed as an Elvis impersonator. 52. From Honeymoon in Vegas, 1992. The plot of Indecent Proposal, 1993, uses Las Vegas similarly, but this LM, shot at the Las Vegas Hilton, plays as a drama. A young married couple, played by Woody Harrelson and Demi Moore, come to Las Vegas in hopes of winning enough money to pay their mortgage, which they manage to do. Their greed is played upon by Robert Redford, playing a tycoon who offers the couple $1 million for the opportunity to sleep with Moore. In both LMS, the couples realize their love for each other and successfully reunite. Las Vegas acts as a testing ground to see how far seemingly honest characters will bend their morality, and then to what lengths they will go to get it back. In 1994, a Time article entitled Las Vegas, U.S.A., featured on the cover of the magazine, concluded that Las Vegas had not changed, but that America had. 44. Even leaving Las Vegas was marketed to the new myth. The LM tells the tale of a drunken screenwriter, also played by Nicolas Cage, in 53. An Oscar-winning performance, who comes to Nevada to drink himself to death. He encounters a hooker, played by Elizabeth Shue, picks her up, and eventually moves in with her, biding his time until his death. Despite the LMS grim material, the emphasis is on the love story that develops between the characters, and Cage's death is his way of doing his own thing. 45. The LMS marketing also conformed more to the new myth of the couple who come to Vegas to ND each other. Discrepancies from this paradigm in the scenario were compensated for by the expectations created by the marketing campaign. In the end, audiences were convinced that they had seen a love story and not the abysmal tale in which the Nevada Motion Picture Division had failed to ND merit. In 100 years of LM history, there have been only a few LMS shot in Nevada about Nevada residents. The best example is John Huston's The Mists, 1961, a psychological drama about contemporary cowboys, the Mists of the LMS title, who hunt down wild mustangs and sell them to be butchered for dog food. Marilyn Monroe is an emotionally unstable Reno divorcee. Clark Gable plays an aging cowhand who falls in love with her, and Montgomery Clift is a cowhand and rodeo rider. Monroe is deeply upset by the men's determination to capture the horses, and the men are obsessed with who will end up with Monroe. But audiences have voted with their wallets and show no interest in seeing Nevadans and their personal problems on screen. Nevada does not exist as a real place where real people live and have problems, but only as a mythologized world outside reality, which endures in the imagination and on the LM screen. Nevada has not only lived up to its reputation but has been transformed by it, making visitors believe their preconceptions, rather than try to understand what it takes to live in the desert alongside the neon. Even older conceptions of Las Vegas, such as Hunter S. Thompson's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, 46, which was brought to the screen in 1998 in a LM directed by Terry Gilliam, are dated. The fictionalized Las Vegas journey of Hunter S. Thompson and Oscar Zeta Acosta, as they attempt to cover a national race and crash a police convention while high on every possible drug, no longer rings true. At the end of the millennium, Fear and Loathing is a strange historical artifact that lacks the context for us to understand the rantings of the LMS main character, Raoul Duke, as he tries to sum up the 1960s and in what Las Vegas means to them. 54. The fact is that the Las Vegas that Raoul Duke and his sidekick Dr. Gonzo once experienced simply does not exist. The Las Vegas of Fear and Loathing is now a romantic notion that no longer draws a crowd. The transformation of Las Vegas has also been a physical one, witnessed on screen. Since the publication of Fear and Loathing in 1971, Las Vegas has been intent on changing the LMIC geography laid out decades earlier. Its destruction of the old has even been recorded in several LMS. Upon completion of the Treasure Island Hotel, Steve Wynn offered LM production companies the option of filming his implosion of the Dunes Hotel to make way for a new property. When no one took him up on his offer, Wynn produced a TV movie, Treasure Island, The Adventure Begins, 1994, which centers around a young boy who comes to Las Vegas with his family. The boy is meant to be a close screen cousin of Steven Spielberg's Elliot in E.T. 1982, another young boy distanced from his family and needing to ND meaning in his life. The boy in Wynn's LM does this by meeting up with a kindly pirate and looking for treasure on the Treasure Island property, as well as at the dunes. The movie even features Steve Wynn as himself in a few scenes with the boy and his parents. It ends with the boy managing to escape in time before the dunes implodes. The destruction of Las Vegas landmarks was recorded in a series of LMS. The Dunes was used again by Casino, in which the Rothstein character laments the corporate takeover of Las Vegas. It signals the end of an era, and is followed by the destruction of the landmark hotel by aliens in Tim Burton's Mars Attacks, 1996. In 1997, a 747 carrying a cargo of prisoners crashes into the Sands Hotel in the climactic scene of the pathetic action-adventure LM Con Air. The drug-induced hell experienced by the anti-heroes of Fear and Loathing has been replaced by the foibles of the American family unit now faced with just how Las Vegas can they become. In Vegas Vacation, 1996, Clark Griswold walks down the Las Vegas Strip a broken man. As played by Chevy Chase, Griswold has managed to lose his family to Las Vegas. His son Rusty is somewhere on the Strip posing as a high roller named Mr. Papa Giorgio. His daughter Audrey has become an exotic dancer, and his wife Ellen has left him, not for just any other man, but for Wayne Newton himself. This is the fourth movie of the National Lampoon Vacation series. The RST installment mercilessly satirizes a road trip that ends at a closed-down Wally World, read Disneyland, and Clark's faithfulness is put to 55. The Test by the alluring Christie Brinkley. European Vacation, the second LM, challenges the Griswold family by pitting them against a landscape LLED with culture, international espionage, and people who don't speak American. In Christmas Vacation, the third LM, Clark tries to force his family and their relatives to enjoy the Yuletide season at whatever the cost, even their happiness. Like it or not, the Griswolds have become the big screen representatives of the American family in pop culture. Vegas Vacation does not steer away from the formula of Clark trying to force his family to have a good time. At the outset, Clark and Ellen Griswold struggle to agree on the perfect place to celebrate their 20th anniversary with their family. Clark attempts to convince Ellen that Las Vegas is the ideal place to celebrate with their teenage kids. Like Lost in America's David Howard, Clark wants to take Ellen to Vegas so that they can renew their vows. When Ellen questions his decision to take a family vacation in Las Vegas, Clark shows her a brochure entitled Las Vegas, a family kind of place. Indeed, the Las Vegas that the Griswolds encounter has become the Las Vegas that Howard is trying to sell to the Desert Inn manager in Lost in America. Las Vegas is no longer just gambling, as Gary Marshall insists. Vegas Vacation sets out to prove, if not lampoon the fact, that Vegas is everything that the Griswolds might covet. The Griswolds aren't gamblers, they consider themselves to be the others that Howard talks about, despite the fact that Ellen falls under the spell of Wayne Newton. Vegas is no longer the adult gambling joint from which to begin a couple's journey into the American wilderness, it has transformed itself into a 24-hour amusement park that can seduce each and every member of the American family. However, the new myth remains the same. Las Vegas is a place that transforms its visitors. Even in Vegas Vacation, with its agenda to spoof the new Las Vegas and make comic references to Indecent Proposal, Rain Man, and Showgirls, the dramatic function of the special world remains the same. Las Vegas is a moral testing ground, in which the Griswolds' fidelity, integrity, and family are challenged by power, gambling, and greed. At the end of the screenplay, Clark has definitely been tested. Not only has he lost his offspring and wife, he has gambled away all their money. As he walks down the Vegas Strip questioning his worth, he spots the Stratosphere Tower, the world's tallest observation platform. With the intention of jumping, Clark rides the elevator up to the top. 56. Passing tourists wearing T-shirts that read Las Vegas is for lovers and Las Vegas is for children. 47. From the top of the stratosphere, he sees the Vegas lights and thinks about how much better off his family will be without him. Will Clark jump? Probably not. In any case, this is only in the screenplay. This scene was dropped from the LM itself and replaced with a milder one that plays out at the newly constructed Fremont Street Experience. 48. In the end, Vegas Vacation is just another fairy tale set in Las Vegas. A place that tests all the characters who pass through it. Like it or not, Las Vegas has become a special world in the mythology of LM storytelling. Only part of it exists in Nevada, the rest resides in the mind of the audience. 59. Peter Goen. Discordant infrastructure. W. While the spectacle of the Las Vegas facade overwhelms any visitor's views, the automobile becomes a visual infrastructure. Architecture, social ceremony, travel, conspicuous consumption, all are wreaked by the utility and subliminal presence of the automobile. Power lines, fences, gateways, traffic, and even the irony of a commercial lot full of expensive and in need of repair motor boats deconstruct the popular image of Las Vegas. The glitter is an illusion, and visitors ignore the frame of the car window or the truck blocking their view. The ostentatious display of light and power is sufficient. Recently designated a scenic route, the Strip has become a postmodern main street, the ultimate expression of car culture. Nuptial ceremonies are handled by drive UPS and celebrated by crudely drawn hearts on darkened car windows. Bob Stupak's Stratosphere Tower, one of the recent additions to the Las Vegas skyline, is already entangled in power lines. The Arch, gateway to wealth and progress, now advertises free parking. Freeways are arteries in constant need of repair. The vast number of vehicles traveling through one intersection at night leave AO of lights and visual marks of constant motion. Airplanes are either adding contrail grids to the desert sky or lying dormant as museum relics or mothballed eats. Trees are planted in movable containers. Every structure, sign, and view offers metaphoric testimony to the insecurity that mobility implies. If necessary, even the trees could be moved. Part 2 Nuts and Bolts. 73. Eugene Moring. Growth, Services, and the Political Economy of Gambling in Las Vegas, 1970–2000. The growth of Las Vegas has been a constant source of interest to the media and public alike. From the celebrated opening of Bugsy Siegel's fabulous Flamingo in 1946 to the majestic arrivals of Caesar's Palace, the MGM Grand, and their spectacular successors, Las Vegas has become an icon of modern popular culture. Since the early 1970s, the town has continued to boom, largely thanks to gambling, or gaming, as it is called in Nevada. 10 new major hotels arrived in that decade and a half dozen more in the 1980s. While Circus Circus, the hotel section opened in 1971, Harris, 1974, and the Marina, 1974, as well as the Maxim, Imperial Palace, and Barbary Coast, all in the late 1970s, added to the Strip's allure, the Rio, Palace Station, Gold Coast, Arizona Charlie's, Sam's Town, the Santa Fe, and other notable places helped extend the casino frontier onto new streets and into the suburbs. Downtown Las Vegas also flourished in the 1980s with Fitzgerald's skyscraper and Steve Wynn's dramatic transformation of the old Golden Nugget. The late 1980s and early 1990s witnessed still another round of development, as the twin casino cores on the Strip and downtown continued to grow. The Strip, in particular, expanded at both ends and in the middle. In 1989, Wynn established a new standard of excellence when he opened the Mirage. With its white tigers, bottle-nosed dolphins, exotic atrium, and erupting volcano, the hotel quickly surpassed Hoover Dam as the state's leading tourist attraction. This mega-resort, along 74. With Wynn's intentions of building his pirate-themed treasure island in the Mirage's parking lot, forced neighboring Caesar's Palace to invest millions and build the Forum Shops, an upscale, Roman-style shopping center, in its parking lot. Treasure Island itself opened in 1993. Circus Circus Enterprises further energized the Strip's south end that same year when it completed the pyramid-shaped Luxor Hotel next door to its medieval Excalibur Resort, which it had unveiled in 1990. Across the street, the billionaire Kirk Kerkorian raised the stakes for everyone when he launched his MGM Grand Hotel on the site of the former Marina Resort. With its 4 casinos, over 5,000 rooms, and theme park, it instantly became the world's largest hotel. On New Year's Eve 1996, Circus Circus Enterprises imploded the old Hacienda Hotel, which for years had stood as a lone sentinel greeting highway tourists from Southern California. But it had to go. Before it did, the venerable hacienda found itself engulfed by a wave of urbanization that stretched far to the south, leaving the old resort in the midst of traffic jams spawned by the recent appearance of the Luxor, Excalibur, and MGM Grand. Indeed, the intersection of Las Vegas Boulevard and Reno Avenue, which was little more than sagebrush desert a few years ago, is today a bustling reservoir holding back traffic from the sprawling corner of the Strip and Tropicana, with its elevated pedestrian walkways spanning all 4 corners. The arrival of the Monte Carlo, 1996, and New York, 1997, along with the rush of tourists, and the postmodern transformation of the South Strip forced the demolition of the hacienda. In its place, Circus Circus has erected Mandalay Bay, a 43-story tropical paradise that opened in 1999. Of course, this prosperity has not been limited to the south end of the Strip. The middle has been boosted not only by the efforts of Wynn and Caesar's Palace, but by Sheldon Adelson, who imploded the renowned Sands Hotel in 1996 to make way for its successor, the Venetian, in 1999. Several years earlier, Wynn had imploded both towers of the former Dunes Hotel to clear the land for his much-anticipated Bellagio, which, at $1.6 billion, rivals the Venetian as the most luxurious resort ever built. All of these events, along with the opening of the Paris Hotel and Casino across from Bellagio, pushed the Las Vegas visitor count well past 33 million in 1999. And there is more in the offing. The newly rebuilt Aladdin Hotel officially replaced its dilapidated predecessor in 2000. Major changes are also in store for the Desert Inn. In March 2000, Steve Wynn sold Mirage Resorts to Kirk Kerkorian for more than $6 billion. With his share of the Prat, Wynn and his wife, 75. Elaine then purchased the 250-acre Desert Inn Hotel and have begun plans to build a spectacular new resort. The increased tourism generated by these events has also affected the long-dormant north end of the Strip. In 1995, William Bennett, the former CEO of Circus Circus, purchased the Sahara Hotel and adjacent lands as a prelude to his multi-million-dollar renovation and expansion of the old resort. When completed, the new Sahara, along with Carl Icahn's recapitalized Stratosphere Tower, at 130 stories, the tallest structure west of the Mississippi, hotel and casino should transform the North Strip once again into a busy tourist center. Farther north, downtown Las Vegas is also undergoing nothing short of a revolution. The Fremont Street Experience, an enclosed electronic canopy that has converted the city's casino core into a semi-enclosed mall, opened in December 1995. Along with this, the impending development of former railroad lands behind the Plaza Hotel, together with the Neonopolis Festival Mall off Fremont Street, will sweep downtown Las Vegas back into the tourist limelight. One powered by a vibrant economy for most of the past quarter-century, the Las Vegas Valley saw its population skyrocket from 273,000 in 1970 to almost 1.2 million by 1998, an index that, in some years during the 1980s and 1990s, made it the fastest-growing metropolitan area in the United States. Of course, resort development has not been the sole force behind the city's expansion. Las Vegas's recent appeal to retirees, job seekers, and new businesses is multifaceted. For many people, the tax climate, like the sunny weather, has been a major inducement. Unlike most Western states, Nevada has no franchise tax, personal or corporate income tax, or inheritance estate gift taxes. Statutes limit Nevada's ad valorem property tax rate to $3.64 per $100 of assessed valuation, and the latter to no more than 35% of the land's full cash value. In fact, a 1995 survey credited Las Vegas with having the second lowest per capita taxes among America's 100 largest cities. This has attracted large corporations like Hilton, Hyatt, and even Marriott, as well as small businesses. Low taxes, a strong right-to-work law, and plenty of unskilled, cheap labor, boosted by the large influx of Hispanics since 1970, attracted hundreds of small employers in the 1980s and 1990s. While the culinary and related unions continue to maintain a formidable presence on the Strip, much of the metropolitan area's labor force remains ununionized. This advantage, along with relatively cheap fuel costs, inexpensive housing, and a convenient location, have helped the Nevada Development Authority lure Citicorp, Ocean 76, Spray Cranberries, Inc., Ethel M. Chocolates, and many other companies to Las Vegas in the past 20 years. In addition, the creation of the Foreign Trade Zone in 1986 strengthened Las Vegas's growing appeal as an international business center. By 1995, over 80 companies operated in the zone. While the town has long enjoyed the benefits of good weather and low operating costs, it has worked hard to develop other advantages, especially in transportation. During the past quarter-century, Las Vegas has emerged as a busy transshipment center. Building upon the foundation laid by the railroad in 1905 and more recently by the opening of its jetport in 1963 and Interstate 15 in the early 1970s, Las Vegas has become a major shipping point for cargoes as well as passengers. The expansion of McCarran International Airport in the 1980s and 1990s brought not only additional terminals and runways for tourists but new facilities for handling mail and freight. In the late 1980s, Las Vegas became the Southwest's major distribution center for mail, a role that led to construction of a giant post office near the airport and special gates for handling the agency's jumbo jets. Then, in April 1993, McCarran Officials opened their new International Cargo Center, which more than doubled the air freight passing through the metropolis. Thanks to the airport, Interstate 15, and other factors, the service sector dominates the local economy, and casino prots are the engine driving the city's growth. 6. Las Vegas's gross gaming revenue rose steadily from $1.6 billion in 1980 to $4 billion in 1990 and $5.4 billion 4 years later, with no sign of a slowdown. Thanks to Las Vegas's 90,000 hotel rooms, the most of any American city, the number of visitors also increased from 10 million in the early 1980s to 29 million in 1996, a second only to Orlando. 7. The phenomenal success of the resort makers, along with Las Vegas's overall economic expansion, has dramatically extended the urban canvas. Since 1970, the physical development of the metropolitan area has continued to be shaped by historic forces. The city of Las Vegas itself has largely failed to snare most of the new tax base created by the boom. Because of state legislation after World War II that prevented cities from annexing unincorporated townships without their county's approval, Las Vegas has never been able to capture the Strip or any of its mushrooming suburbs south of Sahara Avenue. To the northeast, the vigorous annexation campaigns of North Las Vegas in the 1960s have blocked the central city's growth in that direction. So, Las Vegas's expansion has been limited mainly to the north and west. 77. Because of its vast tracts of open land and scenic vistas, the west has been the main direction of expansion for the municipality. A new real estate frontier opened in the mid-1980s when the Del Webb and Howard Hughes corporations agreed to build Sun City Summerlin on the vast land holdings of the late billionaire. Since the city of Las Vegas stood between the new community and Lake Mead, the developers decided to join it in order to use its convenient wastewater system and other urban services. But Summerlin is far more than a retirement community. Its developers ultimately envision a huge suburb of more than 25,000 housing units, schools, and shopping centers, catering to old and young alike. Already by the mid-1990s, this new wave of building had reached county lands south of the city line. And developers of Summerlin South, whose lands will host a substantial tax base, have decided to follow the Strip's earlier example and not join the city. As a result, the 1995 state legislative session witnessed a bitter confrontation between city and Clark County power brokers over who would collect the sales tax revenues generated in Summerlin South. The county won the latest round in its half-century-long struggle with the city, but Las Vegas, along with Henderson, founded in 1941, and North Las Vegas, 1917, were clearly concerned about the ramifications of this decision for their future interests. 8. Henderson, the second largest city in the metropolitan area, has also battled with county authorities to realize its ambitions. While the urban sprawl emanating from the Las Vegas casino Cornally reached Henderson in the early 1980s with the construction of Green Valley, this valuable new tax base, like Spring Valley, begun in 1982, west of the Strip, was also under county control. Still, Henderson's aggressive construction of sewer mains in the 1960s and 1970s positioned it to grab dozens of new subdivisions to its south, east, and west, thereby thwarting Clark County's designs. Henderson itself has undergone something of a transformation in the past 2 decades. It began in the early 1980s with the development of Green Valley, the metropolitan area's RST master-planned community. Located near Henderson's western border, Green Valley needed urban services and access to the city's sewer system. And so Henderson was able to annex this development, whose planned environment quickly attracted many professionals, university professors, and small business owners. Green Valley's continued growth eventually brought a freeway connection to downtown Las Vegas and Interstate 15, while also awarding the city a substantially expanded tax base. The momentum created by these events has caught the attention of 78 ambitious developers. In the past decade, Southern Nevada's housing boom has encouraged a substantial influx of out-of-state capital to Spring Valley and Summerlin, but especially to Henderson. Perhaps the most ambitious project has been Lake Las Vegas, a 2,245-acre planned community, touted as the largest privately funded development under construction in North America. A joint venture of Santa Barbara and Texas investors, the complex involved the damming of Las Vegas Wash, a tributary of the Colorado River, in the East Valley Hill Country before the water reached Lake Mead. The engineering requirements to accomplish this feat were staggering. The developers had to build an earthen dam 18 stories high, 4,800 feet long, and 716 feet wide to create a 320-acre lake, 145 feet deep, with 10 miles of shoreline. On the south side is the luxurious South Shore development. Built on 503 acres, it ultimately will consist of 450 estate and custom homes with an equal number of golf villas, townhouses, and condominiums that will, according to the company's president, William Foote, make it the premier address in southern Nevada. Mediterranean-styled homes will be terraced into the hillsides to ensure almost every homeowner a superb view. South Shore hosts Marseilles, an ultra-exclusive enclave of 35 estate home sites ranging from $350,000 to $1.95 million. There will also be other upscale gated communities. All will enjoy views of the lake and mountains, as well as the new Jack Nicklaus-designed championship golf course that winds its way from the highlands down to the lake. The centerpiece of it all will be the lake, together with the hillside streams and waterfalls it will supply. Thanks to Green Valley, Lake Las Vegas, and dozens of other projects in the southeastern sector of the metropolitan area, Henderson became America's fastest-growing city in 1997. Between 1990 and 1994, its population more than doubled, soaring past the 100,000 mark. Amazingly, Henderson has passed Reno to become Nevada's second-largest city. 9. The housing boom in the metropolitan area has continued virtually unabated since the 1970s. In fall 1995, for example, 108 projects were underway in the valley, the most ever at any one time. Of these, more than 30 were master-planned communities. There certainly has been no lack of demand. And this upward trend in the housing market has only increased. In 1997, an average of 5,857 people moved to the Las Vegas area each month, 6 times the national average. 10. Clearly, the past 15 years have been a bonanza for casino owners, land developers, and the metropolitan area as a whole. But there is true 79. Blee in paradise. The spectacular growth of Las Vegas has strained local services, spawned a major infrastructure crisis, and, most significantly, enthroned a powerful elite of casino executives, Steve Wynn and Sheldon Adelson among them, who attempt to shape public policy by actively bankrolling candidates for office. All three of these issues are interrelated, because the interests of the gaming industry often diverge from those of the city, county, and state. About a decade ago, the distinguished Nevada historian James Hulse wrote a book entitled 40 Years in the Wilderness, in which he demonstrated how Nevada's gaming community has historically been hostile to environmental concerns, minority rights, and education. 11. Today, the threat to state programs is again real, because the political economy of gambling is probably the strongest it has ever been. Nevada is no stranger to corporate co-option of its political system. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, mining companies and railroads based in Virginia City, Gold, Reno, and San Francisco largely controlled the politicians in Carson City. But there was always a significant constituency of farmers, ranchers, and union miners to act periodically as a counterbalance. With the growth of populist sentiment in the 1890s, reinforced by a strong national movement to control railroad rates and other abuses, the Mine Railroad Coalition weakened significantly during the Progressive Era, when the proposals of Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson inspired a series of state reforms that tempered laissez-faire in many Nevada industries. Of course, special interests always have enjoyed some influence at the state capitol. But even after the relegalization of gambling in 1931 and the development of Las Vegas in the post-war era, the gamers, while a political force, did not enjoy the same laissez-faire environment as their predecessors. The mob's presence guaranteed that. In the 1950s, Republican Governor Charles Russell's support of the regulatory powers of the Nevada Tax Commission, along with several major court decisions, RMLY established the state's supremacy over Las Vegas and Reno casino owners. Even with the casino's substantial campaign contributions to Russell's Democratic successor, Grant Sawyer, there was no change in policy. Under Sawyer's leadership, the Nevada Gaming Commission and Black Book were created to strengthen regulation of mob and non-mob casinos alike. In the 1950s and 1960s, despite the efforts of Norman Biltz and other unusual lobbyists employed by elements of the casino industry in Las Vegas and, to a lesser extent, Reno, the state maintained its dominant position in the relationship. And this continued under the governorships of Paul Laxalt, Mike O'Callaghan, Robert List, and Richard Bryan. The casinos, with their ability to generate thousands of dollars in campaign contributions, always had the ears of these governors, as well as of most state legislators. Certainly, they were consulted about revenue policies, especially the all-important gaming tax. There is no doubt that they played an unusual role in 1981 when Republican Governor Bob List persuaded the state legislature to reduce the property tax and raise the sales tax from 3.5 to 5.75%, in an effort to shift the state's revenue base to the latter. Overall, state property taxes dropped by an average of 50% in just 1 year. For Caesars Palace, MGM Grand, Hilton, and other major property owners, this was certainly a beneficial reform, but it forced the state to rely more on the volatile sales tax. As former Governor O'Callaghan recently observed, this tax shift was directly responsible for Las Vegas's infrastructure crisis and the state's lack of funding for many programs in the 1990s. The danger of this policy became immediately evident in 1979, when a national recession combined with competition from Atlantic City and other factors to create a brief tourist recession in Nevada. In an effort to cut expenses, List denied state employees cost of living increases and imposed a hiring freeze that affected most positions in the state government. By 1981, however, the recession had ended, tourism rebounded, and state workers won a generous 23.6% cost of living increase, spread over 2 years, to offset the sacrifice they had made during the previous 2 years of high inflation. Throughout the late 1980s and early 1990s, there was a general expansion of government spending, driven by a renaissance in gold and silver mining, heavy defense spending, and the continued boom in Las Vegas and Reno, as well as growth in Laughlin and other new gaming centers along the state's borders. But national and world events disrupted this round of prosperity. The end of the Cold War in the early 1990s, including the cessation of nuclear testing in 1992, made the Silver State even more dependent upon the casino moguls, just as they were trying to export gaming to other states. President Clinton's closure of military bases, especially in California and Texas, created a brief drop in tourist spending that cut sales tax and gaming revenues. Along with other factors, this forced Governor Bob Miller to impose a series of budget cuts in 1992-93. These resulted in a new series of wage and 81. Hiring freezes across the board in state government, along with reduced funding of programs for the mentally ill and others. Once again, state employees willingly sacrificed cost of living increases and took on increased workloads to help out the state. At the same time, their payments for dependent health insurance from the state insurance plan, which was also cut, reached $300 a month, forcing many to switch to sharply reduced binette options or HMOs. The economic downturn proved only temporary, however, and 1994 and especially 1995 saw Las Vegas rebound with record profits and lead the state out of its crisis. As noted, 3 major casinos debuted in Las Vegas alone in 1993, and they helped to short-circuit the recession and inspire a new round of resort construction. 14 Moreover, by early 1996, at least 7 major hotels were either under construction or in the blueprint stage. In 1995, gaming profits and tourism hit all-time highs, but ominously so did the Indians of gamers in Carson City. The increased economic power of the Las Vegas casino industry and the rising tide of fiscal conservatism, which in 1994 awarded Republicans, who were heavily supported by the casinos, control of the state Senate and a tie in the Assembly, bodes ill for the public sector. These two factors are related, because in the past few years Nevada and especially Las Vegas casino interests have shifted their campaign contributions in the direction of Republican candidates for the state Senate and Assembly. They also have rewarded pliable Democrats such as Governor Bob Miller. The recent growth of Las Vegas gaming's power and the Republicans' Indians have dramatically strengthened the political economy of gambling. In the 1990s, more than at any other time in the state's modern history, the casino elite exerted a strong influence, if not control, over many lawmakers in Carson City. Nevada's chief executive was another reason for this. Although a professed Democrat, Miller came from a well-connected gaming family in Las Vegas, and enjoyed political support from nearly every major casino owner in the state. Not surprisingly, he saw many issues their way. A clear barometer of that support was evident in 1994 WHEN Steve Wynn openly supported Miller over Las Vegas Mayor Jan Laverty Jones in Nevada's Democratic gubernatorial primary. In the 1990s, Wynn became a political force to be reckoned with. He strongly encouraged voter registration among his thousands of employees, openly communicated his political concerns to them, and contributed heavily to pro-gaming. 82. Candidates. As the local political consultant Don Williams recently observed, when Steve Wynn picks up the telephone, most politicians jump. He doesn't get everything he wants, but he rarely loses. 15 Governor Miller has been a prime beneficiary of Wynn's largesse. 13 of the 15 top contributors to Miller's 1994 re-election campaign were, mostly Las Vegas-based, casino companies or their top executives. Wynn alone gave $70,000, exploiting a loophole in the state law limiting any corporation's gift to $20,000 by spreading separate donations across 4 subsidiaries, a move that drew the ire of Common Cause in Nevada. Miller also received thousands of dollars from 2 major slot and video poker machine manufacturers, Bally's and International Game Technology, IGT. Another major contributor was Barrick Gold, the state's largest gold mining company. 16 The political economy of gambling is alive and well not only in Nevada's executive mansion but in the state legislature, especially the Republican state Senate, both houses of which are dominated numerically by Las Vegas area politicians. During the 1995 session, the casino industry, led by 2 Republican state senators, Sue Lowden of Las Vegas and Reno's Bill Rocho, led the GHT against any tax increases. Lowden, the wife of the then prominent Las Vegas casino owner Paul Lowden, who, at the time of her election in 1992, owned the Sahara and Hacienda hotels on the Strip, as well as 2 others, became chair of the Senate Taxation Committee in 1995 with the support of Majority Leader Rocho, who, incidentally, was a member of Paul Lowden's board of directors. This marked the first time in Nevada history that a major casino executive, and practically a CO owner, had chaired the committee that decided the state's gaming and mining taxes, a dangerous precedent largely ignored by the state's print and electronic media. Despite the tremendous growth of the casino industry, especially in Las Vegas, the gamers' contribution to overall state revenues actually declined in 1995. In the 1993-95 biennium, they accounted for 43.8% of the state's general fund revenues, including the 2.5% casino entertainment tax. However, revenue projections for 1995-97 put the GR at 40.8%, and less than 35% in 1999-17. Clearly, in the booming 1980s and 1990s, the big gaming corporations used Nevada, and especially Las Vegas, as a bank to finance their gaming campaigns and projects in other states and foreign countries, many of which compete directly with Nevada for gaming tourists. Despite their expressed willingness to pay substantially higher taxes in Louisiana, Iowa, Missouri, Indiana, and elsewhere, resort makers in NE 83. Nevada, especially those in Las Vegas, have successfully used their clout in Carson City to pay lower rates. In 2000, Nevada still had the lowest gaming tax in the United States. For example, the Silver State's gaming tax is 6.25% of gross proceeds plus fees, compared to New Jersey's 8% and fees. The Garden State also collects an additional 2.5% to fund city improvements and bond issues for future municipal projects and levies both corporate and personal income taxes, which Nevada lacks. Other states charge even more, ranging up to 20% in Iowa, Illinois, Missouri, and Indiana, but this has not driven off some Las Vegas casino owners, who know that, despite the high taxes, they can still make significant profits there. 18. In none of these states do the gamers exert the kind of control they now enjoy in Carson City. There has been a sort of informal agreement since 1989 between the casino and mining industries in Nevada to respect each other's interests regarding tax policy. In 1989, however, when the population boom forced more state spending, mining interests sought to amend the state constitution to cap their taxes at 2% of net proceeds, and the two groups clashed. Unwilling to bear more than a 0.5% increase in the gaming tax, to 6.25%, the casino industry, led by Wynn, opposed the move. Anxious to resolve the conflict, Governor Miller proposed a mining tax of up to 5% on net profits. Assemblyman Marvin Sedway, however, produced GRs to show that a 6% tax on gross proceeds, or even a $16.50 severance tax on each ounce of gold mined, would not drive the industry away. Miller's plan was designed to satisfy both sides. In the end, faced with the determined opposition of the state's casino interests and their ally, Governor Miller, the mining industry and its rural supporters backed off. As the governor noted reassuringly, his plan would still give Nevada the lowest precious metals tax in the nation. It did, and production continued to boom. 19. Into the mid-1990s, Nevada led all states in gold and silver production. In 1994, it produced 61% of America's gold and 20% of its silver. Moreover, Nevada was the fourth largest gold producer in the world. The other 9 members of the top 10 were countries, such as South Africa, that derived significant revenue from their mining taxes. Under Governor Miller's plan, as before, mining companies have been able to use their undertaxed Nevada profits to fund mining operations in other states and nations. Despite the shortage of funds in the past 2 bienniums, Governor Miller never proposed increasing the state's mining or gaming taxes. He justified this by arguing that any tax hike would cost the state jobs. But Colorado and other western states with higher 84. Precious metals taxes than Nevada in 1994 experienced no significant drop in mining activity until the price of gold on world markets reached a 20-year low in 1997. Despite significant production in 1995, the cash-strapped Silver State collected only $113 million in taxes on well over $2.2 billion in net profits. 20. So, even in boom periods, Nevada has proed little. Obviously, the mining industry's political contributions have been a wise investment. One of the governor's major contributors, Barrick Gold, a Canadian corporation, earned $250 million in net income in 1994, but paid only a 5% tax. For cities such as Las Vegas, facing problems caused by casino-driven growth, this has resulted in less state funding. Nevertheless, the conservative Las Vegas Review-Journal has applauded these events, crediting the state's tax policy with creating lots of $40,000 a year jobs for miners, while at the same time ignoring the billions in prots that out-of-state and foreign mining corporations have been hauling out of Nevada. 21. The situation is a replay of the 1860s and 1870s, when the Comstock kings bought off state politicians and diverted fortunes derived from Nevada's mineral wealth to California. No one is stopping their modern-day counterparts either, and gold from Barracks Nevada mines is going to build up Canadian properties. To be sure, Las Vegas gamers, anxious to maintain friendly relations with their rural allies in both houses, have made no effort to encourage the state's urban representatives, the overwhelming majority in both houses, to challenge the mining interests. These taxation policies have been disastrous for state government as well as Las Vegas, reminding one of John Kenneth Galbraith's famous warning about public sector poverty and private sector affluence. 22. While new casinos sprang up on the Strip virtually every year and blueprints for future ones were announced almost monthly, state employees were given a cost of living increase for 1995-97 of only 8%, Governor Miller had pushed for 7%. Although hundreds of clerks, secretaries, and custodians, many of whom earn less than $25,000 a year, had endured wage freezes for the previous 3 years, Miller, who gave generous raises to his staff, insisted on a cost of living increase that amounted to only a little over 1.5% per year for 1993-97, even though the cost of living rose 16.6% during that period. Then in 1999, Miller's Republican successor, Kenny Ginn, the casino candidate, pushed for no cost of living increase until July 2000, and then an increase only for some state workers. This seems almost heartless when one considers that, during the mid to late 1990s, the Las Vegas gaming 85 business continued to earn record prots and paid, as the local headlines put it, no new taxes. 23. As Diane Nasser has demonstrated, the effects of these policies upon the state's social programs have been destructive. 24. One glaring example, and one of the most unfortunate episodes in recent legislative history, occurred in 1995, a boom year with a healthy revenue surplus, when lawmakers rejected the plea of Las Vegan Vicky High, a 31-year-old Medicaid recipient and mother of 3, who desperately needed a heart transplant. She lobbied them to amend the state's Medicaid law to provide the $100,000 required to fund the operation. Legislators walked past her wheelchair every day for over a month. In the end, they rejected her request, with Assembly Ways and Means CO Chair John Marvel, our Battle Mountain, coldly suggesting to reporters that maybe the private sector can do a fundraiser. One prominent physician glumly observed that this state's health policy is draconian. The state has a very healthy surplus and a healthy economy and is behind the rest of the country in paying for this. Lawmakers, however, estimated that her transplant and those of other poor people might add $1.3 million annually to the state's $2.5 billion biennial budget. So, despite its booming casino and mining industries, Nevada remains one of only 11 states that does not fund heart or liver transplants for adult residents. 25. The casino's increased power in Carson City negatively affects not only state employees and Medicaid recipients who live in Las Vegas, but the metropolis itself. In the late 1990s, the Las Vegas Valley experienced crises in water, schools, public services, and higher education spawned by the town's casino-driven development and worsened by the political economy of gambling. Thanks to its skyrocketing growth, Las Vegas today faces an infrastructure crisis of major proportions. Despite the construction of thousands of homes at Sun City Summerlin, Los Prados, and other large master-planned communities in the far western suburbs, county officials are just now planning the freeway routes and scrambling for funds. Thousands of commuters stranded in daily gridlock have now awakened leaders and media to the city's infrastructure crisis, which has been 20 years in the making. And similar problems affect public services such as police and re-protection. 26. But the water crisis dwarfs them all. Reluctant to advocate higher taxes, local politicians waited until the 1997 state legislative session to push the Southern Nevada Water Authority's request for a 0.25% increase in the sales tax to fund a second pipeline from Lake Mead. 86. With additional pumping stations and expanded mains to accommodate growth. In February 1997, the need for these improvements became obvious when a computer malfunction flooded the district's water treatment plant at Lake Mead, threatening the entire metropolitan area's water supply. Crews had only 3 days to fix the problem before the valley and its million people ran out of water, an emergency that would have shut down the Las Vegas Strip. This shows us how close we're living to the razor's edge, that we have no reliability as we start today. The community has outgrown the system, the Water Authority's General Manager, Pat Mulroy, observed. 27. Fortunately, the Water District has powerful allies in the tax GHT. Las Vegas casino owners have endorsed a sales tax increase to enlarge the water system. They had to, because their future depends on it. The Nevada Resort Association's president, Richard Bunker, who served on an advisory committee for new water and sewer lines, warned legislators that $56 billion in new casino projects would have to be shelved without an expanded water system. Bunker sidestepped any suggestion that the casinos should lead the way in paying for it with a higher gaming tax, observing that the state treasury currently boasts a $250 million surplus, thanks largely to casino-driven revenue growth. 28. Governor Bob Miller, like the casinos, approached the infrastructure crisis reluctantly. Although concerned about the need for more roads, schools, and expanded water and sewer systems, Miller nevertheless announced in early 1997 that we are preparing a budget without any new taxes on the general public. Infrastructure is a local government issue. Claiming that he lacked sufficient information to determine how real and immediate the infrastructure need is, Miller hinted that he might support a local infrastructure tax if one county wants to impose a tax increase and the legislature wants to support it. Nearing the end of his term in office, and not wanting to jeopardize his political future by antagonizing powerful conservatives, much less his casino patrons, he was remarkably slow to recognize what the engineers have been trying to tell everyone for years: Las Vegas's infrastructure is currently lagging a decade behind the metropolitan area's growth. 29. Eventually, timid state and county politicians put the water tax to a vote of the people, who, prodded by the Review-Journal and other anti-tax forces, defeated the measure at the polls in November 1998. Despite its rhetoric, the gaming industry has been doing relatively little about the infrastructure crisis. As one political insider anonymously condemned to a local newspaper, the creation of the Assembly Committee. 87. On infrastructure before the opening of the 1997 state legislature came at the behest of gaming lobbyists trying to avoid any chance that the Assembly Taxation Committee would seek an increase in casino taxes during the session. At the same time, the gaming industry, like the real estate industry, supports more growth. In Las Vegas as in state government, the casino moguls and land developers largely control city and county politicians. Don Schlesinger, a former county commissioner and an advocate of managed growth, put it bluntly, "If you want to get re-elected, you need their money." Indeed, the home builders and commercial developers often rival the resort owners in power and influence. 30. It has long been axiomatic in Las Vegas that new housing and commercial developments are rubber-stamped if builders have their paperwork in order. Even former Clark County manager Pat Shalmy observed, "It's a RST come and RST served type of approach." The Las Vegas Sun's political editor, Larry Henry, goes further, noting that in Las Vegas, the overriding perception is that politicians are puppets, with developers and casino owners pulling the strings. Unfortunately, Las Vegas's problems are not limited to freeways and water lines. The city's rapid development has also created a school crisis of significant proportions. In this case, it is the obsession with low taxes, rather than political fragmentation or belated planning, that is fueling the crisis. As growth continues unabated, money for new construction continues to be an issue. Brian Cram, former superintendent of the Clark County School District, estimated that 12,00014,000 new students annually would enter the system in 1997 and for the next 4 years thereafter. In effect, this would require the district to open a new grammar school every month for the next VE years. At the same time, Governor Miller tried to lower the student-teacher ratio to 16:1 in grades 1-4 without raising taxes, in a state that already enjoys one of the lowest tax rates in the nation. Not surprisingly, even with a bond issue approved by voters in November 1996, Cram expected to run out of construction money in 3 years and struggled in 1999 to end the money to hire enough teachers. Much of the problem lies in Nevada's antiquated policy for funding new schools. Cram felt that school districts should not have to appeal to voters every few years for more bond issues. He argued that state legislators need to dedicate a portion of sales and property taxes to schools in order to ensure stable funding. If the state is going to benefit from this great locomotive of an economy, he declared, then the state 88 is going to have to pay the price of the byproducts of the locomotive. But Miller and resort owners were less convinced. 31 Finally, at the end of the 1997 legislative session, they supported a bill under which voters would decide whether to fund school construction for 4 more years, another stopgap measure. After a determined campaign by Cram and others, Clark County voters in 1998 once again supported bonds for new school construction, thus postponing the crisis for a few more years. Casino control of the state, county, and city political systems has only worsened the infrastructure crisis. Although some large developers, such as the Howard Hughes Corporation, have supported new laws that will increase user and real estate transaction fees to fund parks, schools, and other infrastructure needs, Las Vegas casinos have been reluctant to do their part. In February 1997, after much prodding from desperate city and county politicians, the Nevada Resort Association NALI supported a 1% increase in the room tax, which along with some convention and visitors authority revenues, would pump about $30 million into the pot, plus some additional money for schools. Of course, this is far less than what could have been realized if the state gaming tax had been raised, but effective lobbying by the gaming and mining industries has kept their tax rates unchanged. Following the meager room tax concession and other political maneuvering, resort industry leaders argued that developers, other businesses, and the public had to do their share. Within 2 weeks of endorsing the new room tax, casino executives were already moaning about its effects. Although conceding that tourists and not the resorts themselves would bear most of the cost, the industry nevertheless emphasized a recent survey predicting that visitors would offset the increased tax by cutting back on gambling and other spending during their stay. In other words, in a city beset by growth-related problems largely created by the casino engine itself, the casinos projected the image of an industry sacrificing profits to preserve their employees' and other residents' quality of life. 32 Given the reluctance of casino executives, developers, and politicians to endorse new taxes, the 1997 legislature responded half-heartedly to the growth issue. Ultimately, state and local officials in Las Vegas agreed to a watered-down version of growth control that pleased developers. County and some city officials refused to endorse a so-called Ring Around the Valley bill offered by State Senator Dina Titus, de Las Vegas, which would have prevented the subdivision of land beyond the immediate metropolitan area. 33 Even in a crisis, local politicians and 89. Taxpayers may be slow to act. In a casino city like Las Vegas, market forces hold the trump card on infrastructure. Strangely enough, it may be the tourists who now break the impasse. As Jeff Van E., a local environmentalist, observed, if casino owners sense that tourists are afraid to come here, they'll lean on politicians to impose a moratorium on new home construction or to develop other dramatic measures. In April 1998, under pressure, the Clark County Commissioners narrowly compromised with Titus and established a regional planning board to make recommendations concerning new development projects. 34 Besides infrastructure, the baneful effects of the political economy of gambling and the state's reluctance to raise gambling and mining taxes also extend to higher education in Las Vegas. The only real university in what was the fastest growing city in the United States for most of 1990s is the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, UNLV. During that same period, Nevada has been the fastest growing state. Moreover, in 1995, it had the somewhat dubious distinction of enjoying the third lowest state and local taxes and eighth highest per capita personal income among the states and District of Columbia. In fact, by summer 1995, Nevada ranked RST in the nation in the growth of per capita personal income. 35 The net results, while helpful to the economy, have put a harmful squeeze on university education, primarily because state support has not kept pace with Las Vegas's growth-driven needs. Because the percentage of state funding for UNLV's operating budget has declined steadily from 54% in 1986 to 42% in 1996, students and their families have been forced to help close the budget gap by paying higher fees. But revenues from these regressive taxes have not been able to maintain the dramatic growth that the university experienced in the 1980s, when funding, especially for new faculty positions, was more forthcoming. While Governor Miller supported reductions in class size for the early grades of elementary school, his record in higher education, especially at the university level, was weak. 36 The deteriorating condition, particularly at UNLV, dates from his tenure as governor. In 1993, Miller ordered 10% across-the-board budget cuts in all state agencies. These spending reductions hit every department at UNLV, however, the president was able to offset these losses with subsidies from the University Foundation. But the school's crisis was not over. Despite the strip boom, national prosperity, and a new legislative biennium, Miller's new budget forced UNLV to make another 10% cut for the 1995-96 school year. Throughout the early 1990s, UNLV was forced to hire hundreds of temporary instructors, often lacking the NEC 90 SRE degrees, to cover classes. It was done because there were no new tenure-track faculty positions between fall 1993 and spring 1997. 37 The excuse given for the failure to hire full-time faculty members was failure to meet growth projections. This presumed that the young university had been adequately staffed before the recession, which was not the case. 38 The school had never been granted enough faculty positions to catch up with the enrollment boom of the 1980s, much less to offer the courses needed for a respectable university curriculum. After gaining more than 10,000 students in the 1980s, UNLV saw its enrollment at and out in the early 1990s and actually drop in 1994. Enrollment declined even more at the state's other university campus in Reno, a city that also grew in the 1980s and 1990s. 39 And both schools have suffered destructive budget cuts. The increases in enrollment since 1996 have resulted primarily from Las Vegas's growth and measures undertaken by President Carol Harder and her provost rather than from any state actions. But if UNLV is the only university in America's fastest-growing city, why has enrollment growth dramatically slowed? The political economy of gambling is again the problem. To a large extent, lack of state funding to support basic services and programs has forced UNLV to raise tuition and fees, which has done little to help enrollment. But there is a deeper problem that stems from Nevada's low gambling and mining taxes. Under pressure from some state politicians anxious to please the casino elite, mining industry, and others with no tax increases, higher education officials have been forced to consider less expensive options. In the past few years, the Nevada Board of Regents and Chancellor's Office have been discussing new policies to make better use of the state's community colleges, whose tuition is almost half that of the universities and where many instructors lack terminal degrees. Already the old Northern Nevada Community College in Elko has been renamed Great Basin College and is granting some 4-year degrees. Considering that northeastern Nevada has no university campus, this is understandable. But other community college presidents, including the president of the one in Las Vegas, proposed that their schools also be allowed to grant bachelor's degrees in some subjects. In December 1995, Richard Jarvis, then Chancellor of the University and Community College System of Nevada, UCSN, raised the issue with the Board of Regents. After attempting to reassure them that the idea of establishing a baccalaureate program at a 2-year institution is not without precedent in this country, emphasis added, he outlined. 91. His proposal. Despite insisting that he had no plans to consider at this time, he emphasis added the wholesale transformation of one of the UCSN community colleges into a 4-year baccalaureate institution. He nevertheless endorsed exploratory discussions of possible baccalaureate degrees at community colleges. Obviously concerned about the budgetary pressures exerted by Carson City, he observed that during times of strongly competing claims upon the state treasury, the UCSN must be committed to cost-effective academic planning. No one, of course, would deny that cost-effective planning in education and all departments of government is always desirable. And no one would deny that each community college has some respected scholars teaching some subjects. But should one resort to the dubious practice of awarding baccalaureate degrees at community colleges just to shave a budget, especially in a booming state that already ranks near the bottom nationally in per capita spending for higher education? 40. To their credit, the Board of Regents rejected the proposal. But the pressure to make more use of the community colleges remains strong. Aside from awarding 4-year degrees at cheaper facilities, there is also a program in effect that allows several hundred high school students in Las Vegas to finish their senior year at community college and then begin work on their degree at the school. There is, however, no specific provision to encourage the academically talented students in the program to apply to the university upon graduation. Still another plan would have forced the 2 universities to accept the community college core requirements as their own, which would have surrendered university autonomy on curriculum in an effort to encourage more Nevada students to spend more time at community college. This is a serious problem when, for instance, some community colleges have in the 1990s compressed 3-credit English composition, English 101, courses into just 2 weeks. To their credit, community college officials have recently been working to tighten academic standards. Recent proposals that the state fund intercollegiate athletic programs at the community colleges in Las Vegas and Reno drew the wrath of the respected former Governor Mike O'Callaghan. A one-time teacher himself, O'Callaghan declared that the purpose of a community college is to meet the needs of local people wanting to improve their job skills, bring their academic grade up to a level where they can enter UNLV or some other 4-year college, improve their quality of life or seek an associate degree in some field or skill. But it was to no avail. State officials approved the athletic programs. This action, like others, reeks. 92. The fact that many politicians quietly want to enhance the prestige of the community colleges and discourage traditional university students from attending UNLV or UNR exclusively for their 4 years of coursework. 41. There have also been proposals to build a state college, not a university or a community college, in Henderson. At this campus, faculty would teach a 4-course load each semester but would not face a strict publication requirement. This would allow the state to pay the faculty lower salaries than at UNLV and eliminate the potential stigma associated with offering baccalaureate degrees at the community college level. At the same time, it would divert enrollment from UNLV, cut into the university's share of the higher education budget, and slow the costlier expansion of UNLV's programs and faculty. In 2000, the Board of Regents hired a president and city and business groups donated land for a campus. The 2001 state legislature is expected to fund initial construction. Driving this movement, of course, is the desire of some state legislators to restrain spending on higher education, especially at the university level, and the subtle pressure on them and the governor comes from the gamers, mining companies, and other special interests anxious to keep their tax rates low. Even though Nevada currently enjoys the 8th highest per capita personal income in the United States, it ranks an embarrassing 40th among the states and District of Columbia in per capita spending on higher education. 42. So the 4th largest gold producer in the world, and a state whose casino prots have run into the billions during the 1990s, is investing relatively little of its enormous wealth in the academic advancement of its people, especially its youth. Ironically, this situation directly affects residents of the state's major revenue producer, Las Vegas, which in 1995 generated $1.02 billion of the state's $1.28 billion in net, pre-tax gaming prots. 43. Despite Las Vegas's spectacular growth since 1970, UNLV has historically been even more underfunded per student than its counterpart in Reno. One can clearly appreciate the cost savings if thousands of Las Vegas students can be lured to the local community college, where roughly 65% of all teaching positions are part-time, and the pay is $525 per credit, and where even tenured faculty earn a lower average salary than their UNLV counterparts. 44. Today in Las Vegas, some high school advisors are actually on the community college payroll, and even academically talented seniors hear the reasons for not attending the university directly after graduation. 93. While few members of the state's political and casino elite would consider sending their own children to community college for a degree, they seem less concerned about those of others. Indeed, the policy trend is obvious. In his 1995-97 biennial budget, Governor Miller proposed a 25.8% funding increase for the Community College of Southern Nevada. At the same time, UNLV received only a 12.4% boost, most of which went to upgrade equipment and offset ination. 45. The subtle pressure to divert Nevada students away from their own universities and perhaps convert the community colleges into a sort of state college system is already having its effects on enrollment at both university campuses. This raises an important question: in a prosperous state like Nevada, should not all qualified residents be encouraged to attend their state university, where the faculty, libraries, laboratories, and other facilities are available for advanced learning and research? Only in his null, 1997, legislative session as governor did Miller submit a budget that adequately funded the state's 2 university campuses. After shorting them for nearly a decade, he could hardly have done it again, with a whopping $250 million surplus sitting in the state treasury. He approved UNLV's request for a badly needed library, appropriating $38 million for it, but only after university administrators had raised $15 million on their own for the project. Then, after initially omitting a long-awaited law school from his budget, Miller, himself a lawyer and former Las Vegas district attorney, succumbed to community pressure and allocated $4 million for it, but only on the condition that UNLV's new president raise another $1 million in matching funds. As noted, in 1999 Dr. Kenny Ginn became the new governor of Nevada, thanks in part to heavy casino support for his campaign. Ginn, a former superintendent of the Clark County School District and interim president of UNLV for a year, announced that he would oppose any new taxes. In addition, he rejected cost of living raises for university professionals. And while he added money at the last minute to fund staff positions that were essential for UNLV's new library to even open, other shortfalls forced library officials to trim the acquisitions budget to the point of asking faculty to donate the subscription money for major journals in their ELDs. Despite receiving a $2.2 billion windfall from Nevada's settlement with the tobacco companies, Ginn earmarked none of that money for desperately needed buildings, parking garages, and staff at the university, whose growth-related problems he knew so well. Nor did he even consider raising the gaming tax, even though an independent accounting RM clearly demonstrated that UNLV 94 and the community college in Las Vegas had been grossly underfunded in the higher education budget approved by lawmakers. In the end, he made up less than a third of the gap for UNLV by taking money from other sources, while the community college received a satisfactory allowance. 46. The fabulous growth of Las Vegas since 1970 and especially in the 1990s stands as a point to the counterpoint of its casino's increased political power. The root of the city's problems in higher education and infrastructure lies in the corporate control of Nevada government at virtually all levels. In 1993, State Senator Matthew Collister, later a Las Vegas city councilman, boldly declared that the state was seriously underfunded, a situation whose effects continue to extend directly to the Las Vegas Valley. 47. In 1989, state politicians largely ignored the recommendation of a Blue Ribbon Committee to impose a broad-based business tax to help pay for the expensive public works that continued urban development would require. In 1997, state and especially county politicians again failed to address the problems facing Las Vegas adequately. 48. Clearly, political leaders must be more responsible. While non-gaming businesses and the general public must assume part of growth-related costs, the gaming and mining industries must pay their fair share, too. Although both industries have donated generously to Nevada institutions of higher learning over the years, many millions more could be realized each year through slightly higher taxes. Even with a tightening of gaming revenues in 1997-98, a 1 or 2% increase in the state's gambling tax would hardly weaken a casino industry whose profits have helped to fund many of the 300 casinos built outside of Nevada since 1989. And although gold and silver prices remain depressed, higher tax rates could be designed to kick in or phase out when they exceed or fall below given thresholds. 49. In the 1999 state legislative session, Senator Joe Neal, D. Las Vegas, courageously proposed a bill to increase the gaming tax to 8.25%, which would have raised an estimated $113 million in additional revenue. MGM Grand's chairman, Terrence Laney, responded by complaining that, after federal taxes, and one might add, a lot of creative accounting, most casinos netted only a 5% profit, and therefore could not afford the tax increase. In the end, virtually no lawmakers rallied to Neal's cause, and his bill died in committee. Later, in fall 2000, Neal's efforts to obtain a voter referendum to bypass the legislature and amend the state constitution to raise the gaming tax to perhaps 10.95 cents or more suffered a setback when he failed to obtain enough signatures for his petition in the face of determined opposition by Governor Ginn and Nevada's gaming community. He argues that even a 12% tax would not hurt the casino industry. The gamers and their minions have already begun their effort to marginalize Neal, who, as an African American representing constituents whose average income is less than the average Las Vegans, will be vulnerable to the big spending liberal charge. But certainly a gaming tax of 8-9% on the major casinos would hardly put them out of business, although it might curtail some of their planned investments out of state. 50. For the past decade, the powerful gambling interests and their various allies, concerned about their own taxes being raised RST, have quietly opposed most of the fiscal proposals needed to cope with state and local growth. Governor Miller noted that, thanks to his policies, Nevada remained the third lowest taxed state during his 10 years in office, a position that largely ignores the demands for services resulting from Nevada's chaotic growth during that period. 51. Today, paradoxically, while gambling continues to create new jobs and attract new residents to Las Vegas, the political economy of gambling threatens the city's future as well as the state's. Polls indicate that residents want their elected representatives to do more about the crises in higher education, infrastructure, and public services. Unfortunately, the people of Nevada may not have the onions in Carson City to achieve this, because the real power lies in Las Vegas, not in the metropolitan area as a whole, but rather on the Strip. 99. J. Brigham. Lighting Las Vegas. Electricity and the City of Glitz. From that moment I associated the glory of light with Las Vegas. I could see far in the future a city glowing with the glory of light. But such a city as we see today one could not imagine. Charles P. Squires, one of the founders of Nevada Power, recollecting the sunrise on the day he arrived in Las Vegas in February 1905. Every night the Las Vegas Strip is ablaze in a kaleidoscope of surreal electrical imagery, volcanic eruptions, and pirate battles. In an attempt to revitalize and draw tourist dollars back into the city's downtown area, the multimillion-dollar Fremont Street Experience opened in 1995, complete with an illuminated awning capable of producing a multitude of images for weary gamblers. Advertisements for the experience boast that more than 2 million lights make up the awning. The beam of the Luxor Casino, projecting upward into space, is so bright that pilots report seeing it soon after takeoff from Southern California airports. Pilots have also complained that the laser lights from strip hotels and casinos occasionally cause disorientation on the NL approach to McCarran International Airport. Las Vegas is in a sense, out of this world. Astronauts tell of seeing the city from their orbiting spacecraft. In an area otherwise devoid of many natural resources, electricity makes these and many other images in Las Vegas and even the city itself possible. Since World War II, Las Vegas has emerged as a Sun Belt city dependent on energy-consuming tourism and gaming, and during the Cold War on the federal government for its economic livelihood. 1 at the 100. Outset of World War II, U.S. Senator Patrick "Pat" McCarran, D. Nevada, helped locate the basic magnesium plant and what would become Nellis Air Force Base on the city's outskirts. Several new casinos opened in the city during the war years, including El Cortez, El Rancho Las Vegas, and the Golden Nugget. 2 After the war, both defense money and tourism fueled southern Nevada's growth. The tremendous growth of Las Vegas in the post-war years has resulted in an ever-expanding need for electrical power. To meet that need, Las Vegas has reached beyond its borders to tap into the resources of adjacent southwestern states. Historians often refer to the American West as a colony of the East. 3 Ever since Lewis and Clark, people have seen the region as rich in natural resources. Even before the gold rush, the hide and tallow trade forged a significant west-east commercial link tying California to eastern markets. San Francisco's early dominance in the region manifested itself in the location of California's and Nevada's state capitals in Sacramento and Carson City respectively, both close to the mineral-rich Sierra Nevada mountains. For a long time after the United States gained control of the West in 1848, the region functioned as a colony of the East, sending lumber, minerals, grain, livestock, and a host of other commodities eastward over the country's expanding railroad system. Refrigerated train cars made shipments of western beef to the east possible. At the turn of the century, Southern California citrus growers shipped trainloads of fruit to eastern markets. However, federal spending during the New Deal, World War II and the Cold War and the accompanying economic and demographic growth allowed the West to break many old Eastern colonial ties. Even before the Great Depression, a new form of colonialism started to develop in the American West, which continues to shape the region. Although the West's products and wealth owed east the dramatic growth of San Francisco since the gold rush, and then of Los Angeles and all of Southern California in the 20th century, resulted in a reorientation. At the start of the 20th century, Los Angeles began to exert an ever-increasing influence in the West. By the 1920s, it had surpassed San Francisco as the West Coast's major city, thanks in no small part to the federal financing of Los Angeles Harbor and the transfer of federal land for the Los Angeles Aqueduct. The most important manifestation of Los Angeles's influence involves water and energy. Thirsty Southern California obtains water from the Owens Valley, Central California, and the Colorado River. In taking water from the Colorado River, Los Angeles reaches into the 7 Colorado River Basin. 101 states from where the river's water owes. Transmission lines throughout the West deliver power to Los Angeles. Especially since World War II, Las Vegas and Nevada have become part of the Los Angeles colonial system. The colonial system may be seen as a series of interrelated concentric circles with resources owing toward the middle. Los Angeles is at the center. The RST circle is the rest of Southern California, the second circle is San Francisco, and the remainder of California. The 2 outermost rings are Las Vegas and the rest of the West. This model is especially relevant to the generation and distribution of electricity in the region. Las Vegas receives power generated at numerous power facilities in the West, although most goes to Los Angeles and Southern California. Despite the short distance between Las Vegas and Hoover Dam steam plants, burning coal mined in Utah or Arizona, natural gas from the Southwest, or power bought on the open energy market are the city's primary sources of electricity. Electricity has made Las Vegas a tourist boomtown, a form of colonization in that economic forces beyond its borders determine much of the city's prosperity. In the late 20th century, Las Vegas is both a colony and a colonizer. The city reaches into bordering states to import electrical energy or fuel to generate electricity. Simultaneously, however, electricity generated in Nevada is exported to California. Las Vegas and the Nevada Power Company, the private utility that serves much of southern Nevada, had humble beginnings. At the turn of the century, amid high expectations that the San Pedro, Los Angeles, and Salt Lake City Railroad would make the city a boomtown, local businessmen began to consider the idea of bringing electricity to Las Vegas. Although more than 20 years had passed since Edison RST tested the electric light, gas lamps continued to be the major form of illumination in many parts of the United States. Las Vegas's business leaders lived in constant dread of a re-engulfing the city. A local merchant, Charles P. Squires, led a group of early Las Vegas businessmen in constructing the town's RST generation and distribution system powered by a 90-horsepower gas-driven generator. In 1906, the founders of the Consolidated Power and Telephone Company Incorporated, their business and electricity had officially arrived in Las Vegas. The company dissolved itself in 1929, splitting into Southern Nevada Power and the Southern Nevada Telephone Company. For as did most electrical utilities, Nevada Power continually searched for additional sources of electricity in its earliest years. The demand soon 102 outstripped the original 90-horsepower generator, Old Betsy. 5 in 1914. To meet increased demand, Nevada Power began buying all the electricity it marketed from the railroad. 41 years passed before the company began to generate its own electrical energy. During that time, Nevada Power became the RST utility to distribute power generated at Hoover Dam when it went online in 1937. 6. Nevada's congressional delegation successfully amended the Swing-Johnson bill to increase the state's allocation of the electricity generated at Hoover Dam. Edward W. Clark, president of Nevada Power and a member of the original Colorado River Commission, reportedly played an influential role in the passage of the Nevada amendments. 7. Hoover Dam quickly became the city's sole source of power, which it remained until 1955, when post-war growth and the Cold War increased demand and forced Nevada Power to develop other sources of electricity. In February 1949, after several adjustments to the original Hoover Dam power allocations, the Federal Power Commission set Nevada's allotment of the dam's RM power at 18%. 8. Hoover Dam today supplies energy to various southwestern communities but little to Las Vegas. Under the Hoover Dam agreements, most of the electricity generated, approximately 64%, goes to California, with the remainder being divided between Nevada and Arizona. Nevadans have long been sensitive to the fact that the state receives such a small share of the total output. A 1976 Las Vegas Review-Journal article asked the rhetorical question, will California always get 64%? Acknowledging that power allocations were not likely to change, the paper suggested that California had originally received 64% because the authors of the legislation, Congressman Phil Swing and Senator Hiram Johnson, were both Californians, as were prominent people in the Department of the Interior and Bureau of Reclamation. The writer depicted Los Angeles as having avariciously demanded all the Hoover Dam power, whereas the less greedy Southern California Edison requested only half. Los Angeles city officials claimed that LA had received the RST Hoover Dam power, not Las Vegas or Nevada Power, as the power company maintains. Financial arrangements for repaying the government for the dam's construction also favored California because of its large population. 9. World War II profoundly affected the West and transformed Las Vegas and Nevada along with the rest of the region, placing new demands on the region's electrical systems. In 1940, the state's population number 103 bared 110,247. 8 years later, it stood at an estimated 141,000. Mining had long dominated the state's economy, and that continued for much of the war. Basic magnesium required a tremendous amount of electrical energy. In 1943, for example, the state's wartime power requirement reached 1,618 million kilowatt-hours, with most of that power being used for magnesium production. 10 years earlier, the depression low for electrical power consumption in the state was 62 million kilowatt-hours. By war's end, electrical requirements had dropped nearly 75% after magnesium production reductions. Not all of the power went to wartime industries. In the mid-1940s, per capita use of electricity by non-farm residential customers in Las Vegas was among the highest in the United States. The lack of other energy sources for heating and cooking and the almost universal use of air conditioning equipment further contributed to the high levels of electrical usage. 10. The end of the war brought only a temporary reduction in the city's power demands. Several events of very different character forever altered the electric power situation in Las Vegas. Las Vegas and Nevada continued to grow as the nation's population moved westward. Gambling took on a new face in 1946 when Benjamin Bugsy Siegel came west and opened the Flamingo Hotel, marking a new phase in Las Vegas history. The Cold War soon engulfed the world, and Nevada played a unique role in that conflict because the Nevada test site served as the proving ground for the country's expanding atomic arsenal. In 1956, Nevada Power built the 64-mile Mercury transmission line to serve the Atomic Energy Commission's complex at Mercury and the Indian Springs Air Force Base, both northwest of Las Vegas. 11. These factors all made unprecedented demands on Nevada Power to provide more electrical energy. Within a few years, the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce symbolically tied together tourism, gambling, and atomic weapons when it started to print calendars showing test days. Soon afterward, Las Vegas casinos began sponsoring trips so that tourists could experience the blast and watch the rising mushroom cloud, before the ban on atmospheric tests in 1963. 12. Reports led with the Nevada State Public Service Commission, which regulates electrical utilities, reaped the growing demand for electrical energy in Las Vegas and southern Nevada during the immediate post-war years. In 1945, Nevada Power reported that customers used 77 million kilowatt-hours of electricity. By 1949, the amount had more than doubled to nearly 160 million kilowatt-hours. 13. Demand soon outpaced supply, forcing the city and Nevada Power to search for additional 104 sources of power. A major impediment was Nevada Power's scally conservative president Sam Lawson, who took charge in 1946. He opposed expenditures for steam-driven generating plants, believing the cost too high. That policy soon resulted in a power shortage so severe that Nevada Power pushed for a ban on electric space heaters. By 1950, Las Vegas needed more power than the area's allocation of Hoover Dam electricity could supply. Removing Lawson so as to permit the development of steam-generated power was the RST step in resolving the energy shortage. Lawson Nally retired in 1953 and sold his financial interests in Nevada Power. 14. Reed Gardner succeeded Lawson as president, marking a symbolic shift in company history. Previous company presidents, including Lawson, had been Las Vegas pioneers. Gardner moved from California to take control of Nevada Power. It seems ironic that a Californian became company president given the relationship of California to the remainder of the West. 15. Gardner quickly recognized the dire energy situation and took immediate steps to increase the company's power supply. The company made its RST purchases of power generated elsewhere soon after Lawson left the company. More important, under Gardner's leadership, the company embarked on an energetic program to build a series of steam plants to generate electrical power because no undeveloped hydropower sites existed in the area. Investment in new plant construction in 1955 exceeded the total amount spent for construction during the company's entire history. Constructing steam plants that burned either oil or natural gas helped the company meet growing demand. The RST such plant, Clark Station, went online in December 1955. During planning for Clark Station, the company cancelled its initial order for a 30-megawatt generator and replaced it with a 60-megawatt unit. 16. By 1961, 3 generators operated at Clark Station with a combined potential output of 190 megawatts of power. 17. Nevada Power's completion of the RST Clark unit represented a milestone in Las Vegas's energy history. For the RST time in more than 40 years, Nevada Power generated part of the power it sold. In subsequent years, Hoover Dam Power provided an ever-shrinking percentage of the electricity that Nevada Power marketed. In 1995, exactly 40 years after the RST Clark generator went online, hydropower accounted for only 4% of the total energy that Nevada Power sold. 18. During the 1950s, Nevada Power RST looked beyond Nevada for energy. In 1949, the Nevada Natural Gas Company started to take the 105 Necessary steps to build a 114-mile natural gas pipeline between Las Vegas and Topac, Arizona on the Colorado River. The Topac facility received natural gas via a 433-mile El Paso natural gas pipeline that originated in the company's natural gas fields in eastern New Mexico. The pipeline, completed in 1953, furnished gas for all three of the Clark Station generators and for Sunrise Station, completed in the mid-1960s. By 1960, a complex energy situation had emerged in the Southwest. Los Angeles and Southern California received most of Hoover Dam's power. To meet its growing demand for electricity, Las Vegas tapped into the natural gas fields of eastern New Mexico. Arizona received power from Hoover Dam and the Salt River Project. El Paso Gas had been supplying Phoenix and Tucson with natural gas since the 1930s. The region's power system became even more complex in the 1960s, when electrical utilities turned to coal-burning plants. Generators using coal and then nuclear energy raised a new set of issues in the context of the social and environmental concerns of the 1960s and 1970s. Worries over the environmental impact of coal mining, air pollution caused by coal-burning plants, growing concern over water issues related to Native American control of energy resources, the energy shortage, nuclear waste, and NALI, the ever-expanding Sun Belt population, created an enormous set of challenges for electrical utilities and the public. 20 Las Vegas RST received power generated from coal-burning plants in 1965. Construction of Reed Gardner Station in Mopa, FTY miles northeast of the city, marked the beginning of Nevada Power's reliance on coal. The RST Reed Gardner plant generated 113 megawatts of power. 3 additional plants went online in 1968, 1976 and 1983, the last generates 250 megawatts of power. Coal for Reed Gardner Station originates in underground mines in Carbon and Emery counties in Utah, 450 miles to the northeast. At the time that the plant started generating electricity, it burned 1,050 tons of coal a day. Nevada Power collected the Y-ash, the unburned coal particles, and shipped it to the Nevada test site for use in well casing. When the RST Reed Gardner unit started operating, the company reported that its 3 steam-generating plants, Clark, Sunrise, and Reed Gardner, produced 85% of the company's power. In line with pro-growth ideas of progress in the 1950s and 1960s, a company brochure said the Reed Gardner plant added a spectacular landmark to historic Mopa Valley. 21 In the 1960s, Las Vegas was well on its way to becoming the nation's gambling playground. Electricity had become part of the popular image of Las Vegas because of the neon signs adorning the town's hotels and 106 casinos. An Electric West article commented that Fremont Street was the most electrically lighted street in the world. Electricity dominated the development of the region. Las Vegas power users continued to exceed the rest of the nation in per capita electrical consumption by nearly 300%, although the cost per kilowatt-hour was half the national average. 22 Las Vegas was very much an electrical city in the 1960s, and air conditioning led the way. In 1960, 38.7% of all Las Vegas homes had either central air conditioning or at least one room air conditioner, well above the national level of 12.4%. Given the extreme summer heat, the large number of units is not surprising. Electricity was the most widely used type of energy in Las Vegas, where 51% of all homes used it for heating, 60.2% for water heating, and 74.4% for cooking, as against national GRS in 1960 of 1.8% for heating, 20.4% for water heating and 30.8% for cooking. In 1980, 94.6% of all Las Vegas residences had air conditioners, as compared to 53.9% nationally. 23 Las Vegas's high per capita use of electricity, coupled with its expanding population and energy-intensive tourist industry, soon forced Nevada Power to seek additional sources of electricity. In June 1967, construction began on Mojave Generating Station, located in the congressionally declared Fort Mojave Development Area, near the tip of southern Nevada. Unlike in the case of Mopa Station, Nevada Power originally shared ownership of Mojave Station with utilities in Arizona and California. Nevada Power's share has always been 14%. The Salt River Project at RST owned 10% and the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power controlled 20%. Under the original plans, Southern California Edison was to control 56% of the output, but by 1980 SCE, which operated the station, and Hoover Dam, owned 86%, with Nevada Power retaining ownership of its original 14%. The RST-2 generating plants at the station provided 790 megawatt units. 24. Mojave Station typifies the interdependence of the West and the prominence of Los Angeles and Southern California in electrical distribution. The plant burns coal strip mined at Black Mesa on the Navajo Reservation in northeastern Arizona. Peabody Coal Company of St. Louis originally contracted to provide coal for the station's estimated 35-year life. Whereas Mopa Station is supplied by trains, pipelines deliver coal to Mojave Station. Pumps send a slurry of pulverized coal and water 275 miles to the plant, twice crossing the Colorado River. The 107 slurry requires 3,000 acre-feet of water per year from Navajo and Hopi Indian land in Arizona and New Mexico. The original price was $5 per acre-foot, but in 1987, under a new contract, the cost increased to $600 per acre-foot. Energy generation had used so much water by 1990 that the water table had already dropped between 10 and 70 feet. The worst-case scenario is that the water table will drop 175 feet by the year 2032. 25. Mojave Station, located less than a mile from the Colorado River, uses water drawn from the river for cooling purposes. 26. A second coal-burning station, of which Nevada Power owns 11%, is Navajo Station at Page, Arizona on the Navajo Indian Reservation. Plans for Navajo Station began to take shape in the late 1960s. The plant required Colorado River water, and its planning became entangled in legislation authorizing the Central Arizona Project. The chairman of the House Interior Committee, Colorado Congressman Wayne Aspinall, feared that the Navajos' Colorado River water rights could cut into his state's allocation of the river. Aspinall pressured the Bureau of Reclamation and the Salt River Project to persuade the Navajo to relinquish most of their Colorado River water before he would let the Central Arizona Project legislation out of committee. The Navajo, worried about the loss of potential jobs, signed over nearly 70% of their Colorado River water for use at Navajo Station. 27. With the water issue resolved in their favor, the utilities completed construction of the station's RST generation plant in 1974. 28. Electricity generated from coal continued to be the primary energy source for Nevada Power in Las Vegas in the early 1980s. A breakdown by generation type shows that in 1980 electricity from coal accounted for 69% of the company's total power, while 27% came from natural gas or oil-red plants and 4% was hydropower. 29. To meet the growing demand, Nevada Power began to contemplate construction of two more coal-red plants, the Harry Allen plant northeast of Las Vegas and the White Pine Power Project near Ely, Nevada. 30. Although downsized considerably, early plans for the Harry Allen plant included 4 500 megawatt units, each burning more than 2.2 million tons of coal per year. The White Pine Power Project was to be a 1,500 megawatt coal-red station. 31. Although not yet built, the White Pine Power Project has already generated intense controversy. Essentially, the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, DWP, was to build the plant to meet the power needs of Southern California, with 108. Most of the plant's capacity going to the DWP. Nevada Power would receive part of the energy if it helped finance the project. Part of the controversy in the late 1980s surrounded the giving of federal land to Los Angeles for the plant site and transmission lines. The proposed transmission lines would have crossed the Sunrise Mountain area east of Las Vegas, which some wanted set aside as wilderness. Environmentalists said that they would drop their opposition if the federal government proclaimed 731,000 acres of new wilderness area elsewhere in the state. Senator Sheik Hacht, R. Nevada, who tentatively supported the project, opposed tying the plant to wilderness area politics. Lobbyists for Los Angeles claimed that the plant would create 2,200 construction jobs and 550 permanent jobs, an appealing notion to people in Ely, who had long suffered economic doldrums since the region's copper industry bottomed out. 32 Currently the White Pine Power Project is in limbo. In recent years, the Los Angeles DWP has lost some interest in the plant because of new California state regulations regarding power sales. Additionally, concerns over air pollution have dampened ideas for new coal-red plants. The Los Angeles DWP still holds title to more than 50% of the proposed power and Nevada Power to 25%. Both companies continue to contribute money to maintain their rights in the project. 33 Although plans are dormant, the debates surrounding the proposed White Pine Power Project show the continued complexity of the relationship between Los Angeles and the region. Los Angeles depends on the rest of the West for its energy and continues to reach out to meet increased demand. Simultaneously, the rest of the West receives some benefits such as the potential jobs that new projects create. Los Angeles has not been the only city to need additional electricity. One word summarizes Las Vegas in the 1990s: growth. The population growth of the city and southern Nevada are nearly unparalleled in the United States. To date, Nevada Power has met the challenge of providing more power to the region. Instead of building more generation stations, the company is buying electricity on the open market. In 1995, of all the energy Nevada Power sold, it bought more power on the open market, 45%, than it generated at its coal-burning plants, 44%. The company's total hydroelectric power remained at 4%, while natural gas or oil accounted for 7%. This is significant in that most of the power used in Las Vegas comes from out-of-state sources, either coal from Utah or Arizona, natural gas from New Mexico. 109. ICO or energy bought from other utilities. Only the hydropower comes from Nevada itself, and that is a product of the 7-state Colorado River Basin where the river's water originates. The gaming industry is a major customer of Nevada Power. In 1995, it bought 1.9 million megawatt-hours of electricity from Nevada Power, 15.6% of the company's total energy sales. 34 Gaming industry power demands have caused headaches for the power company. In 1995, Nevada Power and Mirage Resorts, owner of several major Las Vegas casinos, reached an agreement to lower Mirage's rates by an undisclosed amount. At the time, Mirage's management threatened to construct a 25-megawatt natural gas-red generation plant not far from the Las Vegas Strip. Fearing the loss of a large client, Nevada Power agreed to lower Mirage's rates. Concerned that a domino effect might develop in that other businesses also would try to negotiate lower rates, Nevada Power sought to keep the exact amount of the rate reduction a secret. In July 1995, the State Public Service Commission ruled, however, that the public's right to know required that the parties reveal the terms of the contract. In defending the agreement, Nevada Power argued that loss of Mirage Resorts would result in higher rates for other customers because a smaller group of customers would pay the utility's XED costs. Grassroots organizations such as the National Council of Senior Citizens and the Nevada Senior Coalition objected to the agreement. Representatives for each group argued that the agreement discriminated against residential users and maintained that small users subsidized large users. A Nevada Power spokesperson stated just the opposite and said that large users made lower residential rates possible. 35 Regardless of who subsidizes whom, the salient issue is that electricity remains a vital energy source that is politically, economically, and socially volatile. Shortly after agreeing on the contract with Mirage Resorts, Nevada Power asked the Public Service Commission for permission to lower rates. The utility said that lower coal and natural gas costs and cheaper power on the open market made the reduction possible. When company officials RST announced the reduction, they were unsure of who would receive rate cuts: big consumers such as casinos or small residential users. Finally, the utility decided that residential users would receive a reduction amounting to less than 1% for the average consumer, about $1 a month during the high-use summer months. The reduction for small to medium customers would be about 2%, while big 110 users, including casinos, would see their rates cut by 6%. The cut for large customers came close to what the power company had offered Mirage Resorts in the once secret agreement. 36. The State Public Service Commission did not delay in announcing its decision on the legality of the Mirage Resorts Nevada power contract. Toward the end of July 1995, the Commission unanimously voted to dismiss the contract, citing lack of legal authority to authorize a rate reduction for a single user. Mirage Resorts immediately announced plans to build a generation plant, as it had threatened to do, and estimated that it would go online in 18 months. Company spokesman said that the Mirage Treasure Island and the then unused Monte Carlo and Bellagio resorts would use power generated at the plant. 37. In January 1996, the Clark County Commission approved Mirage Resorts' request to build the power plant. During the hearings, rate and usage information became public. The Mirage and Treasure Island used enough power to electrify 14,000 homes. To compensate for the loss of revenue, the rest of Nevada Power's customers saw their monthly electric bills increase by 36 cents on average. Perhaps in response to the Mirage situation, Nevada Power's President Charles Lindsay told members of the state legislature that despite what the public thinks, an enormous amount of cheap and unused power does not exist. Lindsay urged the legislators to move cautiously before deregulating the state's energy market. In the end, Lindsay warned California may be the big winner. A rate decrease in California may mean an increase in other western states. 38. The history of energy generation and distribution in the Southwest suggests that Lindsay's concern that California might emerge the winner has merit. Historically, California has long been the big winner, as resources have owed from the periphery to the center. Despite the growth of southern Nevada's electrical demands, they remain small compared to California's. In an unregulated market, the biggest customer may get the most power at the best price. Mirage Resorts' quest for cheaper electricity shows the importance of electricity to the city's continued growth, and city boosters feature cheap electricity in attempts to attract new residents and businesses. Several business interests Nance Las Vegas Perspectives, the city's self-proclaimed yearly report card, which publishes the endings of researchers at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. In 1994, Perspectives reported that an average of 3,000 people moved to Las Vegas each month. In the previous year, 43 industrial concerns had either 111 been started in or moved to southern Nevada, and all, needless to say, required electrical energy. A hypothetical company could expect to pay $102,000 less for electricity in Las Vegas than in San Francisco, $71,000 less than in Los Angeles, and $73,000 less than in San Diego. Residential customers also could expect cheaper utility rates. Tourism had become a $15 billion industry, and the city had more hotel rooms than any other city in the world. 39. The energy-intensive gaming and hotel industry accounted for 30% of the city's jobs. 40. The concern that Nevada Power's President Lindsay expressed about California being the big winner in a deregulated energy market is surprising. Las Vegas holds a paradoxical position in terms of its relationship with California and the West. California receives enormous amounts of energy from sites throughout the region, plants that it either operates or partially owns. Hoover Dam and Mojave Station are two prime examples. The energy needs and water needs in the case of Hoover Dam of Southern California were the determining factors in the construction of those projects. Southern California's wealth and unions helped make the projects possible, and in doing so contributed to the growth of southern Nevada. The ability of Nevada Power, and by extension Las Vegas, to tap into the region's energy resources makes the city's constant growth possible. The paradox of electricity in Nevada is that the state both imports and exports electrical energy. Power generated at Mojave and Hoover Dam owes out of the state, while Nevada Power buys energy on the open market or generated from Utah coal or New Mexico natural gas. Las Vegas is both a colony and a colonizer in the energy-intensive American West. Tourism and gaming, two electrically intensive enterprises, are enormously important to southern Nevada's economy. Construction of new casinos continues unabated, and each new casino will require large amounts of power. Comparing an event in the early 1950s to the Mirage controversy of the mid-1990s puts the city's growth and need for energy into perspective. To ease the town's energy shortage in the early 1950s, Nevada Power originally ordered a 30-megawatt generator only VE megawatts more powerful than the plant Mirage Resorts planned to construct. Las Vegas is a city dependent on energy-intensive businesses for its economic health, and out-of-state sources provide most of that energy. Only the future will tell if this system of generation and distribution will be enough to provide energy for Southern Nevada's continued expansion. 115. John Christensen. Build it and the water will come. At the end of the 20th century, Las Vegas faced a water crisis. The city would not be able to continue to grow into the new millennium on its existing water supply. By the late 1980s, planners at the Las Vegas Valley Water District could see that even with the most conservative estimates of growth rates and the most optimistic projections for conservation, Las Vegas would run out of water soon after the turn of the century. Estimates as to exactly how far the water supply could be stretched differed, depending on the variables planners used in their computer models, but a few things were certain. Las Vegas was growing at a steady pace, adding roughly 5,000 new residents each month, year after year, putting it among the fastest growing areas in the country. The aquifer underlying the Las Vegas Valley was already overtapped. The ground under parts of the city was slowly subsiding. And the city was reaching the limits of Nevada's allocation of Colorado River water, which was negotiated in the 1920s, when fewer than 5,000 people lived in Las Vegas. With the 1990s looming and the population of the greater Las Vegas metropolitan area quickly approaching 1 million, with no sign of slowing, Patricia Mulroy, the hard-driving general manager of the Las Vegas Valley Water District, knew something had to be done. Western Water has attracted a lot of practical visionaries, like William Mulholland, who brought water to Los Angeles, and Floyd Dominy. 116. Who engineered the mighty dams of the Colorado River? These were the men who imagined and built the plumbing of the West. Patricia Mulroy was a practical visionary for the post-reclamation era. She saw where reform of Western water was headed, away from new dams and water importation projects and toward more efficient management of rivers and ecosystems. And she knew what she needed to get from this change: more water for Las Vegas. That may sound paradoxical. Her genius lay in realizing that it was not. Mulroy was reviled at times as the water witch of the West because of her obstinate advocacy on behalf of a city that still suffered from a sinful image, especially when people wanted to thwart its objectives. But Mulroy not only managed to barge her way into the old boys club that controlled water in the West, known affectionately as Water Buffaloes, she also went on to play out a pivotal transitional story of water in the West. In 1989, Mulroy proposed one of the biggest urban water grabs in Western history, claiming all the available underground water in almost half of Nevada, only to turn around and use it as a bargaining chip for her real goal: more water from the Colorado River. She stuck her foot in the sluice gates of the Colorado River by claiming water in the Virgin River, and then she enlarged that opening with one of the RST water banking deals on the Colorado River. She persuaded voters to build a new $2 billion pipeline to the river. By the turn of the century, Mulroy had staked the future of Las Vegas on reform of the Colorado River, the key lifeline of the American West. Mulroy's success occurred in the context of a changing of the guard in Western water, an era that saw the end of dam building proclaimed by the Bureau of Reclamation and the rise of political and financial deals to move water within the West's existing infrastructure, rather than build massive new dams and water projects. Mulroy's strategy was essentially to parley money, which Las Vegas had in great supply during the greatest gaming boom in the history of the world, into water, which has always been in short supply in the Mojave Desert. But pulling this off would require astute political organizing both internally, within Las Vegas and Nevada, and externally, with federal agencies and other states on the Colorado River. Early in the 1990s, Mulroy negotiated mergers with several competing water districts to form the Southern Nevada Water Authority and organized politically to consolidate Southern Nevada's power on the state's Colorado River Commission. As Las Vegas boomed, the power of her agency grew. By the end of the 1990s, the water agency served nearly 1.6 million people, more than two-thirds of the state's population. 117. and proved itself a regional powerhouse. Mulroy also took her crusade to Washington, D.C., as the RST chairman of the Western Urban Water Coalition, a new lobbying group for cities seeking a greater share of water in the West. Mulroy put Las Vegas in the center of the action of reforms changing the way water is managed in the West. That this story started with a water grab more reminiscent of the Old West than the vaunted New West is one of the twists that shows what a jam Las Vegas was in and how savvy Mulroy was in playing her cards to get out of it. In the dusty outback of Nevada, there is little love lost for Las Vegas. Although it is the economic engine of the state, the rest of Nevada looks down on the city. But they never turn their backs on it. The rural cow counties of Nevada suspect that Las Vegas is just out for itself. All the proof they needed came at the end of 1989 when the Las Vegas Valley Water District led claims on every drop of available groundwater in a 20,000 square mile area, covering most of the southern half of the state. The district claimed 805,000 acre-feet of groundwater in 26 valleys as far as 250 miles north of the city, as well as the Virgin River, a tributary of the Colorado River that owes through the southeastern corner of Nevada. Mulroy announced that rural Nevada could not stand in the way of the state's economic engine. "Nobody wants to wipe out rural Nevada," she said. "But they have a lot more water than they need. It's there. It should be available to use elsewhere. You can't take a community as thriving as Las Vegas and put a stop sign out there. The train will run right over you." In rural Nevada, the battle cry became "Remember the Owens Valley." The West's RST and best-known raid on rural water by a booming metropolis. Once a fertile home to orchards, farms, and ranches just east of the Sierra Nevada, Owens Valley was virtually dried up by Los Angeles. The bitter conflict broke out in pipeline bombings in the 1920s and again in the 1970s, when groundwater pumping peaked in Owens Valley. Owens Valley veterans advised rural Nevada neighbors on how not to lose their water to an ever more thirsty city. County officials in Nevada said they would GHT Las Vegas with every legal weapon at their disposal. Some residents spoke cryptically about vigilante groups that would not hesitate to blow up pipelines if Las Vegas dared to steal our water. Steve Bradhurst, a consultant hired to coordinate opposition to the water grab, said Las Vegas was foreclosing on the future of rural Nevada by tying up all the available water rights in 4 huge counties. "We're acting for our future," said Floyd Lamb, a rancher and former state senator from Alamo, a small town 100 miles. 118. North of Las Vegas in the scenic Pahranagat Valley. Nothing infuriates people like messing with their water. These ranchers get worked up, they don't even take their hats off. It's going to get bloody, Lamb predicted. 1. The plan seemed a bold blast from the past. Its scale over 1,000 miles of pipeline would dwarf the Owens Valley pipeline to Los Angeles. In the early 1990s, the GHT seemed likely to become a classic Western water war. The district spent millions of dollars on hydrologic and engineering studies to give its gambit some credibility. But within just years, Mulroy was saying the grandiose water importation project was the singularly most stupid idea anyone's ever had. 2. David Donnelly, the chief engineer for the Water Authority, was openly disdainful of the project, which he had helped design. "Frankly, it doesn't make any sense," he said. "We don't want to build any more dams, reservoirs, or construction projects. We want to do things that cost less and that are politically, socially, and environmentally acceptable." 3. Suddenly, it seemed as though Las Vegas had discovered water in the New West. Mulroy offered to abandon the controversial quest to pipe underground water from rural Nevada, but only if Las Vegas could get more water from the Colorado River. Mulroy laid out her new strategy at hearings before the Nevada State Water Engineer on the Southern Nevada Water Authority's applications for water from the Virgin River, which originates in southwestern Utah, owes through Zion National Park, and then through the northwestern corner of Arizona and into Nevada, where it joins the Colorado River in Lake Mead. Because it owes through largely barren red rock canyons, the Virgin River is not fully appropriated like most western rivers. and it is not part of the Colorado River Compact or any other interstate agreement. Nevada claimed that the water that reached Nevada was therefore up for grabs by whoever could develop it. On paper, the agency's development plans called for building a dam and reservoir on the river and a pipeline to Las Vegas. But it turned out that the Southern Nevada Water Authority did not really want to build the dam and pipeline. The agency would rather let the river flow into Lake Mead and take the water from there, Mulroy said. Environmentalists who opposed the damage and disruption the dam, reservoir, and pipeline would cause were blindsided. They also favored letting the water flow into Lake Mead. In one bold move, Mulroy thus won over many opponents and sidelined others. She persuaded towns along the Virgin River in Nevada to drop their protests against the Las Vegas applications. 119. By cutting them in on the water and offering them a seat on the Southern Nevada Water Authority. She got the Interior Department to drop protests by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Bureau of Land Management, and National Parks Service by promising that the agency would comply with all required federal studies and permits. And the remaining opponents of the Las Vegas groundwater importation plan, the rural counties and environmentalists, supported what the district wanted: more water from the Colorado River so that the city would not have to drain rural Nevada. By the mid-1990s, Mulroy had consolidated her Southern Nevada power base, placated most of her opponents in the state, and found a common agenda with other urban centers and the Bureau of Reclamation. But, she added, by way of reminding anyone who would listen of the millennial stakes in the game, the new water regime had to be ready by the year 2000. This high-stakes game required bold moves, which naturally raised the question of whether the rural water grab was essentially a bluff. Mulroy practically acknowledged as much. I don't think we would have gotten attention to Southern Nevada's needs without the outpouring of concerns on those applications, she said. If Nevada could add 200,000 to 250,000 acre-feet to the state's current annual allocation of 300,000 acre-feet from the Colorado River, she would recommend dropping the agency's claims to rural Nevada water. In the meantime, she would negotiate with rural counties to allow them to develop the water if they needed it. Mulroy said the water needed to supply the next century of growth in southern Nevada was not a major amount, given the allocations to other states on the Colorado River. But to get there, she acknowledged, would require major rethinking up and down the river. That, however, would require loosening the law of the river to allow wheeling water through Lake Mead. That could ultimately require changes in the law of the river, an interstate compact that was ratifed by Congress in 1922 and has governed the Colorado River ever since. And that was the prize that Las Vegas was playing for. The Virgin is the linchpin to the rest of the Colorado River, said Mulroy. Getting more water through Lake Mead, including water from the Virgin River, would require negotiations with Utah and Arizona, an agreement from other states, especially California, which holds priority rights on the lower Colorado by virtue of a 1963 Supreme Court ruling. For the 1922 Colorado River Compact, a major strand in the web of interstate compacts, legislation, regulations, and court rulings collect. 120. Tivoli, known as the Law of the River, allots 7.5 million acre-feet of water annually to the upper basin states of Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico, and 7.5 million to the lower basin states of Nevada, Arizona, and California. Of that, California gets 4.4 million acre-feet, Arizona gets 2.85 million acre-feet, and Nevada 300,000 acre-feet. In California and Arizona, farms use most of that water, but over time more and more of it is being transferred to urban and suburban uses. In contrast, southern Nevada, an overwhelmingly urban area, has essentially no agriculture around it to buy and then dry up. Mulroy delighted in pointing out that one large hotel in Las Vegas employs more people than all the farms and ranches in Nevada. The Southern Nevada Water Authority already controlled Nevada's share of Colorado River water. The law of the river presents a formidable obstacle to Mulroy's quest, an obstacle rooted in the traditional West, much like the laws and traditions governing mining, logging, and grazing. The 1922 Colorado River Compact was designed to protect the other 6 compact states from the economic power of California. The theory was that states like Colorado and Wyoming and Arizona needed time to develop their economies and put their Colorado River water to use. If money and population had been the only measure, all the Colorado River water would have immediately owed to Southern California, rather than remaining in Wyoming and Utah and Arizona to raise alfalfa and cotton. Not much has changed since 1922. From the perspective of a Utah or New Mexico or Wyoming, still awaiting further urbanization, watching their compact water owe away from marginal farms and toward buyers in Las Vegas is no different than watching it owe toward buyers in Los Angeles. Officials in those states were reluctant, however, to let Las Vegas push too far too fast. Mulroy did not take on the upper basin states of Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, and New Mexico. Her goal was to change how the lower basin states California, Nevada, and Arizona apportion water among themselves. Until Arizona, Nevada, and California had their house in order, she said, it did not make sense to talk to the upper basin states about water transfers. In an era when irrigation districts across the West were having trouble paying for their water, Las Vegas had what they needed: cash. And Mulroy found that allies in high places shared her vision of a changing region that needed to change some of the rules of water. Before he became Secretary of Interior, Bruce Babbitt had advised the rural Nevada counties getting the Las Vegas groundwater importation 121 plan. Once in office, Babbitt became a self-described advocate for Southern Nevada. "I'm trying to end a way for Nevada to get an increased share of Colorado River water," he announced. "Las Vegas needs an expanded water supply from the Colorado River." Betsy Rieck, the Assistant Secretary of Interior for the Bureau of Reclamation, explained plans for reform to an annual gathering of high-powered water managers and attorneys at the University of Colorado's Natural Resources Law Center. "The Colorado River has been locked up in the chains created by the law of the river," Rieck said. "It is time to curatively melt those chains." The Department of Interior, which manages most of the river, would patiently leverage change on the Colorado River, starting in the lower basin, Rieck said. That was just what Mulroy, who was sitting in the audience, wanted to hear. The Bureau of Reclamation was drafting rules and regulations to provide for voluntary transfers of water between states on the lower Colorado River. "This is something that does not require fundamental changes in the law of the river or tampering with the basic apportionments among and between states," said Ed Osen, an assistant to the Bureau of Reclamation's director, Dan Beard. "But it would be a big step forward in encouraging the marketing of water in the lower Colorado." The Southern Nevada Water Authority had already opened a small crack in the Colorado River with a three-way deal Mulroy had put together with the Metropolitan Water District in Southern California and the Arizona Water Conservation District. The California and Nevada urban water districts agreed to pay the financially troubled Arizona Irrigation District, which operates the Central Arizona Project, to store up to 100,000 acre-feet of Colorado River water in depleted groundwater aquifers under farms served by the aqueduct. Essentially, the cities paid the farmers not to pump groundwater and instead store that water for future use. During droughts, the cities could take that amount of water from Arizona's allocation on the Colorado River. "It's a RST chip away at water marketing on the Colorado River," said Donnelly, chief engineer of the Las Vegas Water Agency. "It's significant and precedent-setting that both California and Nevada now have water stored in Arizona." Las Vegas hoped to use its growing muscle to enlarge that crack and nearly double its supply from the Colorado River. That would require negotiations with the other Colorado River states. The Southern Nevada Water Authority created computer models that showed that the Colorado River could provide a more reliable long-term supply, through water banking and leasing, even if Nevada cannot increase its permanent 122 allocation from the river by amending the compact. They showed that Las Vegas could get by with leasing water from farmers in Arizona well into the next century. However, to bring more water from the river, Las Vegas would need a bigger pipeline from Lake Mead. The water agency produced plans for a 12-foot diameter pipeline that would double the city's capacity to suck water from Lake Mead and pump it 4 miles uphill to an expanded drinking water treatment plant. The new pipeline was designed to bring more water from the Colorado River immediately to meet peak demand and as a backup for the existing pipeline. It would also be big enough to carry water banked or leased in the future. The total cost was more than $2 billion, roughly the same as projects for the rural groundwater importation project. When Mulroy had agreed to lay off the rural water grab, environmentalists had agreed not to challenge the pipeline. The issue came to a head when the Southern Nevada Water Authority asked the Nevada legislature to put a measure on the ballot to raise the local sales tax by 1/4 cent to pay for the expansion. Mulroy had played her cards so well that the only opposition came from a wild-card group of senior citizens. Larry Paulson, a retired biology professor with the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and Ken Mahal, the president of the Nevada Seniors Coalition, a group of about 300, attacked the Southern Nevada Water Authority's plans to provide water for future growth from a populist angle. The coalition wanted to defeat the measure and instead raise taxes on gambling and new development. The gaming industry and developers have reaped the lion's share of the benefits of growth, said Mahal, while they have dumped the costs and negatives of growth on the general population. The gambling moguls and developers are being subsidized. And who pays? Poor people, families, people on XED incomes. 8. Paulson and Mahal saw themselves as Davids up against a nefarious web of Goliath developers, politicians, agencies, and even some go-long-to-get-along environmentalists involved in a conspiracy that made the plot of the movie Chinatown seem simple. Paulson said that the pipeline was bigger than it needed to be, and that the water was destined to benefit fat cat developers like Summa, the corporation once owned by Howard Hughes, and the Arizona-based developer Del Webb, which were building sprawling suburbs on the fringes of the Las Vegas Valley. When the Interior Department released water from Glen Canyon Dam to create hoods in the Grand Canyon to restore beach habitat, Paulson, 123, called it an ecological masquerade for a water grab that moved 700,000 acre-feet of water from the upper basin to the lower basin states on the Colorado River. 9. But the loudest alarm that Paulson and Mahal sounded was their claim that Southern Nevada Water Authority was ignoring a potential public health disaster by putting a second straw into Lake Mead just 6 miles downstream from the city's sewage treatment plant. Paulson said the city's existing pipeline already sucked up polluted water from a treatment plant that discharges effluent into the lake at Las Vegas Wash, which drains the Las Vegas Valley. He charged that the effluent plumewed directly toward the city's intake pipes, 150 feet below the surface of Lake Mead, especially in late winter and early spring, when there is less mixing in the reservoir, which moves like a sluggish river in slow motion. Paulson said that people had already died from drinking the water and that the second pipeline would increase the danger. In fact, in 1994, 37 people infected with HIV had died in Las Vegas from cryptosporidiosis, an infection produced by Cryptosporidium parvum, a microscopic one-celled protozoan, commonly called crypto, that causes diarrhea, fever, and vomiting. Healthy individuals are able to GHT off infections, but scientists said that ingesting just one cryptospore could kill a person with AIDS. 10. An investigation by the Centers for Disease Control concluded that the most likely source of crypto in Las Vegas was tap water, where it was probably present in such minute amounts that it could not be detected. 11. We monitor for crypto and we've never detected it in our water, said David Donnelly, the water agency engineer. Paulson and Mahal were trying to create public outcry because our intake is downstream some 6 miles from the sewage treatment plant Auto in Las Vegas Wash. But that's the case throughout the United States. On the Mississippi, one city discharges and another takes it in. Whatever river system you're on, you always monitor it. Lake Mead is one of the most pristine systems in the United States. We've never detected any problems with this plume, Donnelly said. 12. Mahal and Paulson mounted a public relations campaign that inundated public officials and the media with statements, protests, and electronic news. And they threatened to expand the campaign. If this community doesn't want to shape up, "We're going to broadcast through the world what you should expect when you come here," said Mahal. "We have 40 million visitors from all over the planet. They bring bacteria from all over the planet. And we're dumping this in Lake Mead in the same back bay where we pump water." For Mahal, an architect who 124 had moved to Las Vegas when it was a fun quirky town 15 years ago, it was a battle against the gambling hall operators and developers who are destroying the community and giving nothing back. 13 For Paulson, it was a vindication for my life and career. 14 Paulson had studied Lake Mead limnology, American Samoa AL biologist, for 20 years before being asked to teach biology to pre-med students at UNLV. He quit instead to campaign against the water agency's plans. Ultimately, their campaign was quixotic. Even Howard Hughes had found it impossible to prevent Lake Mead water from owing out of Las Vegas taps. In 1968, when he was holed up on the 13th hour of the Desert Inn, Hughes urged Governor Paul Laxalt to kill the project that put the RST Las Vegas straw in Lake Mead. "If it becomes known that our new water system is nothing but a closed-circuit loop, leading in and then out of a cesspool," Hughes wrote, "our competitors will start a word-of-mouth and publicity campaign that will murder us." 15 But bad publicity has never fazed Las Vegas for long. In the end, Paulson and Mahal managed to raise a significant stink, but they were unsuccessful in slowing the Las Vegas water machine. During the campaign, Mulroy worried publicly that if opponents kept the new pipeline from being built, the Las Vegas Valley would need to ration water to existing homes and casinos and to shut down new construction by 1999. That encouraged Paulson and Mahal. Their ultimate goal was to stop growth, a goal many Las Vegans shared, at least in spirit. Their immediate goal, however, was to stop the agency from building the new pipeline, designed to bring more water from the Colorado River to meet peak demand and as a backup for the existing pipeline. And in that they were up against the political power structure of the entire state of Nevada, which was lined up solidly behind the Southern Nevada Water Authority. Paulson and Mahal joined a chorus of people who publicly voiced concerns about growth in the Las Vegas Valley over the course of the 1990s, from local environmentalists to city planners, Mayor Jan Jones, and even Steve Wynn. The casino mogul told the Chamber of Commerce that Las Vegas was in danger of losing its allure because of unregulated growth. But no one else called for stopping the new pipeline, which was a key to solving the city's long-term need for water from the Colorado River. In November 1998, the voters overwhelmingly approved the tax increase to pay for it. By the turn of the century, Las Vegas had a new pipeline, the expanded capacity, and water banking and leasing plans that tied the future of Las Vegas to the Colorado River. Many of the financial and 125 political details of water deals with neighboring states on the river remained to be worked out, but Mulroy seemed to be on a winning streak. She had taken Las Vegas from being a minor pariah to being a major player on the river. She spoke optimistically of creating a community of common interests among the states that share the Colorado River. "Our future is part of their future," she asserted. 16 Although Las Vegas was still seen as an urban cancer in some circles, Mulroy had effectively averted the crisis. Las Vegas could continue to build. The water would come. 126. Robert E. Parker. The Social Costs of Rapid Urbanization in Southern Nevada. V. Between 1950 and 1990, Nevada's population grew by 651%, more rapidly than that of any other state, easily outdistancing Arizona's gain of 389% during the same time. The fastest-growing state throughout the 1980s, Nevada shows no signs of slowing its rapid expansion. Most of this growth occurred in southern Nevada, where Las Vegas and its surrounding communities surpassed 1.3 million residents by 2000. Key actors in the city and the majority of ordinary citizens have heartily embraced the unbridled expansion of recent years. While many of those in the Urban Growth Coalition, particularly those in the hotel/gaming/recreation sector, have had cause to celebrate, the area's rapid growth has left a trail of serious social costs that are borne by local residents. Local and national boosterism. In part, Nevada's population explosion can be traced to the mostly favorable treatment the state has received in the electronic and print media, particularly from popular and business periodicals. For example, in 1995, Money ranked Las Vegas as the 9th best city in the United States in which to live, up from 43rd in 1994, and the FTH best community among mid-sized cities, and in November 1998, Fortune listed Las Vegas as the best place in the country to have any kind of business. 2. Other national publications have couched the area's rapid growth in glowing terms. In 1994, Time magazine made Las Vegas, the new all-American city, its cover story, and U.S. News & World Report featured the city prominently. 3. The 1995 edition of Retirement Places selected Las Vegas as the nation's most desirable retirement destination. Your Money and New Choices magazines have also listed Las Vegas as among the best retirement locations. 4. Earlier in the decade, U.S. News & World Report carried 2 highly favorable articles on the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, calling it one of the top up-and-coming universities in the West. Virtually without exception, these media accolades bombarding the national consciousness have focused on the good business climate and have failed to consider quality of life factors. The following provides a brief sketch of the concept of local growth coalitions and identifies key pro-growth actors in Las Vegas. The Local Growth Coalition. John Mollenkopf and Harvey Malach have used the term local growth coalitions to describe business elites who actively promote development at the local level. 5. Malach suggests that virtually every U.S. city is dominated by a small, parochial elite whose members have business or professional interests that are linked to local development and growth. 6. Typically, such coalitions consist of industrialists, bankers, and developers and are supported by real estate agents, the legal establishment, and the news media. Business leaders are at the heart of most local growth coalitions. They and allied political leaders consistently espouse a pro-growth, pro-development ideology. Urbanists like William Angel have underscored the importance of local boosterism in generating corporate development in cities. 7. Cities of all sizes are aggressively advertised by their local growth coalitions as being business-friendly. Roughly 15,000 cities, towns, counties, states, and other political jurisdictions have marketed themselves nationally. Some organizations, such as the Urban Land Institute, a developer's think tank, are formal and nationally based. Specific examples of organized local growth coalitions include the Dallas Citizens Council, the Greater Philadelphia Movement, and Civic Progress in St. Louis. In many cities, the local growth coalition is anchored in the Chamber of Commerce, and it often represents the city's private. 128. Public partnership, as with the Houston Economic Development Commission. In still other cities, the growth coalition is characterized by a looser structure, surrounded by few formal organizations. Todd Swanstrom distinguishes between 2 types of local growth coalitions. 8. In some cities, conservative growth officials place city planning squarely within the private domain and discount the social welfare needs of citizens. In contrast, other urban political leaders practice liberal growth politics where social service programs are provided along with private economic development efforts. In Sunbelt cities, such as Miami, Houston, Phoenix, and Las Vegas, the tendency has been for the conservative variant to emerge. In these cities, few local politicians are independent of business linkages. Malach argues that the organized effort to generate city growth is the focus of local government as a political force. Local politicians, on behalf of private interests, work hard to provide public support for business-oriented growth, including financial assistance for material infrastructure, such as water, sewer, and utility facilities. Regardless of the composition of the coalition, the general objective of these groups is to transform cities into growth machines where private owners can maximize profits on industrial and real estate investments. 9. In the southern Nevada area, the local Urban Growth Coalition has popularized the gospel of unregulated urban growth. Businesses perceive growth as profitable, most citizens and members of organized labor believe growth creates more and better jobs, and most of the local press sees benefits in terms of enhanced advertising revenues. Consider this excerpt from a recent news article in the city's leading circulation newspaper. Las Vegas' sizzling economy, bolstered by a strong gaming industry, sustained population growth and business development, was the envy of the nation in 1995. The metro area's job growth, low taxes, booming tourism market and growing retirement base made headlines in a slew of national media reports. When all the numbers are gathered for 1995, Las Vegas will show strong growth in employment, gaming revenue, business sales, home sales, and population. 10. Beyond the local media, the Nevada Resort Association, a powerful group of 32 hotel casino operators, local chambers of commerce, the Nevada Development Authority, the Las Vegas Visitors and Convention Center, the airline industry, and allied pro-growth. 129. Public officials are integral to the local growth coalition in southern Nevada. Most in the coalition engage in unrestrained boosterism, hailing the good business climate and defending growth at all costs. In contrast, few members engage the local citizenry in a dialogue about managing or controlling growth in the rapidly sprawling region. Though the number is growing, there are few grassroots organizations actively resisting growth. One exception is Citizen Alert, an environmental and anti-nuclear group founded in 1975, which claims over 7,000 members in Nevada. The group has drawn attention to the deteriorating physical environment in southern Nevada and the importance of conservation. Its former local spokesman says that while Citizen Alert does not have a formal policy on urban expansion, there is a sentiment within the group to have what you'd call managed growth. 11. Bob Miller, Nevada's former governor, also played an active role in promoting the development of the Vegas Valley, traveling nationwide to tout the advantages of corporate relocations in the state. Miller stressed the job creation record of southern Nevada and the good business climate companies can anticipate upon relocation. In Las Vegas, there is no dearth of development proponents. Don Schlesinger was one exception. The Democrat won a seat on the Clark County Commission in the early 1990s by running on a managed, controlled growth campaign. But Schlesinger was largely alone. His victory was, by all accounts, an upset. Schlesinger's opponent contended that restricting growth would harm the economy, and that it was essential for southern Nevada to keep on with the pro-growth ideas. Ultimately, the popularity of the pro-growth sentiment led to the defeat of Commissioner Schlesinger and his advocacy of managed growth in the 1994 primary elections. To summarize, the southern Nevada region has undergone a rapid period of demographic and economic expansion. But these changes did not occur naturally. Instead, the growth was initiated and shaped by pivotal economic actors, such as real estate developers and resort operators who were starting and expanding facilities at an unprecedented pace, creating a demand for a large, mainly unskilled low-wage workforce. The growth has been fueled by local boosters and a considerable amount of free publicity in the national media. But this confluence of factors has led to social costs that threaten to destroy the quality of life to which the multitudes of migrants now resident in the region were initially drawn. 130. Social costs, the boom's underside. The unreactive pro-growth position described above glosses over serious social problems directly associated with rapid urbanization. Many urban problems associated with rapid development affect everyone, such as air pollution, while others, such as the lack of affordable housing and strained public facilities, are experienced disproportionately by specific segments of the community, especially low-income and minority groups. Air pollution. The contamination of southern Nevada's air is a severe problem that threatens the health of the region's inhabitants. It is an externality amplified by an over-reliance on automobiles, a culturally based wariness of government, and the absence of strict zoning regulations. According to a 1990 report by the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, Las Vegas and New York City tied for FTH among the nation's metropolitan areas with the highest carbon monoxide pollution levels. It marked the fourth consecutive year that Las Vegas ranked no better than sixth in carbon monoxide emissions, the main component in the region's smog. A 1996 EPA report shows Las Vegas still in FTH place, as well as having the FTH highest levels of dust particles among all U.S. cities. 12 in the Natural Resources Defense Council, a nonprofit environmental group, found that Las Vegas was tied for 8th among 238 U.S. metro areas in the rate of people who die prematurely from illnesses linked to air pollution. 13 Unhealthy air is not a new phenomenon in southern Nevada, but the problem has become increasingly acute with the heavy population index. In the early 1990s, the number of days in which the valley experienced unhealthy air pollution levels, as measured by the Pollution Standard Index, was growing by 1/3 annually. Carbon monoxide is emitted directly from vehicle tailpipes and poses a significant public health threat. Persons with chronic respiratory disease, the elderly, and victims of anemia are particularly at risk. Michael Naylor, director of Clark County's Air Pollution Control Division, maintains that the region's continued high pollution ranking stems from southern Nevada's rapid growth and the index of more vehicles. 14 Many residents complain of a type of air pollution known as brown haze. Until recently, it mainly appeared during winter months, but it has increasingly become a year-round phenomenon. Brown haze. 131. Is aesthetically odious and has detrimental health consequences. Cases of throat irritation and sinus problems are common on mornings when brown haze is visible. While automobile emissions contribute to this phenomenon, other factors include wood burning replaces, stagnant air patterns in winter, and new construction. The Health District attempts to minimize automobile-caused pollution through a clean fuels oxygenated fuel program. Of the remaining contributors to air pollution, new construction and wood-burning replaces are the most important. So far, only piecemeal reforms, which at best may stabilize the valley's air pollution problem, have been attempted. To reduce pollution significantly and keep it at acceptable levels would require more drastic political and economic measures, and the leaders of this free enterprise Sunbelt boomtown have so far lacked the political courage to deliver that message. Developers, who have generally benefited from the city's expansion, have also directly contributed to the air pollution problem. Many are heavily invested in commercial and residential real estate. In 1994, Clark County issued more than 44,000 residential building permits and 2,725 commercial permits to developers. Unmistakably, this intensive pace of development has contributed to southern Nevada's air pollution problem. The unrelenting construction, coupled with high winds, creates conditions that literally make Las Vegas air unsafe to breathe. On bad air days, residents are advised to stay inside, particularly if they belong to a high-risk group. Exacerbating the construction-generated air pollution problem are the unwillingness of developers to abide by air pollution regulations and the under-enforcement of existing standards. According to Naylor, on any given day, there may be FTY complaints about dust and only one available enforcement officer. Many construction contractors view pollution citations as a business expense. Naylor suggests that on high wind days, contractors should just shut their projects down, but they usually don't until an officer comes by. 15 In mid-1999, an air quality report said that construction site dust pollution was on the rise in the Las Vegas Valley. 16 In short, the current system of controlling pollution from construction sites is ineffectual. Whatever the ultimate cause, Las Vegans increasingly confront health risks from breathing growth-generated polluted air. Indeed, the carbon monoxide problem has reached a sufficiently severe level that local control over air pollution efforts will now be monitored much more closely by EPA officials. During the RST 3 weeks, 132 of 1996, Clark County exceeded the number of allowable days a city can violate the established carbon monoxide level for the entire year. The Las Vegas Valley had also tallied a high number of bad air days, and the EPA informed local officials that the agency would declare Clark County a serious non-attainment area. And, indeed, in 1997, the county moved from a moderate non-attainment to a serious non-attainment designation by the EPA. 17 independent studies suggest that Southern Nevada's air quality problems continue to worsen. A report released by the U.S. Public Interest Research Group, PIRG, stated that the Las Vegas Valley violated new standards for ozone, a pollutant formed when sunlight mixes with car and truck exhausts, 33 times at 12 monitoring stations in the summer of 1998. 18 in late 2000, after a clean air plan was rejected by the EPA in 1999, Clark County again submitted a plan to federal officials. Hanging in the balance are the loss of highway funds and the authority of Clark County to write its own air quality plan. 19 Beyond the profound health implications, the worsening haze precludes an uninterrupted view of the mountainous natural beauty that surrounds the Las Vegas Valley. Between the aesthetic and health costs, air pollution is clearly eroding the very quality of life that initially attracted many to the region. Auto dependency in Las Vegas. Several factors are responsible for the social costs surrounding Southern Nevada's transit system. Most fundamentally, Las Vegans are heavily auto-dependent. Private taxis and a limited bus system are the only alternatives to private automobiles. A significant increase in the number of cars on Southern Nevada's roads has worsened auto-related problems. The number of vehicles registered in Clark County rose from 298,000 in 1980 to 609,137 in 1993 and to more than 800,000 in 1998. 20 In turn, this growth has produced several negative repercussions including, as suggested earlier, an increased likelihood of contracting a respiratory disease. Despite the all-too visible airborne pollutants in the valley, air pollution officials downplay the problem, attributing high carbon monoxide levels in part to a 42-foot-tall Aleppo pine tree growing near one of the monitoring stations. The air control director is also on record as stating that despite the routine occurrence of unhealthful days, air pollution is not generally a threat to runners as long as they run during the day, avoid particularly polluted neighborhoods, and do not breathe X. 133. Housed fumes. 21 To reiterate, Las Vegas Valley residents suffer from a lack of formal planning on the part of public transportation officials and the absence of a comprehensive mass transit system. Higher taxes to pay for public roadways are another consequence of rapid population growth. A study released in the early 1990s by the Road Information Program, TRIP, a nonprofit organization based in Washington, D.C., which is funded by companies in the highway construction industry, indicated that Nevada would need to double its spending on transportation infrastructure over the next 10 years to avoid safety problems. The report documented 161 bridges and nearly 26,000 miles of roads in the state that needed immediate improvement. Bob Miller, Nevada's former governor, said that the transportation infrastructure in southern Nevada was under so much stress that it was beginning to fail, and that in some areas the road and highway network was in a state of collapse. He and other officials have expressed concern that tourist trade from California will be lost as a result of the dilapidated roads. Another cost directly associated with rapid population growth is increasing traffic congestion. Many residents have experienced a doubling in the length of their daily commutes in recent years. Whereas all roads have become more crowded, some key roadways are nearing gridlock, particularly those that intersect Las Vegas Boulevard. For example, at peak times, it can take up to 30 minutes to travel the 2 blocks from Tropicana Avenue to Flamingo Road on the Strip. 22 The redevelopment of the Spaghetti Bowl intersection of I-15 and US 93/95 has created disastrous conditions. Studies have documented the magnitude of traffic problems in the region. For example, according to the consulting RMBRW, Inc., the city would need to spend $25 million over the next 2 decades to alleviate downtown gridlock. Another study, by the engineering RM of Parsons, Brinkerhoff, Quaid and Douglas, examined parking problems downtown, another symptom of unchecked growth. Regional Transportation Director Kurt Weinrich says that Clark County is paying the price for 18 years of inadequate planning. As he explains it, there are several growth-related factors creating southern Nevada's traffic problems, including substantial numbers of young drivers on the roads and the growing number of women workers. Weinrich also notes that the length of an average motor trip is increasing, along with the number of cars per household. Furthermore, vehicle miles traveled are increasing faster than the population. We have the longest 134 per person, per trip, per day ratio in the country. And we also have the lowest vehicle occupancy rate in the country, claims Weinrich. 23 Some local leaders do not view traffic congestion as a significant social cost of rapid urbanization. Many citizens are sanguine about the situation, relieved that they are no longer battling even more congested conditions in Southern California. Nonetheless, traffic jams present an imminent threat to the economic prosperity and the quality of life in Southern Nevada. Traffic tie-ups are frustrating and ultimately detrimental to the well-being of local residents. One obvious implication is an ever-enlarging amount of otherwise productive, or leisure, time that is spent simply idling in overcrowded streets. Nick Pavlica, a local journalist and social critic, quantifies the congestion problem this way: an additional 10 minutes a day means that we get stuck in traffic for an extra 2.5 24-hour days each year, or over 7.5 work days annually in all. Yes, you are working an additional 1.5 weeks of unpaid overtime a year in heavy traffic because of our uncontrolled growth. And that's based on only 10 minutes a day. 24. While rapid growth may boost the economy, it clearly creates costs that are borne by local residents. Other types of costs directly endanger residents' health by exposing them to increased chances of accidental injury and death. Ultimately, unregulated rapid growth maims and kills people. While the national roadway traffic fatality rate has declined from 2.23 fatal accidents per 100 million miles driven to 1.92 since 1986, the rate in Nevada has increased from 2.52 to 2.81. In 1995, the upward trend in highway fatalities continued. More than 313 traffic fatalities were recorded in the state, making it the fourth consecutive year of increased fatalities. 25. The trend continued in 1996, when 348 people lost their lives in traffic accidents, and reached a new state high of 361 fatalities in 1998. 26. In 1999, the dangers associated with pedestrians navigating wide roadways in Las Vegas was revealed when 70 pedestrians lost their lives, a rate of 3.7 pedestrians killed per 100,000 people. According to Federal Highway Administration GERS, Nevada was RST in the rate of pedestrian fatalities in the nation, with more than double the national rate of 1.8 fatalities per 100,000 people. 27. High numbers of vehicular collisions and auto-related fatality rates typically accompany rapid urbanization. The carnage on a short stretch of Highway I-95 provides corroboration for that generalization in the case of Las Vegas. This section has been the key artery facilitating the population boom along the city's northwest corridor. Between 1980 and mid-1990, there were 2,100 accidents there, which killed or injured 960 people. 135. Labeling it a bloodthirsty bit of pavement, Rick Healy, a journalist for the Las Vegas Business Press, draws attention to key actors instrumental in the highway's construction: the cancerous urban explosion that's making so many of our builders, bankers, gamers and, yes, elected officials so wealthy, so quickly, would not have been possible without it. He characterizes the controversial stretch of highway as a man-made disaster that suggests that innocent lives were readily sacrificed in order to turn a profit. 28. Finally, because of growth in traffic accidents and fatalities, the average Nevadan is required to pay hefty automobile insurance premiums. In 1996, the average Nevada motorist spent $913 on auto insurance, the 11th highest rate in the nation. The national average in 1996 was $774. Nationwide, auto insurance rates increased 2.02% between 1995 and 1996, but in Nevada, the advance was 4.14%. 29. Health in Southern Nevada. Many barometers indicate that Southern Nevada is not a healthy place to reside. Not all health problems can be traced to the population index of the past decades, but clearly some illnesses are linked to rapid changes. According to United Health Group, a Minneapolis-based health maintenance organization, Nevada ranked 40th among all states for the health of its residents. The 2000 study, the latest in 11 annual reports, cites the high prevalence of smoking, lack of health insurance, and incidence of infectious diseases and premature death as major factors contributing to the relative ill health of Nevadans. For the past decade, the state has led the nation in the number of smokers relative to the population. The state's poor health ranking is also attributable to the low percentage of women who receive prenatal care and the nation's fourth highest teen pregnancy rate. This study highlights the connection between poor prenatal care and the state's high infant mortality rate, which ranks 15th nationally. Not to be overlooked among the more severe health-related problems are the nation's highest suicide rate and highest rate of fatal car accidents per capita in 1998. 31 Within the overall health picture, one group in particular, those suffering from emotional problems, have seen their health and the resources available to them decline with the rapid population influx. Advocates estimate the number of Nevadans with serious mental illnesses 136. At 50,000, although the state provides services for fewer than 15,000. Despite the growing population, the state legislature cut spending for the mentally ill, severing services to 10,000 persons suffering from emotional ailments. 32 Nevada ranks RST in another health-related category, the number of children who die as a result of inadequate care. According to the Archives of Pediatric and Adolescent Medicine, Nevada has the highest child abuse death rate among children 4 years and younger in the nation. Rapid urbanization does not create problems like these, but it does tend to exacerbate them. Southern Nevada's growth has been so rapid that it generates a sense of rootlessness and a lack of community. Friends, families, and neighborhoods are seldom cultivated in a fast-paced, rapid growth area. 33 Moreover, Southern Nevada's rapid growth has created a generally stressed-out population. The hectic pace of everyday life in Las Vegas engenders many negative emotional effects. Using 15 stress variables, Arnold Linsky and Murray Strauss rated Nevada the most stressful state in the nation in 1986. The high percentage of the population who had been resident in the state for less than 20 years was an important reason for this ranking. The same study identified Las Vegas as the second most stressful city in the country, behind Reno, in which to live. Stress is a significant but largely unquantifiable social cost of rapid urbanization. 34 Finally, overburdened public services impede the delivery of healthcare, another problem commonly associated with rapidly growing urban areas. Many Sunbelt cities, such as Houston and Phoenix, have struggled to adequately treat wastewater, maintain quality education systems, and staff hospital, and police departments. Southern Nevada contends with similar problems. Recreation areas. In addition to strained educational and water resources, the area's recreational facilities are also becoming inundated. Many residents of Southern Nevada see access to parks and green space as central to their quality of life. But with rapid urban development, the amount of park and green space in Las Vegas per person has dwindled. Park professionals consider 10 acres of park space for every 1,000 people as ideal. With the past decade's rapid influx into the area, the city's ratio has steadily declined to below 2 acres for every 1,000 residents. As with pollution-marred vistas, it is impossible to quantify the social harm implied by 137. Growing numbers concentrated on a diminished amount of recreational land. Another recreation-related social cost emerging as a result of the region's rapid growth is the danger of urban sprawl foreclosing an escape hatch from urban life. Environmentalists and others believe that Las Vegas's crown jewel, the Red Rock Recreation Area, will soon join the list of other major urban parks as residential, retail, and commercial developments edge ever closer to the popular site a few miles from the city. The population growth means that the Red Rock area is becoming host to hordes of cyclists, rock climbers, and others, including vandals who have used the 1,000-year-old Native American rock art there for target practice. The problem is intensified by the absence of urban parks in Las Vegas. 35. The erosion of psychological and physical breathing space is an unanticipated result of rapid growth and signals a diminished quality of life for inhabitants of southern Nevada. Other signs of service strain. Beyond the serious service strains considered above, Clark County faces a multitude of additional growth-generated social problems. One involves an overextended criminal justice system. Researchers studying the Clark County Detention Center claim that the jail is at a crisis level. The population of the jail increased 100% during the 1980s. By 1994, it was increasingly common for the jail to be operating at double capacity. 36. Between 1975 and 1995, the incarceration rate in Nevada grew by 325%. 37. The swelling population helped give the state the highest incarceration rate in the country between 1986 and 1992. In 1997, Nevada, with 518 people incarcerated per 100,000, easily outdistanced the U.S. average of 445. 38. Clearly, the growing population, particularly among young people, is more responsible than the police force for this ranking. 39. National assessments corroborate the strain on the criminal justice system. According to studies released in early 2000 by Morgan Quitno Press, because of crime, Nevada is the third most dangerous state in the United States in which to reside. Morgan Quitno Press, which specializes in reference material comparing U.S. states and cities, uses just 6 major crime factors: murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, and motor vehicle theft in arriving at its ranking. 40. According to FBI statistics, the number of major crimes reported to police in Nevada increased 13% between 1993 and 1994. The FOS 138. Test increase in the nation. 41. According to Department of Justice data, the growing prison population in Nevada means that the state system is holding 42% more prisoners than it was designed for, a visible implication of the volatile region's rapid growth. 42. Official crime statistics collected by the FBI since the mid-1990s show that crime in Nevada stabilized, though at a high rate. For example, the FBI's Uniform Crime Report, an index of 7 major felonies, showed that despite the demographic expansion, the overall number of crimes per 100,000 declined 2% from 1996 to 1997. 43. In 1999, the FBI's Uniform Crime Report was mixed. Although it showed small declines for most of the index crimes, the number of rapes in Las Vegas increased, from 501 in 1998 to 532 in 1999, a 6.2% rise. 44. Although Nevada had the highest per capita incarceration rate for much of the 1980s and 1990s, the state ranked 6th nationally in 1999. The improved ranking, however, was not attributable to a lowered incarceration rate in Nevada, which edged upward to 542 inmates per 100,000 in 1999, but to the fact that other states, such as Louisiana, 736 per 100,000, were imprisoning people at a much higher rate. North Las Vegas, traditionally ranked among the most violent mid-sized cities by the FBI, has been adding more officers and saw a drop of 7% in serious crimes between 1994 and 1998. 45. Nonetheless, North Las Vegas's rate of 24.2 violent crimes per 1,000 residents was precisely twice as high as that of adjacent Las Vegas. 46. Another sign of growth-generated complications in southern Nevada has been a steadily rising homicide rate, a development at odds with national trends for 3 consecutive years. Police officials attribute the escalating homicide rate to the population boom, which has greatly exceeded the growth of the city's police homicide unit. For much of the 1990s, homicides increased at a record-setting pace each year, both in number and as a percentage of the population. In 1995, 148 people died in the city of Las Vegas alone, then an all-time record. Another 150 people died violently in other parts of Clark County, just 20 homicides shy of the previous year's mark. 47. In 1996, another record number of homicides, 168, was recorded in Las Vegas. 48. In short, like other Southern Nevada institutions pressured by rapid urbanization, the law enforcement infrastructure is insufficient both to contain criminal activity and to adequately process the growing number of perpetrators apprehended. 139. The allure of boomtown growth and its social consequences. A pivotal social cost created by rapid urbanization can be seen in the growing numbers of individuals who migrate to Las Vegas in search of well-paying, permanent jobs, but who instead fall victim to dead-end employment, underemployment, or unemployment. 49. Persistently high poverty levels, a fluctuating welfare caseload, and the difficulty of locating affordable housing are facts of life for growing numbers of working Southern Nevadans. 50. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, the percentage of Nevadans living in poverty increased from 8.3 in 1980 to 11.3 in 1999. At the same time, the U.S. rate was declining from 13% to 11.8%, a 20-year low. 51. Again, we see that not all of the population are beneficiaries of unfettered growth. It may seem ironic that with every new wave of resort development, such as the one the city underwent in late 1998 and 1999, the unemployment, poverty, and welfare caseload rates expand. But that has been the general trend for the past 2 decades. In late 1993, when the MGM Grand Hotel and Casino, Treasure Island, and the Luxor Hotel opened within weeks of each other, the overall economic condition for most rank-and-file workers actually worsened. To comprehend how the quality of life suffered in Southern Nevada amid the creation of approximately 14,000 new jobs, it is key to recall the context of Las Vegas within the broader U.S. economy. When the managers of the new resorts prepared to staff their new facilities, they drew not only on local labor markets but also on regional and national ones. Gaming corporations recruited nationally and advertised extensively to potential tourists across the United States about the opening of the city's new gaming destinations. News of job openings in Southern Nevada alerted a large pool of idle workers nationwide. Many headed to Las Vegas at that time with virtually no information about the local occupational structure or the labor requirements of employers there. As Curtis Wilk, a journalist for the Boston Globe, has written, Las Vegas calls to the rootless. 52. The tremendous influx of jobless workers meant that the proportion of those seeking but not ending work increased, rather than declining, as did the poverty rate and the welfare caseload. 53. During the 1993 expansion, employers exercised great control over the hiring process. This left tens of thousands of workers scrambling for work elsewhere. For example, the biggest employer among the three new 140 resorts in 1993, the MGM Grand eventually hired nearly 8,000 workers, but screened more than 100,000 potential employees. 54. Similarly, the Luxor interviewed 1,000 workers every day in the RST 2 months that its employment office was open. 55. Treasure Island was swamped with applicants. American Samoa well. 56. Clearly, even with 3 major new employers creating thousands of jobs in the context of a generally booming economy, an economy the size of Southern Nevada's simply cannot absorb the 3,0006,000 additional job seekers corporations there attract monthly. Enticing large numbers of potential employees when relatively few will actually end stable, full-time employment puts downward pressure on the wages and working conditions of all employees in the Las Vegas metropolitan area. The local population is surging with hopeful job seekers, straining public services available to resident Nevadans, including welfare for day-round unemployed families. In February 1995, the number of Nevadans receiving food stamps passed the 100,000 mark for the RST time. Yet the 3.1% increase in the number of food stamp recipients during the previous 12 months was dwarfed by the 12% advance in the ADC caseload during the same time. 57. Later in the year, the number of Medicaid recipients also crossed the 100,000 threshold for the RST time, climbing to 100,460, nearly 12% higher than for the same month the previous year. Although welfare reform began sharply reducing the number of Nevadans receiving these forms of public assistance after 1995, the rapidly growing population in southern Nevada is again pushing the number of recipients upward. In the spring of 2000, enrollment in Nevada's welfare, cash assistance, Medicaid, and food stamp programs were all increasing. Even with a local and national economic expansion, the region simply lacks enough opportunities to prevent many from turning to public assistance programs for help. 58 The Medicaid caseload has expanded as more working poor and unemployed individuals needing health care migrate to the state. Despite the robust job creation rate, the vast majority of jobs in the Las Vegas economy are low-paying, putting home ownership out of reach for many southern Nevadans. Rapid growth has exerted upward pressure on all types of housing in the area's real estate market. Without a second income, or other supplemental funding, many Clark County residents are simply shut out of the American dream. Interestingly, one of the advantages touted by the pro-growth coalition is that virtually anyone can afford to purchase a home. In fact, Las Vegas is one of the least affordable areas in the nation for workers earning the median in $141,000 or less. According to a mid-1995 National Association of Home Builders survey, Las Vegas was identified as the 139th least affordable housing market out of 175 metropolitan areas canvassed. 59 Beyond the upward pressure of the growing population, an ever-widening gap between workers' real wages and housing prices makes home ownership an even dimmer possibility. In 1994, the average wage per person in the Las Vegas area was $25,528, 0.25%, or $68, more than the average had been 2 years earlier. Meanwhile, between February 1994 and August 1995, the overall cost of living rose by more than 6%, and the median price of a new home increased by 8%, to just under $122,000. In the late 1990s and into the new century, housing prices continued to outpace the overall rate of inflation and workers' wages. In November 1999, the median price of a new home in the Las Vegas Valley was $144,000, or 6% higher than a year earlier. 60 Prices of existing homes offer little encouragement to those in search of home ownership. In 1999, the median price of existing houses in Las Vegas was $124,100, a 6% increase over the previous year. 61 The mismatch between decent-paying occupations and affordable housing increased the estimated number of homeless people from 2,000 in 1990 to more than 18,000 in 1999, 1/4 of whom hold regular part or full-time jobs. 62 In short, despite the hyperbole, ordinary southern Nevadans earning the median income find it difficult to buy their own homes, owing in no small part to the rapidly growing population. Most migrants to southern Nevada have discovered that permanent, well-paying jobs with fringe benefits are becoming increasingly rare. In Las Vegas, the most plentiful jobs are in the largely unskilled, low-paying hotel/gaming/recreation sector of the service economy. For thousands of cashiers, porters, and support personnel, the jobs that show up in southern Nevada's glowing job creation gears are too often pathways to substandard living conditions, or even homelessness. For many new arrivals to the city, securing stable employment is hindered by structural factors most local residents seldom consider: the lack of a permanent address, reliable transportation particularly critical in a city with inadequate mass transit, a home phone number, and local references. Even among the fortunate ones who find stable work, wages are often inadequate to afford median-priced housing and other necessities. The occupations that make up the greatest number of jobs seldom pay much above the minimum wage. For example, in 1999, waiters/waitresses, maids, retail clerks, general office clerks, and janitors were 142. Among the top 10 occupations that employed the greatest number of workers in Las Vegas. 63 Some service workers receive tips, but the amount received is closely monitored by the Internal Revenue Service. The types of jobs being produced and the available housing stock are substantial obstacles for those who hope to settle in southern Nevada. A disproportionate amount of housing construction in Clark County is for the middle and upper middle classes, whereas most of the jobs being produced in the service sector are relatively low-paying positions. In short, residential construction and income trends in recent years have conspired against Southern Nevadans, sharpening social divisions between the prosperous and impoverished in the process. Growth means more jobs and more money for some, but a very dear price is paid by others. Growth also means more crime, more pollution, more traffic, more taxes, more unemployment, when boom jobs evaporate, and, in general, more of the bad things of life and less of the good. All Las Vegans are paying for this growth with our tax dollars, with our health, and with our quality of life, while a few developers and hotel owners are profiting from the community's sacristies. 64. 145. Courtney Alexander. Rise to Power. The recent history of the Culinary Union in Las Vegas. The story of the Culinary Union's rise to power in Las Vegas is a dramatic tale in which workers battle mega resorts and wealthy casino families in the most unlikely union town in America. In the past decade, the casino economy and its enviable standard of living have been responsible for Las Vegas's explosive growth. Thousands of people move to the Las Vegas Valley each month because good jobs are being generated in the gaming industry. The jobs are part of a growing national service economy, but here they come with middle-class wages and benefits. That standard of living, which allows a hotel maid to own her own home, has been established through years of struggle by the Culinary Union, an affiliate of the Hotel Employees and Restaurant Employees International Union, here, and representative of many of the city's casino workers. Since a brutal citywide strike in 1984, when some gaming companies undertook an unprecedented effort to destroy the union, the Culinary Union and its members have fought a series of strategic battles leading to the union's revival. These struggles were instigated by factions of casino owners who bet that they could break the only organization in the state not controlled by their wealth and onions in a grab for absolute power. Instead, the union charted a course through these battles that took advantage of a power struggle within the industry. Gaming's founding families, who were used to dominating the power structure, were losing economic and political ground to emerging casino corpo. 146. Rations. These corporations had in mind the transformation of gambling into a subset of the booming entertainment industry. The Culinary Union has doubled in size since 1984, to 40,000 members, in stark contrast to the general decline of trade unions in the United States, which have lost members and clout steadily for the past 15 years. 1 in 10 residents in Greater Las Vegas is covered by the Here Health and Welfare Fund, the best health insurance plan in the state, because someone in the family is a Culinary Union member. In 1996 alone, the union added 10,000 more members when 4 mega resorts opened with union agreements. The union's remarkable growth, in a right-to-work state no less, has been achieved through a smart battle plan, creative leadership, and, supporting it all, a resilient union membership. The Las Vegas experience is now being looked at as one model for reviving the national labor movement. Here, the Culinary Union has become the counterbalance to gaming's consolidation of power, and in the context of Las Vegas's wild and chaotic growth, the stronghold of the middle class in this newest of American cities. A decade of labor disputes that would inadvertently challenge the power structure in the city began in 1984. The Culinary Union, which had grown alongside the industry as its supplier of casino workers, represented approximately 20,000 workers on the Las Vegas Strip and in downtown's casino center. The Nevada Resort Association, NRA, an employer organization that represented half of the union casinos and also served as the lobbying arm of the gaming industry, took an aggressive approach to contract negotiations. As the citywide agreement expired in April 1984, a schism developed in the industry over labor relations. Members of the NRA, many of which were corporations, provoked a strike, with the noted exception of Circus casinos, while 18 non-member casinos, many of them privately owned operations, settled contracts. In hindsight, this division revealed the beginning of a power struggle between the emerging corporate gaming industry and established family-owned casinos. Gaming corporations like Hilton Hotels and the MGM Grand led the NRA to provoke a bitter, 2-month-long strike that year at many strip and downtown casinos. The association demanded control of the union health insurance fund, elimination of the 40-hour work week, and reduced tip guarantees, along with offering minimal wage increases. In this respect, the corporatization of the industry had a lot to do with its changing labor relations policies. Corporate-owned casinos were instituting new accounting and operational policies to satisfy the demands. 147. Of public investment. One such change targeted the old practice of treating the food, beverage, and hotel departments as loss leaders, allowing those departments to generate losses as long as they attracted profitable gambling results. Those departments were generally labor-intensive, while generating lower revenues than the games. Loss leading was embedded in Las Vegas's operating style, because it was a key to the city's reputation as one of the most affordable vacation spots in the country. Room, food, and entertainment prices were artificially low because they had always been subsidized by gambling prots. While attempting to make each department profitable, the corporations turned to labor costs for concessions, seeing the 1984 contract negotiations as their opportunity. In contrast, many of the privately owned casinos, like the Barbary Coast on the Strip and Binion's Horseshoe downtown, did not make that shift in operational emphasis, and they did not provoke a strike by their workers. These casinos were at odds with the NRA on a range of issues because of the corporation's growing dominance in policy making. Michael Gohan, owner of the Barbary Coast, was by no means pro-union, but his negotiating position stemmed mostly from disenchantment with the association. In an interview about the labor negotiations, Gohan told the Las Vegas Sun on March 19, 1984, "I didn't care to be involved in the NRA with the bigger strip hotels because their needs and my needs are different." Illustrating this split, the Nevada Hotel and Casino Downtown, a non-corporate casino, published advertisements supporting the strikers and challenging the NRA's motivation. Don Pulliam, the hotel's representative, was quoted as saying, "It seems like giant resorts like the MGM, Hilton, and Caesars want to monopolize on the gaming market and force smaller casino operators out of business. When it is all over, the workers pounding the pavement will either have a strong union to maintain their living dignity, or there will be corporate monopoly. That's what is at stake." While the split between corporate and family-run casinos was not absolute in this dispute, this industry soar would go on to dominate casino politics and labor relations over the next decade. At this juncture, the independent casinos pursued a unique strategy of positioning the culinary union on their side to check the increasing dominance of the corporate gambling interests. The NRA's dual role as negotiator and lobbyist was evidence that the exercise of gaming's political power and its economic power were convergent. In pursuit of its goal of breaking the union, the NRA used 148. Political power as its primary weapon. At the behest of the NRA, District Judge Charles Thompson issued an injunction against picketing, prohibiting strikers from walking within 30 feet of one another on the public sidewalks around the hotels. District judges in Nevada are elected officials who rely on campaign contributions to remain on the bench. The elected sheriff of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, who also relied on contributions from the industry, was in charge of enforcing the court's order. Under the injunction, the resorts were required to pay for the police officers who were stationed at their hotels, an obvious blurring of the lines between law enforcement and hired guns. Despite a federal judge's ruling that the arrests made for violating the injunction were unconstitutional, the state legislature later codified the restrictions in legislation, which the union dubbed the Thompson Law. Picketing continued throughout the dispute, and more than 900 strikers were arrested. The injunction and law enforcement's actions to uphold it were excessive responses, intended to shut down the picket line. Instead, such a clear-cut reaction reinforced workers' instincts about the strike, that it was about power, and they asked themselves whether they would have any in an otherwise casino-controlled world. Stories of the arrests were broadcast nationally, and the industry emerged from the strike with a black eye. In the end, the industry's escalation of the dispute had hurt the casinos by damaging Las Vegas's image as a tourist destination and disrupting their ability to make money. The combination of lost business and a sullied image forced the corporations to negotiate a settlement after 2 months. There was an irony inherent in the corporations' choice to pick this GHT. Corporate casinos were driving the industry to expand its market, a move dependent on Las Vegas's public image, and they were susceptible to the concerns of public investors about lost cash flow. The experience of these companies in 1984 would inform their labor relations for the rest of the decade, as the industry's evolution into a casino entertainment business magnified the importance of image and public investment. There were a few casino owners who followed the lead of these corporations into battle but decided not to settle the strike. One of them was the Boyd Group, which at that time owned the California Club Downtown and Sam's Town Hotel and Gambling Hall in a southeastern Las Vegas neighborhood. The Boyd Group would come to epitomize the transition from family-owned casino company to corporate player. In 1984, the company was one of the more sophisticated and profitable. 149 private casino companies, with layers of stockholders and executives. Bill Boyd, the company's chief executive, had just inherited his position from his father, Sam Boyd, who had built the company and was also one of the city's founding fathers. The Boyd Group's role in this strike would foreshadow the company's desire to be one of the industry's leading corporations. It also captured the new division between corporate and family ownership philosophies. When Bill Boyd forced his workers to strike, Sam Boyd joined them on the picket line. This largely symbolic act signed the end of the era in Las Vegas when casino owners treated their workers as part of the family. Bill Boyd did not settle with the union when much of the industry did in June 1984, prolonging the strikes at both properties for more than a year. He had hired permanent replacement workers, who petitioned for a decertification election, an election in which the striking employees could not vote, and voted out the union a little more than a year after the strike began. Unlike the corporations he admired, Bill Boyd did not then have public investors to answer to or an image to maintain. His ability to accomplish what the corporations set out to do made him an inspiration to other family operators who had not engaged in the anti-union campaign of 1984. Another company that rebelled against the citywide settlement was Elsinore Corporation, owner of the downtown Four Queens Hotel and Casino. Under the leadership of Robert Maxey, Elsinore Corporation endured the strike for 15 months, sacrificing its financial health on the altar of anti-unionism. Maxey was successful in decertifying the union in July 1985, but the Four Queens lost money doing it. Between a $2.8 million loss at that casino in 1984 and a $33.6 million loss in 1985 at Elsinore's other casino, the Atlantis in Atlantic City, the company was hemorrhaging. Elsinore led for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection 1 month after Maxey's resignation from the company in October 1985. It remained on the ropes more than a decade later. Elsinore ignored the business reasons that forced the majority of the industry to resolve the labor dispute, putting ideology before the operation's viability. It would not be the last time this happened in Las Vegas. The June 1984 settlement provided for a V-year contract with small increases in wages and contributions to the health insurance fund and an 80% new hire rate for the RST year of employment. Union members had beaten the casino's plan to bust the union overall, keeping their contracts largely intact, but it was a costly victory. There were 4 casinos lost to the union in the wake of the 1984 strike. For the culinary 150 union, that loss created a powerful legacy. 1984 forced the union to GHT for its very existence, and in doing so, set in motion the decade-long development of a more potent organization than any non-casino entity in the state. For the family-owned casinos, which had not fought the union as a group in this last round of negotiations, the strike taught them that it was possible to become union-free operators. That belief was reinforced when a group of casinos with strong ties to Jackie Gohan, Michael Gaughan's father, a Las Vegas patriarch and active NRA participant, began to follow Bill Boyd's lead. Jackie Gohan had reluctantly settled the 1984 strike. After the Boyd Group and Four Queens decertifications in 1985, Jackie Gohan led 6 downtown casinos, the El Cortez, Western, Union Plaza, Las Vegas Club, Golden Gate, and Showboat, to freeze wages and ignore contract increases in health insurance payments. The union led unfair labor practice charges with the National Labor Relations Board, prompting Jackie Gohan's El Cortez and Western to honor the contracts. A 7-year legal battle ensued with the remaining downtown 4, as they came to be called. The union eventually won the litigation, but for 2 years these casinos thought they were union-free. In 1987, in an effort to stem its disintegration, a new leadership was elected to run the culinary union. Jim Arnold, the union's new secretary-treasurer, requested organizing help from its parent organization, HERE, and its general president, Edward T. Hanley, who responded by sending a team of organizers and researchers to assist in the long-term plan for rebuilding the union. The Las Vegas team included seasoned organizers, rookie activists, and even Yale University graduates, who worked with the local union leaders in reviving Las Vegas's largest union. Their experience was used to build an organizing committee of rank-and-file leaders who would resurrect the union inside their casinos. The organizers recruited committee leaders in various departments at all of the union properties who would participate in the union's decision-making process, attend negotiations, and lead their co-workers to back the union up on the job. It took guts on the part of members to stand up for their union after the losses of 1984, but they knew better than anyone that workers did not stand a chance against the innate power of the gaming industry without a strong union. This rank-and-file organization was democratic in nature, but disciplined in its leadership development, because day-to-day demonstration to managers of the unions. 151. Real power, collective action, could only happen on the casino floor. This new, diverse leadership returned the union to its members and inspired a new generation of union leaders in Las Vegas. Included among them was Hattie Canty, an African-American maid and mother of 10, who had become Culinary's president based on her pure instincts as a leader and through many years of hard work. In December 1987, early in the organizing process, a federal judge ordered the Downtown Four to honor their collective bargaining agreements and pay millions of dollars in back wages and benefits, a decision appealed for years by the hotels. That ruling jump-started the union's campaign to make these hotels live up to their contracts, starting a battle with downtown casino owners that climaxed during the 1989 contract negotiations. In spring 1988, union members picketed the resorts, delivered petitions to management, and advertised the disputes to tour groups and travel agencies. The union program was called The American Way to Play is Fair, a challenge to the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority's nationwide campaign advertising Las Vegas as the American Way to Play. The union also addressed the shareholders of Showboat, Inc., owner of the Showboat Hotel and Casino. That spring, Showboat's management wanted shareholders to pass 8 anti-takeover measures designed to protect management from corporate raiders targeting undervalued companies. Analysts were estimating that Showboat's stock, which was trading around $10 per share, might be worth $18 a share in a takeover attempt that ousted the current management. At the shareholders' meeting on April 26, 1988, the company did not receive enough votes to pass the measures and continued the meeting to May 24, 1988. The union, which opposed the existing management team, obtained permission from the Securities and Exchange Commission, which regulates public companies, to solicit proxies from stockholders opposing the measures. On May 24, 1988, the union presented proxies representing 1.8 million shares to be voted against the anti-takeover measures. Showboat announced a week after the meeting that 1 million of those votes were not counted and the anti-takeover measures passed by an extremely small margin. Shortly thereafter, Showboat settled the labor dispute, on the eve of the 1989 citywide negotiations. The other 3 casinos did not settle, and their contract disputes were folded into the labor war brewing downtown. Between 1985 and 1989, while the union focused on rebuilding its organizational strength, the industry was expanding rapidly. This was 152. The start of the era of junk bonds, and such high-yield instruments fueled new casino construction throughout southern Nevada. The development of the industry during these years aggravated the split between corporate casinos and the established family-owned gambling halls, with the majority of new capital and expansion opportunities available to the corporations. Gaining unprecedented access to capital, publicly owned casinos like the Golden Nugget, Circus, Caesars Palace, the Hiltons, Bally's, and the Tropicana built 1,000-room hotel additions and expanded their gaming space, generating record gaming revenues for Las Vegas. The privately held Boyd Group also took part in this race to expand, dominated by corporate casinos. In 1985, shortly after Boyd Group casinos bust the union, the State Gaming Control Board chose that company to act as supervisor for two casinos whose licenses had been suspended, the Stardust Hotel and Casino on the Strip and the Fremont Hotel and Casino downtown. Despite the company's labor relations problems that year, the Control Board considered the Boyd Group a model gaming operator and granted it the lucrative job of running these establishments. Months later, the company negotiated agreements to purchase the properties, giving it a strategic foothold on the Strip. The company was one of the RST private companies to have access to junk bond financing, using that market to raise the $135 million needed to buy these two casinos. Both the Stardust and the Fremont were subject to union contracts like the ones from which the company had just escaped, and successor owners were bound by their terms. The very purchases that brought the Boyd Group closer to its goal of being one of the corporate players in Las Vegas ironically forced the company to regacht its union battle. Bill Boyd would spend the next few years with one foot in the camp of the established casino families, acting as their leader in the anti-union movement, and the other in corporate gaming territory, building a corporate structure that could take advantage of public financing and expansion possibilities. Boyd's labor relations prevented the Boyd Group from fully breaking with the family-owned casinos and becoming a corporate leader until after 1990. Steve Wynn, chairman of Golden Nugget, Inc., used capital from the bond markets to become one of the industry's dominant corporate players. In 1988, Wynn borrowed $623 million in junk bonds to build the Mirage Casino Hotel, next door to Caesars Palace on the Strip. The Mirage led the entertainment revolution in the gaming industry with its 153 emphasis on must-see attractions like an erupting volcano and a white tiger display, radically changing the way Las Vegas made money. Wynn ushered in an era of Disney-esque performance entertainment designed to broaden the appeal of Las Vegas and gambling to a new generation of consumers. The Mirage was scheduled to open shortly after the citywide contracts with the Culinary Union expired in June 1989, bringing growth into sharp focus at the negotiating table. By then, the NRA was no longer the negotiating agent for the industry, and groups of casinos aligned themselves on one side or the other of the corporate divide. Generally, the corporate casinos were highly leveraged, again with the exception of Circus Enterprises, and as a result, they were dependent on uninterrupted cash flows to service their debt. Even national hotel companies like Holiday Corporation and Hilton Hotels produced as much as 40% of the cash available to meet debt obligations from their casinos. Against this backdrop, the corporate industry had to think hard about provoking another large-scale labor brawl. Leading the corporations, Golden Nugget, Inc., negotiated a groundbreaking V-year agreement with the Culinary Union that included significant work rule changes in exchange for language allowing the union to organize workers at the Mirage without opposition. The contract also provided for increases in wages and health fund contributions that would maintain no-cost insurance for the workers, and it halved the duration of the 80% rate for new hires to 6 months. At the heart of this landmark agreement with Golden Nugget was the notion of a partnership between labor and management that would grow as the company expanded. It took vision on both sides of the negotiating table to craft this partnership. From the union's perspective, the contract's provisions for organizing new casinos were its most innovative aspect. Under the contract's organizing language, the union agreed to exchange its right to take economic action against new casinos in exchange for the employer's agreement not to oppose union organization at its new operations in Las Vegas. The language included a formal provision for recognizing the union if a majority of its employees signed union authorization cards. It was designed to create an alternative to the National Labor Relations Board election process, which as a rule leaves workers vulnerable to nasty anti-union campaigns and years-long appeals processes. The organizing language was strategic to the union's goal of preserving its majority on the Strip in the face of unprecedented, if underestimated, p. 154. Riots of casino development. The Golden Nugget contract set the standard for the 1989 negotiations, and it was followed by similar agreements from the Big Six, a loose-knit negotiating group including Circus, Caesars Palace, the Las Vegas and Flamingo Hiltons, the Tropicana, and Bally's. This group included some of the aggressors in the 1984 strike, like Caesars and the Hiltons, who shifted away from that role primarily because they recognized that a better national image was valuable to gaming's future. That image was important to the customer market, a lesson learned in 1984, and to the legislative issues facing the industry, ranging from legalization of gaming on Indian reservations to taxation of gambling winnings. The benefits of a labor management partnership in all of these arenas outweighed the financial incentive to play hardball in these negotiations for the corporate sector of the industry. Although it ultimately accepted the pattern agreement, the Holiday Hotel Casino on the Strip resisted the organizing language for some months, until it was persuaded that its workers would not settle for a substandard contract. This dispute would test whether the new organizing language would be applied industry-wide or just to the leading corporate casinos. The Holiday Casino, owned by the Holiday Corporation, now Harris Entertainment, has for years exhibited anti-union behavior, even in its unionized casinos in Las Vegas and Atlantic City. Arguing that it had no plans to operate another casino in Las Vegas, the company agreed to all of the other terms of the Strip contract save the organizing language. The negotiating committee, made up of Holiday workers of various classifications, rejected the second-class proposal, and over 95% of the employees signed an open petition to management demanding the Strip contract. The demonstration that an overwhelming majority of employees would stand up for the whole contract was bolstered by an alliance between the Culinary Union in Las Vegas and its sister local in Atlantic City, whose contract with the company's Harris Manor Hotel and Casino expired in September 1989. Those two casinos generated approximately 40% of Holiday's cash flow, a critical proportion of the amount needed to pay interest on $2 billion worth of long-term debt. After engaging in picketing demonstrations and a trip to Laughlin, Nevada, to see firsthand how Holiday treated non-union employees, the bus was greeted by police cars and paddy wagons lining the only highway into the city the workers called Holiday's Bluff. The company agreed to meet the terms of the Strip contract rather than subject itself to sustained labor action. 155. The real GHT in this contract round came from the family-held casinos that sought to pick up where they had left off in 1984. The Boyd Group recruited Binion's Horseshoe, Michael Gaughan's Barbary Coast, Jackie Gaughan's Casinos, and the Alardis Frontier into an alliance by arguing that they were not in the same league as the large Strip resorts and deserved a less demanding contract. Their position was based on the growing division between corporate mega-resorts and old-style gambling halls. This opposition group believed it could regain position in the economic battle between family and corporate-owned casinos by cutting labor costs. This short-sighted view did nothing to address the real problem facing these operations, that the corporate casinos were setting a new standard of entertainment and service on the Strip and at the Golden Nugget downtown that demanded renovation and innovation from the older operations. While the corporations transformed the industry, the family-owned gambling halls chose instead to foment labor troubles. Although the Boyd Group was clearly leading this alliance, Binion's Horseshoe downtown became the center of the dispute when it illegally read the union's rank and Lee negotiating committee after they opposed the casino's contract offer. On January 19, 1990, after ling numerous unfair labor practice complaints with the NLRB, the union struck. The casino had been built by Benny Binion, one of the city's most politically astute casino owners, and had been inherited by his son Jack. The Binion family was a political powerhouse in Nevada, backed by elected officials from the sheriff's department to the governor's office. During the strike, Jack Binion hired John Moran, Jr., son of the longtime sheriff, as one of the casino's lawyers. The younger Moran and Binion gloated as they watched strikers being arrested for violating noise restrictions along Fremont Street, always noted for its revelry. The Horseshoe was also one of the most profitable family-owned casinos in Las Vegas. The company had approximately $100 million in retained earnings, made anywhere from $20 to $40 million annually, and had almost no debt. The Horseshoe accepted any bet, no matter how large, and displayed $1 million in a giant glass horseshoe at the casino's entrance. It was best known as the home of the World Series of Poker, one of the Old West's highest pro gambling tournaments. The Horseshoe's clientele was an intensely loyal mixture of local residents and Texas cowboys, none too sympathetic to the strikers. Nevertheless, after months of picketing the casino, groups of customers began going elsewhere, especially locals, who had an increasing selection of 156 neighborhood casinos to patronize. Despite Binion's money, political clout, and strong business, the strike hurt. A combination of factors, not the least of which was the tenacity of the strikers, who persevered for 9 months in the face of Binion's raw power, drove that success. The remaining culinary union members doubled their monthly dues to pay $200 a week in strike minutes, which helped mitigate the financial impact on strikers. Another critical factor was the union's legal strategy of pursuing violations of federal labor law to protect the strikers' jobs. The NLRB issued a collection of complaints alleging unfair labor practices, including the illegal ring of union activists and threats of retaliation from security guards. The breadth of the complaints formed the basis for a declaration from the NLRB that the strike was an unfair labor practice strike, not an economic dispute, which effectively prevented the Horseshoe from hiring permanent replacement workers and holding a decertification election like the ones that had voted the union out of Boyd's casinos in 1985. These two factors combined meant that this strike would not free Binion's Horseshoe of a union. The culinary union also became involved in other states with other groups that were opposed to Binion's interests. The union's strategy of broadening the dispute outside of the workplace, and often outside of Las Vegas, was becoming its trademark. One effort in this vein was the distribution of videos telling the story of a federal indictment handed down against the Horseshoe for alleged racketeering activities. The indictment was later dismissed. These activities, combined with a picket line that cut the casino's business by an estimated $16 million during the strike, prompted Binion to settle the dispute in November 1990. Binion's political and financial power made the settlement that much more important for the union. The local owners had believed that the restraints on public investment and image, which led the corporate casinos to settle in 1984 and 1989, were not applicable to them. But if the union's new strategies succeeded with Binion, the remaining casino owners would be far less likely to prevail in a war of attrition. The success of the Horseshoe strike also revived striking as a viable tactic, and the remaining unsettled downtown casinos were vulnerable to job actions focused on their market. The Horseshoe strike had aggravated the decline of downtown Las Vegas as a thriving casino market. The growth of strip resorts coincided with the emergence of neighborhood casinos and satellite gaming markets in Stateline and Laughlin, which siphoned off a significant portion of downtown's low budget. 157. Gamblers. The compact layout of Glitter Gulch helped to widen the impact of the Horseshoe strike by driving some of those customers into new markets. With the Horseshoe strike settled, the Boyd Group was next. That company's anti-union campaign had begun at the Stardust and Fremont shortly after their purchase and pursued the goal of decertifying the union in 1989. The union began preparing workers at the Boyd properties for this GHT in 1987 by building a strong organizing committee of rank and leaders throughout the two casinos to counter management's campaign. The union's organizing was not taken lying down. The Boyd Group sought to divide the local union from its parent organization by barring union representatives who were on the payroll of here from its premises. The Rank-and-Lee Committee became the only presence of the union inside the Boyd casinos, making committee members stronger union leaders in the end. The union also began studying the Boyd Group's financial condition and business plan. Analysis of the company's financial condition revealed a strategic fact to the union: the Boyd Group was no longer one of the most profitable casino companies in Las Vegas. The company owed almost 10 times more in debt than it had in 1984, when it had a 13% profit margin, high enough to withstand a year-long strike. By September 1990, having borrowed heavily to buy the 2 casinos, and borrowing another $100 million to add 1,500 rooms to the Stardust, the company was overleveraged, and its profit margin had shrunk to almost nothing. Armed with these facts and the success of the horseshoe strike, the organizing committee was content that the Boyd Group could not weather a strike this time around. Another part of the union's strategy was to build an alliance with the company's lenders in this dispute. The union had spent years communicating with the company's junk bond holders and other lenders about the dangers associated with the Boyd Group's plan to borrow a mountain of money, while it simultaneously provoked a costly labor dispute. In 1989, the union also investigated the company's partners in its Sam's Town Gold River Casino in Laughlin, revealing their questionable character to that project's investors. When the Gold River Partnership led for bankruptcy protection in 1990 as a result of its huge debt load, the Boyd Group's lenders could see how risky the company's course actually was. During spring 1991, the union prepared to strike the Stardust and Fremont casinos with 2 thoughts in mind. First, a strike after the 158 opening of the Stardust's new tower would have the most impact on the company's ability to meet its debt obligations. Second, the condition of the downtown casino market was so fragile that the threat of a strike at the Fremont might cause all of the unsettled downtown casinos to negotiate, which was exactly what happened. After years of being leaders of the anti-union movement, the Boyd casinos agreed to a union contract without a strike and corralled the remaining downtown properties, including Jackie Gons, into a settlement. This contract settlement was a milestone for the culinary union. The company that had bust the union in 1985 and led the family-owned casinos in their quest to be non-union made a strategic decision not to provoke a strike in 1991 in order to implement its business plan to become one of the more successful, multi-property gaming companies in Las Vegas. Assured of labor peace, the Boyd Group made the leap over the next few years from a family-owned casino company to a public corporation with a national gaming presence, now known as Boyd Gaming Corporation. The Boyd settlement signaled the end of an older attitude and was an early indication that companies that wanted to take advantage of public financing and the industry's expansion opportunities could not afford to provoke their workers. On a more subtle level, the settlement of the downtown contracts was recognition that the corporate casinos had the right business strategy and labor relations policies. While battling the union, the family-owned casinos lost valuable time in which to make the changes necessary to keep up with gaming's evolution. A January 10, 1991, Wall Street Journal feature entitled "Las Vegas Clan's Hope Cards Will Turn," run months before the downtown settlement, addressed this division. While the old-line gaming families retain substantial power and wealth, their clout has been shrinking. Corporate players now dominate political giving in Nevada as well as much of the state's political agenda. The current round of casino industry labor talks illustrates the town's changing power balance. The corporate players all quickly reached agreement with the Hotel Employees and Restaurant Employees International Union. But the family casinos rejected the deal as too onerous. Mr. Binion concedes his family operation has been losing ground to the corporate casinos. But neither the Binions nor the other families intend to simply fade away. "We'll outlast the corporate guys," vows Michael Gohan, a leader of his gaming family. The downtown settlements meant that family-run operations would not gain a financial advantage over the corporate industry by cutting labor costs and were compelled to end a more proactive solution to the 159. Competitive decline of their casinos. Once the labor disputes were resolved, the downtown casinos tackled their dilemma together, forming a partnership to develop the Fremont Street Experience, a $70 million light and video canopy and street that opened in December 1995. The Fremont Street Experience increased overall revenues and capital improvements after its debut and marked downtown's integration into the entertainment revolution in gaming. Meanwhile, the culinary union kept getting stronger, with the addition in 1989 and 1990 of 5,000 new members from the industry's newest casinos, the Mirage, Excalibur, and Hilton's O'Shea's on the Strip. With the Boyd settlement came a perceptible shift in the balance of power, which became visible during the now V-year-old Frontier strike. Margaret Ilardi and her two sons, Tom and John, had bought the Frontier and its neighbor, the Silver Slipper Casino, from Summa Corporation, Howard Hughes's casino holding company, in 1988. Margaret Ilardi had been involved in gaming since the mid-1970s, when she was part owner of the Pioneer Club in downtown Las Vegas. Her anti-unionism surfaced there when she bust the culinary and bartenders' unions in an apparently unprovoked challenge to the highly unionized state of the industry, with a strikingly similar strategy of bargaining in bad faith and litigating into oblivion. In the early 1980s, Ilardi sold her RST casino to buy the Pioneer Hotel and Gambling Hall in the tiny Colorado River town of Laughlin, Nevada. The non-union Pioneer in Laughlin, which generated roughly $20 million annually in profit, made most of her money. In 1988, shortly before buying the Frontier and Silver Slipper on the Las Vegas Strip, she sold the Pioneer to Sahara Gaming Corporation for approximately $100 million more than she had paid for it. The family was cash-rich, but it was out of place on the Strip. Upon buying the Strip casinos, the Ilardis tore down the Silver Slipper, an oddster of Nevada politics, made famous by Howard Hughes. From 1968 to 1971, Hughes had nanced Nevada's political races to the tune of $858,500 from the tables of the Silver Slipper. The Ilardis demolition of the Silver Slipper wreaked the family's lack of participation in Nevada's political process. This political standoffishness, uncommon among casino owners, was one of the factors that isolated the Ilardis. The Silver Slipper site is now an empty parking lot. The Desert and Super Arterial Roadway, a major east-west corridor, runs through it. The Ilardis then took a number of steps to turn the Frontier into a 160 grind joint, a casino with few amenities, no entertainment, and little emphasis on anything but slot machines. They closed the showroom, which had been home to the magicians Siegfried and Roy, who went on to gain top billing at the Mirage at $85 a ticket, and focused their marketing of it on the same customers who frequented their Laughlin casino, low-budget gamblers from Arizona and Southern California. The Ilardis even refused to book rooms to conventioneers, ignoring the growing convention market in Las Vegas. These changes were in stark contrast to the innovations of the Mirage and Excalibur, which created a new level of non-gaming amenities designed to enhance the entertainment experience in Las Vegas. As one corporate casino executive told the Wall Street Journal, "You are going to need more than a slot palace, run by the seat of your pants." Simply put, the Ilardis, who had waited so long to make it on the Strip that they named their company Unbelievable, Inc., were battling the transformation of the industry. On September 21, 1991, over 500 workers from 4 different unions struck the Frontier Hotel and Gambling Hall on the Strip in response to a slew of unfair labor practices by management. In addition to retaliating against union members, as had the Horseshoe, the Frontier had illegally implemented some of its contract proposals, such as the elimination of pension contributions and implementation of new work rules without negotiating with the union. The Ilardis also switched to an inferior health insurance plan that made approximately 100 workers ineligible, slashed wage rates by up to $4 per hour, and gutted the grievance procedure that regulated compliance with the contract. The proposals were designed to eviscerate the collective bargaining agreement and force the union to strike. They were also motivated by the family's desire to lower its operating costs to gain an advantage over the booming corporate casinos, a strategy proven unsuccessful during the downtown disputes. The Alardis had no intention of operating a union casino, and even though the family had watched the union's recent successes, they thoroughly underestimated the resolve of frontier workers and their union. When the strike ended in 1997, almost 6 years later, it was the longest in American history. Not one striker crossed the picket line to work at the frontier during this strike, a remarkable testament to their courage and conviction. The family's lack of political involvement and its opposition to the now dominant corporate wing of the industry isolated the Alardis from the power structure even before the strike began. By contrast, the Union 161 had succeeded in battles with the most powerful patriarchs in Las Vegas, increasing the organization's influence throughout the city. Those two developments made this strike different from previous disputes. The political forces that had lined up against the Union in past strikes, the courts, the Metropolitan Police Department, the state's politicians, and the local newspapers, had little affinity for the frontier. There were no nightly arrests on the picket line, and the newspapers editorialized about the need to resolve the strike. The frontier aggravated its isolation by trying to drag the rest of the Strip into its dispute. During the early months of the strike, the hotel placed advertisements in the Los Angeles Times headlined "Culinary Union Strikes the Strip," infuriating the managements of other Strip casinos, who had settled union contracts in part to avoid publicity like this. Not until this false advertising was referred to the district attorney by the Clark County Commission, a casino licensing authority, did the frontier desist. The frontier's lawyer, Joel I. Keller, who had been suspended from the Washington, D.C., bar for masquerading as a neutral arbitrator in a case involving one of his associates, became the unwelcome public face of the hotel when he appeared on local news insulting conventioneers who supported the frontier picket line. The frontier's slash-and-burn approach to this dispute was making some powerful enemies. One was Circus Circus's powerful chairman, William Bennett, who had a history of union contracts and offered to feed the strikers out of pure generosity. Bennett's food truck visited the picket line 3 times a day to feed the strikers in what was the most unique display of the division between corporate and family-owned casinos. Las Vegas has enough of an image problem without the frontier making it worse. "We Circus just had a record quarter, and we're unionized," Bennett told Fortune magazine. The frontier strike also inspired government involvement in a different way than in the past. On May 19, 1992, Nevadans for Labor Peace, a group made up of political leaders at the state, county, and city levels, held a press conference calling for both sides to agree to mediation or binding arbitration of the frontier strike. The frontier would not agree. It was the RST time that a group of public officials in Las Vegas had pressured a casino to resolve its labor troubles. In July 1992, Governor Bob Miller facilitated negotiation between the two sides, which ended without progress but demonstrated the state's interest in ending the strike. By April 1993, 19 months into the strike, Miller announced that he was appointing 162 an independent fact-tender to recommend ways of resolving the dispute, and that the frontier would be obliged to cooperate. While the appointment was welcomed by the unions and supported by a bipartisan group of 39 legislators, the frontier agreed to participate only under duress. Sam Cagle, the governor's fact-tender, who had years of mediating experience, issued his report on March 1, 1994. Cagle blamed the frontier for the failure of the negotiating process. The governor's willingness to intervene in this dispute, although not yet successful, highlighted the shift in the balance of power that has occurred since the Horseshoe and Boyd settlements. Despite the frontier's cavalier attitude during this dispute, the strike cut business at the casino by an estimated 40% in the RST year. The strikers also received tremendous support from union members throughout the country. On December 5, 1991, approximately 12,000 union members from every labor organization in southern Nevada marched up the Strip to support the frontier strikers. In December 1992, the striking unions invited union members from around the country to a march called Desert Solidarity, Our Line in the Sand. With help from the AFL-CIO, the December 5 rally attracted 20,000 participants, closed the Strip for 4 hours, and attracted national media attention. The frontier strikers found themselves leading the rebirth of American unionism. In the meantime, the NLRB processed scores of complaints by the union. Case after case was tried before federal judges, and every major ruling was favorable to the union and appealed by the company. These rulings both vindicated the union's actions and started assigning financial liability to the frontier. Judges decided that the frontier had violated the law when it halted pension contributions and changed the employee handbook outlining the hotel's work rules without negotiating the changes. Reimbursing employees for these unilateral changes cost millions, and the liability grew daily. In addition, a federal labor judge declared the strike an unfair labor practices strike, like the horseshoe strike, preventing the frontier from hiring permanent replacement workers and decertifying the unions. The Alardists could ignore the judge's decisions, choosing to appeal, but they would not be able to rid the frontier of the union. In 1993, Michael Gaughan's Barbary Coast gave the Alardists an inkling of what might happen. The Barbary Coast had employed the same lawyer as the Alardists, intending to become a non-union operation. Unlike in 1984, when he had fought the NRA's strike-baiting proposals. 163. Gaughan now had a highly successful non-union casino, the Gold Coast Hotel and Casino, located in a southwestern neighborhood. Gaughan was also stilting the corporate casinos on legislative issues. For some time, his desire to outlast the corporate guys made reaching agreement with the union almost impossible. The Barbary Coast made the same negotiating mistakes that the frontier did, halting payments to the union health insurance fund and implementing work rule changes without going through the negotiating process. Gaughan also lost ruling after ruling. When faced with an estimated $11 million liability in 1993, which grew during any appeal, he settled a labor agreement. This settlement left the frontier alone in its GHT against the union. Gaughan has gone on to merge the Barbary Coast and Gold Coast into a quasi-public corporation with publicly traded debt. Instead of outlasting them, he has become one of the corporate guys. While the frontier strike continued, workers from a newly opened neighborhood casino, the Santa Fe Hotel and Casino, called the Culinary Union. The Sahara Gaming Corporation, which also owned the unionized Sahara and Hacienda casinos on the Strip, launched the Santa Fe in February 1991, and given its culinary union contracts, the workers had expected the new casino to be unionized too. The Santa Fe was part of Sahara Gaming's plan to expand its non-union operations, however, and the company joined the Alardists in defiance of the changing balance of power. Although Sahara Gaming was a public company and had fully participated in the use of public financing to fund its growth, a majority of the company's stock was controlled by Paul Loden. In truth, Sahara Gaming was a family-run operation behind the facade of a public company. Loden borrowed millions from the company, even though it generated bottom-line losses, and he paid insiders substantial fees to perform services for the company. Its corporate structure was complex, with public stockholders, public limited partners, and public bondholders, all investors with no say in the direction of the company. Loden's myriad financial transactions maintained his absolute control, while obscuring a company that was borrowing too much money and producing constant losses. In 1992, the company lost $9.4 million, having spent $39.6 million on interest payments alone. Loden's obsession with control colored his business decisions, from labor relations to financing arrangements, and locked him out of the lucrative changes sweeping the industry. 164. In the fall of 1992, over 75% of Santa Fe employees signed union cards and demanded recognition based on a card check, the same process by which the Mirage and Excalibur had recognized the union. The workers at the Santa Fe wanted parity with their co-workers at the Sahara and Hacienda. On average, they made $2 per hour less in wages, had to pay for their health insurance, if they were eligible. Many full-time workers, like most of the maids, were classified as temporary workers, who were ineligible for insurance, and had no job security. Santa Fe management refused to consider a card check, insisted on a cumbersome and time-consuming election, and launched a vicious campaign of retaliation and delay that continued until 2000, when the Santa Fe was sold to the Station Group, another non-union local casino chain. The dispute between Sahara Gaming and the union had obvious political overtones, because Loden's wife, Sue, had been elected to the state senate in November 1992. One of her RST acts after taking her seat as state senator was to re a Santa Fe union member who had testified before her labor committee on the casino's health and safety problems. In February 1993, a Santa Fe cook was read just 3 days after giving testimony, but was rehired after a storm of negative publicity about the senator's retaliation. Sue Loden's action set the tone for a nasty, long-running GHT over the unionization of the Santa Fe. The Santa Fe was eager to use the NLRB's election process, because it routinely allows employers to delay the results of any election for as long as 6 years. Despite that risk, the Culinary Union, the Teamsters, and operating engineers led a joint petition with the NLRB in the summer of 1993 for a union election at the Santa Fe. Content of the workers' support, the union's strategy was to demonstrate the abuses of the NLRB process, while being able to tie an election victory into the 1994 contract GHT with the company's 2 union casinos. On the night of October 1, 1993, despite a string of labor law violations by management, the unions won the election by 300-41. The Santa Fe predictably contested the results, calling the election a close vote, even though the union had received the same percentage of votes as Senator Loden had in her election to the state senate. The Santa Fe's challenges to the election were overruled in their entirety in April 1995, but the company continued to appeal. During this dispute, Sahara Gaming was desperately trying to take advantage of the rapid legalization of gaming outside of Nevada by developing casinos in emerging jurisdictions. This was a company that mostly considered how it would buy or build its next casino. Sahara 165. Gaming had doubled in size since 1988, buying the non-union Pioneer Hotel and Gambling Hall in Laughlin from Margaret Ilardi, unwittingly providing her with $100 million with which to GHT the union at the frontier and building the Santa Fe, all with borrowed money. In 1993, Sahara Gaming wanted to renounce the company's outstanding loans and borrow additional funds for riverboat projects. Bear Stearns, a leading investment bank for gaming companies, was hired to do a global renouncing that would lower the company's interest payments and provide expansion funds. There was a catch: bond buyers wanted stock warrants to sweeten the deal. Loden refused to issue additional stock, because it would lower his holdings below 50%, the threshold of absolute voting control. Instead, the company leveraged the successful Santa Fe casino, issuing $115 million in junk bonds in December 1993. Loden was willing to bet his last hand in order to preserve his absolute control over the company's stock. Cash flow from the Santa Fe casino paid the interest on that debt rather than being used to improve the wages and benefits of the casino's employees. In essence, the company's expansion plans were being financed by the Santa Fe's workers. The Santa Fe could afford to meet those interest obligations at the time because it had a monopoly in its northwest neighborhood, but overall the company was highly leveraged and gambling on its ability to generate higher and higher revenues. In contrast, the bulk of the industry was expanding through stock offerings, a more financially stable source of funding, but one that required power sharing. Loden's obsession with control led the company into a financial quagmire. Consequently, the union chose to oppose Sahara's new riverboat plans actively. There was Moline, Illinois, where Sahara lost the last of 10 state casino licenses to what is now the highest revenue-generating riverboat in the state, Parkville, Missouri, a small bedroom community on the Missouri River, which endured 4 public referenda on the issue of gaming and emerged deeply divided and without a casino, and Mississippi, where Sahara managed 2 riverboat casinos for Treasure Bay Gaming and Resorts, which led for bankruptcy and ejected Sahara management late in 1994. The union submitted testimony to gaming regulators in all 3 states and distributed information about Sahara's record to Parkville's voters in that town's 3 successive gaming elections. By July 1995, Santa Fe had to write off $25 million spent on the failed Missouri and Mississippi riverboats, while it desperately held on. 166. To one last expansion project. Addicted to debt, the company had taken out a 1-year loan of $15 million in March 1994 to buy a piece of vacant property in the Las Vegas suburb of Green Valley on which to build a neighborhood casino modeled on the existing Santa Fe. In the fall of 1994, Sahara attempted to raise $75 million in the bond market to finance the project, called Santa Fe Valley, but the offering was unsuccessful. With its $15 million loan coming due, the company negotiated a sale of the Green Valley property to Players International, a riverboat company looking for Las Vegas operations. After the union informed Players about the organizing language in its existing union contracts, Players terminated the agreement to purchase the Green Valley property. Sahara Gaming sued the Culinary over its letter, but the case was dismissed and appealed. Shortly thereafter, Sahara Gaming sought a buyer for its Hacienda and Sahara casinos on the Strip in part to repay the Green Valley loan. Meanwhile, the union's citywide contracts came up for renewal in June 1994. By then, the Strip looked very different than it had years earlier. In fall 1993, Mirage Resorts opened Treasure Island, another mega-resort, near the Mirage, and Circus Enterprises opened the pyramid-shaped Luxor Hotel and Casino next to the Excalibur. Both were highly themed resorts, pushing Las Vegas casinos to the next level of entertainment. They also recognized the Culinary Union and agreed to the Strip contract under the same process used at the Mirage and Excalibur. Those 2 casinos increased the union's citywide membership by another 5,500 workers months before the 1994 labor negotiations began. The corporate landscape was also transformed. Most casino companies had issued public stock, taking advantage of Wall Street's fascination with gaming in the early 1990s. The Boyd Group went public, changing its name to Boyd Gaming. Jack Binion from the Horseshoe set up a new public company called Horseshoe Gaming to pursue riverboat casino projects, while keeping the Las Vegas casino in the family's hands, and many of the privately held and non-union neighborhood casinos, Palace Station, Arizona Charlie's, and the Rio, issued public stock in one form or another. The division between corporate and family-owned casinos had shifted. The new divide was between the entertainment-oriented mega-resorts and the older, second-tier gambling halls. The new resorts were joined by the $1 billion, 5,000-room MGM Grand Hotel, Casino, and Theme Park, which opened on December 17, 1993. The Wizard of Oz-themed resort was developed by MGM Grand. 167. Inc., a public company 73% owned by Kirk Kerkorian. A multi-billionaire with 40 years of experience investing in gaming, Kerkorian had built the International Hotel, now the Las Vegas Hilton, and the RST MGM Grand, now Bally's. The new MGM Grand's chairman was Robert Maxey. Maxey had survived the Elsinore disaster, re-emerging years later with a reputation for opening casinos on time and within budget. His management style was still driven by ideology, and he waged a highly public and costly campaign to prevent the union from organizing MGM Grand's employees. Long before the casino was completed, the Denning Union Battle of the 1990s was launched. MGM Grand became the RST mega-resort since 1984 to risk its public image and public investment on an anti-union crusade. In 1992, when MGM Grand was putting the project's financing together, the union warned the investment community of Maxey's operating and labor relations record. It was the beginning of a campaign by the union to educate stock analysts and bond buyers that the most successful operations in Las Vegas embodied the spirit of a labor management partnership, and that the MGM Grand would be managed with the goal of preventing unionization, not making the highest profit. The union also pointed out that companies with active union opposition, like MGM Grand, would face difficulties when competing for projects in the new gaming jurisdictions, because many were in cities with historically strong unions. Part of Maxi's plan was to counter Culinary's growing political power before the casino's opening. Unlike most gaming companies, which as a matter of course give to both parties, sometimes in the same race, Maxi decided to contribute almost exclusively to Republican candidates for office. This alienated the state's Democratic Party. MGM Grand also hired Black, Manafort, Stone, and Kelly, a Washington-based lobbying RM known for representing dictators like Ferdinand Marcos of the Philippines, to forge a political agenda in a high-tech anti-union campaign. MGM Grand even had a war room from which executives and consultants directed their union-busting program. The key to that program was MGM Grand's union-scale wage and benefit package. The company advertised the best wages and benefits in Las Vegas, highlighting the casino's on-site medical clinic, X-time instead of vacation days, an in-house grievance procedure, and the University of Ounce. It was a clear example of who set the standard of living among casino workers. In order to be non-union, MGM Grand had to beat the union standard. Amid the greatest employment hype ever seen in Las Vegas, 100,000 people applied for 8,000 jobs. Included in the 168 orientation program was a Wizard of Ounce video in which Dorothy says that MGM Grand employees won't need outside representation. The tactic was anything but subtle. On MGM Grand's opening night, 5,000 union members from culinary and other service trades picketed the VIP celebration, causing a majority of the state's politicians not to attend. The governor and a host of state legislators, commissioners, and council members honored the picket line. It was the RST time the governor had not attended the opening of one of Las Vegas's mega resorts. Politically, a real tug-of-war ensued. Unlike the Alardes, MGM Grand was by nature a leader in the powerful corporate wing of the industry, not to mention being backed by a billionaire. But in the 1992 election season, the union had defeated Doc Pearson, a county commissioner supported by gaming, who had crossed the frontier strike line to take contributions from the Alardes. The 1994 elections were around the corner, influencing politicians' choices that opening night. After the opening, Maxi began searching for expansion opportunities outside Las Vegas. The stock market rewarded gaming companies that could expand into new jurisdictions, and after the casino's opening hype, MGM Grand's stock price was falling. The company chose China for its proximity to the Asian gambling market. MGM Grand negotiated an agreement with a resort town on the pristine island of Hainan, China, to develop a mega-resort. However, the Chinese central government was fundamentally opposed to gambling and had reacted schizophrenically to recently opened tourist-oriented casinos. The union investigated the difficulties and uncertainties affecting plans for gaming operations in China, and Hainan in particular, and reported them to gaming companies and investors. MGM Grand's non-union status became the centerpiece of labor negotiations that spring, making the unions rally on December 17 the RST step in an ongoing battle. On May 26, 1994, days before the citywide agreement was set to expire, another 5,000 union members rallied, this time under threat of arrest. In a tactic reminiscent of a 1930s company town, MGM Grand laid claim to private ownership of the sidewalk and enlisted county bureaucrats to subvert the normal process of dedicating public sidewalks in a construction project, allowing the hotel to retain private property rights over them. MGM Grand then led an easement granting pedestrians use of the sidewalk on its terms. No union activity was permitted. A showdown followed. Dentally asserting their constitutional rights, 500 union members, 169, were arrested that night for trespassing on the MGM Grand's sidewalk. They had not retreated in 1984 when arrests were used to squash union activity, and they would not back down in 1994. In response, the Culinary Union led a civil GHTS lawsuit against MGM Grand, Clark County, and county manager Pat Shalmy. The union argued that the three had conspired to deprive union members of their free speech rights in violation of the U.S. Constitution. The district attorney refused to prosecute the charges against the sidewalk picketers pending the litigation's outcome. The union casinos watched. The MGM Grand situation dominated contract negotiations throughout the city. Across the board, companies proposed 3-year agreements, instead of the standard VE, because of uncertainty about whether the union would succeed in organizing their non-union competitor. Most union casinos wanted labor peace, so that they could focus on their booming business and the myriad expansion opportunities outside of Nevada. They were also mindful of the tenacity of the frontier strikers, who had demonstrated that the union would not give up. Generally speaking, the casinos grouped themselves by size, with the mega-resorts negotiating together, the second-tier strip casinos as a group, and the downtown casinos as another group. A number of casinos negotiated independently, like the Mirage casinos, the Sheraton Desert Inn, and Harrah's. Among the mega-resorts, the toughest issue was subcontracting, or outsourcing, as it is called in manufacturing, the emerging practice of contracting out union work to non-union employers. MGM Grand led the industry in leasing casino restaurants to independent restaurant companies. Resorts like Caesar's Palace, Bally's, the Hiltons, and Harrah's wanted to attract similar restaurateurs by allowing them to hire non-union workers. In turn, the union wanted to protect the jobs of its union members, as well as maintain the union standard in the industry. After members held mass meetings with managers in each of these casinos and picketed Harrah's over the issue, the mega-resorts agreed to language requiring that subcontracted work be done by union members under the collective bargaining agreement. The settlement also provided for 25 cents an hour in raises each year, continuation of the organizing language, and preservation of no-cost health insurance for workers and their families, making the unions the only no-cost family plan in the industry. Two strip companies, Sheraton Desert Inn and Sahara Gaming, fought the agreement. Sheraton Desert Inn proposed to open a 5,000-room Desert Kingdom next door and did not want to agree to language 170 that facilitated unionization. Sheraton, a subsidiary of ITT Corporation, had recently purchased the Desert Inn, a luxury casino on the Strip. Despite being a newcomer to gaming, ITT attempted to undercut the industry standard. The Desert Inn became the focus of the union's membership, which held a variety of demonstrations at the resort and communicated the Las Vegas dispute to union members at other Sheratons. In addition, the same planning lawyer who had helped privatize the MGM Grand sidewalks represented ITT. The union protested Desert Kingdom's planning approval before the county commission, demanding that the sidewalks remain public. The union's protests delayed the project's approval by 2 months, after which the company put its plans for Desert Kingdom on indefinite hold. After a 6-month campaign that also raised questions about ITT's insurance business and risky derivative investments, Sheraton Desert Inn accepted the Strip contract with an agreement not to GHT unionization at the new project. The second-tier Strip companies, including Sahara Gaming, formed their alliance in the belief that the smaller properties deserved a less costly contract, a position staked out by the frontier. Their proposals were similar to downtown's. These groups made proposals such as lowering the number of hours in required shifts from 8 to 4, abolishing the 40-hour work week, and not extending the organizing language. The proposals were met with a terse reaction by workers in those hotels, causing most of the casinos to drop out of the second-tier alliance and ultimately settle on the Strip contract. That left the Sahara and Hacienda casinos, owned by Sahara Gaming, alone with the frontier. Sahara Gaming was overburdened with debt and vulnerable to a job action at any of its casinos, especially the Sahara Hotel. The Sahara and Hacienda workers negotiated for over a year alongside the Santa Fe employees, picketing and boycotting the company's convention business. Instead of agreeing to the Strip contract, the Loudons decided to sell the Sahara and Hacienda, its only Strip casinos. In an affidavit given late in 1995, Paul Loudon said, "The inability to reach agreement with Culinary for successor agreements was a major factor in my decision to seek a buyer for the Sahara and Hacienda and to sell those properties. 5. The new owners of the Sahara and the Hacienda signed the same union contracts as the rest of the Strip. On April 20, 1995, Administrative Law Judge David Heilbron issued a sweeping decision on the Santa Fe's challenge to the union election. He dismissed every charge brought by the Santa Fe against the union. 171. Discredited every witness who had given testimony on behalf of the Santa Fe, and ordered certification of the unions. Senator Loden, who was by now the president of the Santa Fe, and her husband appealed that decision too. The irony was poetic. Senator Loden, who sat in the legislature as the result of the electoral process, was ignoring the results of the union election because she did not like the outcome. On April 29, 1995, 1,500 union members picketed the Santa Fe, launching a neighborhood boycott of the casino that over the next year would utilize tactics like placing yard signs in union members' front yards saying, "Stay away from the Santa Fe," systematically calling customers, and appearing on radio talk shows. The union also contacted business customers like the Ben and Jerry's Scoop Shop, which planned to open inside the Santa Fe. In that case, the union obtained an unprecedented agreement that Ben and Jerry's would delay its opening by months in support of the union boycott. The boycott roughly coincided with the opening of 2 new casinos in the Santa Fe's marketing radius, the Fiesta Hotel and Casino, which opened in December 1994, and Texas Hotel and Gambling Hall, which followed in July 1995. The Santa Fe's cash flow dropped 40% after it lost its monopoly, and the casino no longer generated enough cash to pay the interest on the debt it borrowed for its failed riverboat projects. 6. The Santa Fe's labor dispute also has a growing liability now. Despite the company's appeals, the union is asserted as the employees' representative. As a result, all changes in working conditions must be negotiated with the union before the hotel implements them, just like at the Frontier. The NLRB has issued complaints over unilateral changes in the health plan, schedules, and work hours, for which every worker must be made whole under the law. That liability could be more than the Santa Fe can absorb in its current condition. The Santa Fe has been fighting unionization for 3 years, following in the footsteps of the Frontier, both facing the same bitter end. In September 1995, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals made the ruling that the Frontier's changes in working conditions, implemented 4 years earlier, were illegal, that Frontier workers were entitled to be made whole for those changes, and that the strikers were entitled to their jobs back. The total liability was estimated at between $10 and $60 million, a record decision in the history of labor relations in Nevada and an embarrassment to the gaming industry in this state. The dispute still lingered on. The strikers have been vindicated at every 172 step of the process, but ultimately, the system has failed them. The Frontier broke the law, and the strikers are the only ones who will hold the casino accountable. In the end, union action brought the Alardists to their knees. In 1997, they sold the Frontier to Paul Rothman, an out-of-town investor, who immediately settled the strike. It was a tremendous victory for the union and a defeat for the mentality represented by the Alardists. Stuck in the low-budget, non-union mentality, the Alardi family fought and lost the entertainment revolution, of which the union is a growing part, now taking Las Vegas by storm. In December 1995, the MGM Grand, which provided leadership for the Alardists and Loudons from the potent corporate wing of the industry, resolved its union conflict. The company agreed to halt its anti-union campaign and recognized the culinary union as bargaining agent for 3,500 workers. In addition, New York, MGM Grand's joint venture with Prima Donna Resorts, located across the Strip from the MGM Grand, agreed not to oppose unionization and to recognize the union based on a card check. After MGM Grand's first year of operations, its revenues were at. Operating income fell. Additionally, under Maxey's direction, the company had failed to execute any of its plans to expand outside Nevada, partly as a result of the union's campaign. Under mounting pressures to refocus the company's operations and end the labor dispute, Maxey resigned in June 1995 as MGM Grand's chairman and was replaced by J. Terence Laney, a former CEO of Caesars World. In the quarter ending March 31, 1996, 9 months after Laney took over operations, the MGM Grand produced a record 525% increase in net income and announced a renouncing plan to fund expansion into the coveted Atlantic City market. MGM Grand's stock price doubled during the RST years of Laney's reign. Since the agreement with MGM Grand, the Union tide has turned. Stratosphere Tower, Hotel and Casino, which opened on April 30, 1996, with 1,300 union workers, recognized the union based on a card check and agreed to a union contract substantially similar to the Mirage contract. Stratosphere is majority owned by Grand Casinos, an emerging gaming company that manages Native American casinos and owns riverboat casinos in Mississippi. It was the RST company without a pre-existing labor contract to agree to an amicable process for unionization in Las Vegas. It did so after careful observation of the Frontier Strike and the MGM Grand Agreement. On June 17, 1996, the new Monte 173 Carlo Hotel Casino, a joint venture between Mirage and Circus, recognized the union in a similar manner, as did downtown's Main Street Station and New York, the newest entertainment superstore, or mega resort, later that year. These 4 casinos added approximately 5,000 workers to the union fold. Most of the mega resorts online on the Strip have been developed by companies with union contracts and are union, including Mirage's Bellagio and Hilton's Paris. Further evidence of the union's rise is the appointment of John Wilhelm, Culinary's chief negotiator and general secretary-treasurer of the HERE International Union, to the National Gambling Impact Study Commission, a congressionally mandated commission charged with studying the nationwide growth of gaming. He was appointed by Congressman Richard Jefford to represent the point of view of the industry's workers, an appointment supported by many in the Las Vegas industry familiar with his keen understanding of the business. The success of the culinary union's organizing efforts during this decade prompted the newly elected leadership of the National AFL-CIO to commit substantial resources to new organizing in Las Vegas, in a pilot program aimed at revitalizing the country's labor movement. Since the election of John Sweeney, Richard Trumka, and Linda Chavez Thompson to its top 3 offices, the AFL-CIO has funded projects by the building trades and service employees unions to organize construction and healthcare workers throughout Las Vegas, as well as supplementing Culinary's program to unionize the rest of the casino industry in Nevada. In Sweeney's words, Las Vegas has become the heartbeat of the American labor movement. The Loudons and the Alardis were the last of the old-style casino families who had desperately held on to their ideological opposition to power, sharing the very heart of a partnership between labor and management. Senator Loudon sacrificed her position as the rising star of the state's Republican Party to such ideology in 1996's most closely watched local election. Hundreds of union members volunteered for months to elect a political novice in Loudon's district, sending shock waves through the power structure on the November 5 election night. Her campaign was nanced by the industry, and she was defeated by its workers. As her company faded from the gaming scene in Las Vegas, Senator Loudon has become a good example of the old style of Las Vegas politics, where the casino political complex was unchallenged. Her style, 174, was growing increasingly out of sync with the new balance of power, with respect not only to the union's deep and broad-based roots in the community but potentially to the influx of new residents, who are forever changing the one industry, small-town politics of Las Vegas. Arguably, the Loudons and Alardis lost their place in the new Las Vegas, although it seems safe to say there will in the future be the occasional casino owner who, like them, puts ideology above better business and challenges the distribution of power. The Culinary Union will continue to be a partner in Las Vegas's development, striving to ensure that gaming jobs provide a middle-class standard of living. That role was challenged by the emerging corporate gambling interests in 1984 and then by the family-run gambling halls. Those disputes forced the union to defend itself during the most tumultuous time in gaming's history. As Las Vegas's old line families were consumed by the entertainment revolution of the corporate casinos, the union wove a path through the changes to emerge as one of the more powerful organizations in the state. The Culinary Union has earned its place as the counterbalance to gaming's wealth and clout, securing its future in the industry's growth by being innovative, focused, and disciplined, just like the industry itself. In contrast, Las Vegas is expanding at an explosive rate and is enveloped in an unsettling sense of chaos. Unfettered construction, a haphazard infrastructure, and regressive policies for using the desert's scarce resources are the results of a laissez-faire approach to growth, an approach that is contributing to an unmanageable future. Las Vegas's boom recalls the early growth of Los Angeles, another western city overcome by chaos. As this desert city grows to an estimated 2.5 million residents in the next 2 decades, the Culinary Union's drive to unionize the rest of the industry will play a pivotal role in determining whether Las Vegas's working class, its economic foundation, will keep up with the rising cost of living. In the end, Las Vegas's hope of being different from Los Angeles and other sprawling southwestern cities lies in the fact that it is graced by a strong union movement with a unique ability to improve gaming's middle-class standard of living and maintain the new balance of power. Mike Davis. Class struggle in ounce. T. He 88-foot lion that guarded the entrance to MGM's Emerald City Casino looked unusually glum on the eve of the Memorial Day holiday, 1993. As dust devils chased early evening commuters down Tropicana Boulevard, Las Vegas police strapped tear gas masks to their gun belts. Sullen resort security men in blue blazers stood sentry behind hastily improvised little signs declaring the adjacent sidewalk, probably the busiest section of the casino strip, private property. Earlier in the day, the management of Kirk Kerkorian's $1.1 billion Osh-themed family gambling complex had warned employees about dangerous chaos, while a police spokesman had fretted that someone might be killed. For months, Southern Nevada had been anxiously awaiting this dramatic rematch between the world's largest casino hotel and the nation's biggest private sector local union. The year before, the MGM Grand Hotel and Theme Park had broken ranks with the other new mega-resorts Luxor, Excalibur, Treasure Island, and Mirage and refused to bargain with Culinary Workers Local 226, the 40,000 member affiliate of the Hotel Employees and Restaurant Employees International Union, HIRAU. Robert Maxey, MGM's famous union-busting CEO, had announced that in the best interest of our employees the 5,005-room resort, whose hyperbolic but mundane architecture encloses the biggest single concentration of cash points on Earth, 3,500 slot machines and 150 gaming tables, would open without a union contract. When 4,000 union members and their families mobilized in December to picket the resort's opening night extravaganza, the police prevented them from assembling on the sidewalks. Invoking the NE print of its deal with Clark County, MGM claimed ownership of the pedestrian easements around its property. Outraged union leaders cried, "The sidewalks belong to the people," and promised to return in 1994. So, on May 29, thousands of culinary workers, tiny American eggs in hand, again gathered outside the gates of Ounce. "We get what we take. We keep what we have the strength to hold," their banner declared. In a brief preliminary rally, State Senator Joe Neal from Las Vegas's largely black West Side urged demonstrators to become lion killers, and Local 226 Secretary-Treasurer Jim Arnold reassured them that Bob Maxey, like the Wizard, is just a greedy fake. For the next 3 hours, as union loudspeakers blasted out Bruce Springsteen's Born in the U.S.A., the trespassers were arrested in groups of 40. Above the demonstration, the electronic ghost of Sinatra periodically materialized out of the digital fog of the MGM sign. The high-spirited pandemonium of the culinary workers, more than half of them black and Latino, maids in blue uniforms and bartenders in Hawaiian shirts, amazed the crowds of tourists who gawked, uncomprehending, from behind police barricades. But the police seriously underestimated both the scale and militancy of the demonstration. After the RST 500 busts, police commanders threw in the towel. Hundreds of unionists, having waited hours to be arrested, demanded their place on the police bus. A weary officer quipped back, "Next time, you guys should make reservations." Thus ended the biggest mass arrest in Nevada history. The last Union town in America? No contemporary labor movement in the country, with the possible exception of the mine workers, has endured longer, more bitter strikes, or faced such constant repression, said Glenn Arnotto, the ex-machinist from Cleveland who led the team of crack organizers assigned to the MGM Grand. Yet the culinary workers fought back with astonishing success, doubling their membership between 1984 and 1994. For this 178 reason, Arnotto and others like to refer to Las Vegas as the last great union town in America. This is not the ordinary image of Sin City, and Local 226's surprising ability to survive the Darwinian swamp of Reagan/Bush-era labor relations, as well as the corporate restructuring of the gaming industry, demands an explanation. The gene for class struggle, after all, was not part of the locals' heredity. For a quarter century until 1977, the culinary workers were dominated by their charismatic but roguish secretary-treasurer, Al Bramlett. Although Nevada became a right-to-work state in 1951, Bramlett negotiated a de facto union shop with Las Vegas's invisible